Yeah, and you got to be. Look, I'm not. People might, make mistakes. Like, you know what I mean. I'm not gonna. Meteorology is a very humbling science for sure. So I don't want to call anybody out that may have just misinterpreted something. But yeah, that's the whole thing you have to be careful with, though. You really need to make sure that you know what you're talking about, because I think that freaked out a lot of people towards Cedar Key, because it looked like it was doing a significant, and I mean, Cedar Key is still getting something, of course, but not like what the landfall site is going to get. We're keeping an eye on the North Gulf right here. This is Oldsmar, just on the north side of Tampa Bay. I believe the camera is right on the bay. Yeah, that's going to be at Mobley Bayou Beach Park. So on the Mobley Bay side of Tampa Bay. And that old Tampa Bay sector, if you're familiar with that. I want to show you that because this is what we're going to be watching too throughout the day. The storm surge, and again, even with the storm surge lifting, the center of the storm staying far to the west. If I can get my telestrator to work. Those are the tropical storm force winds, and you see, like these are wind speeds over 39 miles an hour. So you see, really from about this actually kind of tells the story really good, really well. Miami, we just have a low end chance of getting tropical storm force winds. So we had some friends watching that. Yes, the next hurricane update. I'm almost lost track of time that it was 2:00. We can check in on that. Let's see. I'm going to actually, on my source 2, I'm going to change something up so we can watch that come in real time in that corner. So bear with me 1 second. Input 2. I'm going to change this to... Okay, so there we go. So the 2:00 advisory is in. Now, there we go. It is now 120 or 110 mile per hour storm. So it has strengthened a little bit. No changes with the track, of course. That'll come out at 5 and 11. Awesome. Hey, Teresa, cool. I missed that before. Meteorologist, possible. That's awesome. Welcome to the feed. Possible tornado in Panama City. Let's. I know we don't have. I don't have the Panama City radar able to show you guys, but we can work out of the Tallahassee radar. It's going to be a little bit further down, and the data is not going to be as good, of course. But we can still see what's going on there. Let me... Lynn, thank you for that report in Tampa. Anyway, the... This storm has not yet made landfall, and there's that warning. We were actually we were talking about this before. We were watching to see if they were going to issue another warning northwest of the initial warning that we came on for. This is to the southwest of Blountstown. So before we get back to finishing that 2 p.m. advisory, I want to look at this little nub right there, that velocity couplet, and we're going to put a tracker on that for you. So new tornado warning. This is for the northern side of Calhoun County until 2:15, and that's going to be the rest of Calhoun County. The red was kind of covering up the county line there. So now the rest of Calhoun County. So there are two different areas of rotation that the Weather Service has warned on now. That's going to go until 2 o'clock, this first box for Liberty, and the southeast side of Calhoun County, and all of that, and then Calhoun County as well. Anyway, the 2 o'clock advisory, we'll update this in real time here. I have to, we can look at, while I do this, I'm going to put a camera on for you. Let's find a camera to watch, because I have to update that radar loop. I have to move the camera view up. So bear with me one. I'm going to find a camera for you guys to watch while we do this. So this looks like, okay, we got something. This is going to be Marco Island, Collier Bayview Park. It looks like there's some storm surge flooding going on here, so I'm going to get that live feed into this as well. This is also, okay, I'm going to try to bring this up before. So this camera is on the west side of Appalachia Bay, and you can see some of the waves coming in. Obviously, we're still a ways away from landfall, 6 to 8 hours away from landfall, and that's what that is doing. So we're going to keep this live view up. This is up from WeatherStem, by the way. This they've allowed us to use their network of cameras and weather data for our live stream coverage of this storm. So thank you to them. Again, they have great coverage, a network of coverage throughout the entire state of Florida with great weather data. This is the comment of the day right here. I love it. Couldn't put any better myself. That wind field is stupid big. It is stupid big. Before I go to talk about it, to change some of the things, I mean, there it is right there on how far the tropical storm force winds extend from the storm. I mean, we're talking about the storm making landfall in the central Big Bend, and boy, the tropical storm force wind, high probability getting to the I-4 corridor. So there's a lot of wind. All right, so we're going to, let me get you, this is on the north side. This is Oldsmar again, the north side of Tampa Bay, on the west side, north side of Old Tampa Bay. And then I'll leave you with this one. This is kind of to the west of where the storm will make landfall. We'll get some closer looks as we do that now. But what I have to do is kind of update that loop so that we can get some better coverage. And that's the loop that I'm going to be updating. So we're going to be watching that. Let me just change the Tallahassee one here. Okay, so on the top, that is Tallahassee. In the middle, that is what we were just, that is going to be, I think I have the thing, Tallahassee's the top. St. Mark's Lighthouse is actually the second one. I have those two reversed. And then the western side of Appalachia Bay. So let me just rename all my stuff so that it's actually accurate, so the people that are tuning in get the correct information. That is important. And these are from our WeatherStem network of cameras. All right, so I'm gonna try to update and talk at the same time. And then, yeah, we have those tornadoes near Panama City. Oh, yeah, Orlando's looking good right now, my friend. Yeah, it's going to be like 3, 4, 5 o'clock. That's when we're going to get that band to come through. Yeah, and this is exactly, it's playing out exactly as we thought it would, where there would be these big lulls for central Florida. And then, you know, we get some nasty stuff. So it actually looks like that band that we're going to be tracking, it's still way, way out there. So it's probably going to be more like 5, 6 o'clock. And all that stuff. Well, welcome to the channel. You are in the right place if you love weather, and if you love keeping tabs on the weather, hit that subscribe button. If you're finding us for the first time, we always talk weather in a non-sensationalized way. Of course, we're going to tell it like it is, but nonetheless, we break down the science and get real into the meteorology. Before we update that, we have one request for the hurricane wind graphic, and there that is for you. That's the percentage for hurricane force winds sustained. So really, really tightly packed to the landfall site, and we'll see if that changes any. As we get to the 5 o'clock advisory, that's the next time that this will be updated from the National Hurricane Center, and all of that stuff. Before I do update that, I want to get back to the situation at hand with kind of the tornadoes going on. We don't have the best view here. We're working out of the Tallahassee radar. I don't have access to the Panama City radar at this time, which would give us a slightly better view. But nonetheless, we do have some rotating thunderstorms, and we can see that a little bit as we work here. And I'll highlight that. This is just a heads up here. I'll put a tracker on this thing for you. Let me get back out of here. There's the other one. Okay, we've at least been able to see one of the storms, one of the tornado warnings expire for Liberty County and the southeast side of Calhoun County. So that is good news, relatively speaking. We still have that flash flood warning that remains in play. Yes. Okay. So I keep on saying I got to update that loop, but there are so many good questions coming in that you guys are really preventing me from doing that. And that's a good thing. I really appreciate these comments, the conversation that we're having, the questions that are coming in. So yes, we're going to look at storm surge. And I have a nice graphic to show you to kind of illustrate that, a nice animation. This is what we're going to be kind of dealing with here. So what this is, it's not like a tsunami per se. It's similar to that, except it's not generated by an earthquake. But what you see going here is, because the storms are so big and we have these winds pushing the water, this is what kind of happens. So you're sitting there on the beach, and that is why when you're asked to evacuate, you need to evacuate, because it can be calm, and then all of a sudden you get this big push of water, and that's essentially what you're seeing on the screen here. That's what's happening. It's literally the water from the ocean source, in this case the Gulf of Mexico, literally being lifted and then pushed right on into the shoreline, and all of that stuff. And there's actually a great Daniel Dom, again, the person who got me the Diet Coke, again, live stream, not sponsored by Coca-Cola, it's just fueling me today, just posted just wrote up a story from what we were talking about on the live stream there that has the Hurricane Center information and some information from him on News 6. So if you're watching from the greater Central Florida area and so that if you're watching from the greater Central Florida area and you want to get updates not only on the storm, but on news in general, download the free News 6 app. You're going to get information on all that stuff. We have a bunch of stories. There's been a lot of questions about the theme parks today and if they're open. Some of them are. Some of them have closed and canceled the specialized things that they have. So clickorlando.com, that'll get you there, or download the free News 6 app. So again, this is the simulation here of what storm surge is. And it's basically the water is literally being pulled up and then pushed right into the storm. And when you're talking about, it does. So this is a great question. Does low pressure raise the water level at all? When you're talking about storm surge, there is a small pressure component. It's not the biggest part of why the water is rising and being pushed in, but there is a pressure component as well that kind of lifts up the water as it's forcing it in. The biggest thing is because the size and the storm and the winds forcing it to it, and that is why when we look at the dirty side of the storm, that's where we get the storm surge. So in Helene's case, let me get to a spot where I can illustrate. In Helene's case, with this deal, the storm surge is going to be, gotta mark my telestrator if it's going to let me do that. Come on. There we go, I think. All right. So on this side, if it were to come in, if we would have landfall right in here, right smack dab in the middle of the cone. Again, we can have landfall on this side or on this side. We're going to use, if it follows right smack dab the center. Let me change my telestrator to blue. This is where storm surge is going to be maximized because you have that force of the storm lifting north and forcing all of that water up. And then in this case of the bay, why storm surge is so bad, I mean, you literally have the water just being stuck in there and force that through. Pam has mentioned dirty side is the right front quadrant. You got it. It's broken up into 4 quadrants. Let me get my X to clear this out. And it kind of looks like, so if we draw the hurricane like that, it's drawn just like this. And then the right front quadrant is right here, and that's where the nastiest stuff is, your highest tornado threat, your highest storm surge, and strongest winds. It's always on the right front side. There's no good side of a hurricane, but that is the worst side to be on, to the right. We were making we had a lot of the questions about Katrina before, and that was the deal with New Orleans. Let me get this off the screen. Katrina came in about right here. So the worst of the storm surge was in Mississippi. I know Mississippi is oftentimes forgotten, but that's where the worst of the stuff was in this area from Katrina. I think there was like 30-foot storm surge, which is nuts, by the way. But what happened with New Orleans, we had storm surge on the south side of Lake Pontchartrain because we had the winds counterclockwise back and pushing on Lake Pontchartrain from north to south. So the storm was moving north, and then we had the winds coming in on the backside. That's what made the catastrophe in New Orleans when the levees failed, because of the force from Katrina pushing back down on that water source. So that's what that is. So good question about the storm surge. I know it's kind of a hard concept, but almost think of it like it's not a tsunami per se, but it's kind of like that, where that water can come in super, super fast. And that's what catches a lot.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need. With full business functionality and a design tailored just for you. Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes. Control everything from the biggest tasks to the finest details. Personalized, optimized, ready to go live.
Please keep posting in the comments. I'm going to upload our loop that we have going. This one here, I'll show you what I'm doing. It's that loop here that we have. I want to get it updated so we have a closer look. At what the storm's actually doing. So I'm going to try to walk and chew gum, essentially. We'll see if we can pull it off. I don't know if I can, but that's what we're doing here. So again, keep the comments coming. If you're just tuning in, post in the comments where you're tuning in from, and we'll give you a shout out. And if you're finding us for the first time and are finding the information that we are providing on the stream, we're going for a long time tonight as we are watching the storm come in and unfortunately get stronger. Again, now a 110 mile per hour category 2. It's on the cusp of Cat 3. That starts at 111, I should say. But they go in increments of 5 miles an hour. So we are on the cusp of a major hurricane, which is category 3 and above. Some comments in there about the storm being gigantic. What we have here, this orange color on your screen, is where we have tropical storm force winds. So from the hurricane hunters flying their missions, they're sampling the wind field as well. And so even though the center is way out where you see that number 2, where we have that red color, that is where the hurricane hunters are finding hurricane force winds. And that orange color is where tropical storm force winds are being observed. So even though, we have tropical storm force winds in western Cuba, Key West, Dry Tortugas, west of Miami through the Everglades, Cape Coral, St. Pete, Sarasota, Tampa, pushing to the I-4 corridor. Haines City and Polk County, let's see if we're close to that. Yeah, tropical storm force winds now getting to Lakeland, Bartow, Fort Meade, Bayonet Point, Spring Hill, East Lake, Tampa, St. Pete. So a super large storm.
Yeah, I know.
Alrighty, guys. All right, I'm going to attempt to do this upload. I just want to make sure that no reports of any kind of tornadoes are coming in from the stuff that we were watching up in the Panhandle. So I'm just kind of looking all over the place. This is what I'm looking at. So we've got the feed, all these different monitors. A bunch of sources coming in. We've got a crew in Perry as well, so we can bring you all of that. Whenever that starts coming in, we have a bunch of feeds coming in so that we can give you the best information. So all of that stuff to get you covered. So when you see me stop looking, or stop talking, I should say, I'm just making sure that all the feeds are working, coming in, and we're able to show you the best information. So I like to show you some of the toys that we have to forecast this stuff and to bring you this up. Yeehaw Junction, what is up? Love you guys. In Yeehaw Junction. All right, so bear with me.
This is not the best. Pick another one.
I don't think I have 2 mic feeds on. Yeah, I definitely don't. I just muted my only mic, and it went off. So I only have 1 feed, so it might be a feedback thing on your side. Thanks for coming back, April. That's important. That is important. Okay, So let's see here. I'm just probably going to talk to myself. I'm going to talk to you. It's quiet in Northport because we are in between some outer bands. So that's what we're going to be dealing with for most of the peninsula.
Nine times out of 10, they offer us a place to stay, or they ask us if we're hungry or if we need something to eat. The outpouring of
Okay, guys, give me 1 second. I'm just have to talk to my boss real quick. Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Also want to welcome in viewers that are tuning in from the WJXT YouTube channel. I see that we are you picked up the stream, so welcome, guys. If you have any questions or comments or anything, I'm going to be glancing at another monitor, and we can bring those in as well, and just kind of look at everything as we go forward here. So I know we have a lot of questions on the Just Weather channel page, on the New 6 YouTube channel as well, but also on the Jacksonville page as well. So just keep that in mind. And one question here, I gotta mute the other computer. Sorry about that. Someone asked, Rachel asked, does the red mean hot air on the Jacksonville page? The red actually on this represents the cold cloud tops. So the darker the reds here, the colder the cloud tops, because this is an infrared satellite image. And when you get those darker reds and purples and whites, as that we see in some cases, that means that the temperature in the cloud is very, very cold. Temperature decreases with height, and that's when you get those colder cloud tops. That means those storms are very tall and very intense. So the brighter the colors on this map, that would indicate, again, the stronger thunderstorms around the center. So good question coming in. And again, if you guys are watching on the News for Jax feed, thank you for tuning in. Hit that subscribe button. If you're watching on the WKMG YouTube channel, welcome as well. We also have continuous coverage through the afternoon and early evening on News 6. So if you're watching on the television, if you're in the greater Orlando, greater Central Florida area, you can bring up two screens. Hang on the couch with us on the YouTube channel on the phone. Put your TV on the News 6 page. I know it's pretty quiet right now through most of Central Florida. That was to be expected. We will see things really pick up probably in the next 3 to 4 hours as some of these outer bands start to spiral in. I did. So I'll show you this graphic too. Look, we had a video that said, and David Nazario and I, who will also be on later, we were talking about that down the line. And look, we don't want to jump ahead because we got a rough night ahead for our friends in the Big Bend and Panhandle, especially in Georgia and the Appalachian Mountains. That's going to be the worst of this. But yeah, there's another area that looked like it can lift and take the same path as this one. Here's the thing. Okay, I'm going to go on a little bit of a tangent here. There's been a lot of pushback on those very aggressive forecasts from Colorado State, from most every single private forecast entity, weather entity, and NOAA. There's been a big time cap on the hurricane season. As we are changing the seasons, that cap is coming off, so to speak. And we can look at that at another time, because I do want to make sure that we're giving out the best information for the people that are following on the channel or finding the channels. Again, at News4JAX, WKMG, and Just Weather. That is coming off. Like, we got super, super lucky, again, in August and early September. We could have really gone gangbusters, and unfortunately, I think that's still coming as we get into October. Like, October is going to play out as September, we think. And there is a new area that just popped up in the Western Caribbean that could make a run in the next 7 to 10 days. So, watching that closely here. What's up, Amber, on the west side of Jacksonville? You got it, Rachel. You're welcome. Great question. Awesome. Thank you for that, Free Willy. He mentioned that we were echoing on the News4JAX channel and stuff like that. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to keep up this stream rolling. I'm going to update. You'll see some camera movements eventually, but I want to make sure that now we are kind of looking at the best stuff. I just want to screenshot the settings that I have here real quick. So when we're getting into this real-time kind of tracking, we update a lot of the graphics on the fly. I'm texting Nazario right now. I'm just he's letting me know when he can hop on. I don't even know if he's on. I don't know if he's on the feed yet or not. Just tuning in. And if you're finding us for the first time, hit that subscribe button. A shameless plug, but I love the weather community that we're growing here. I know some people are here for information. Some people are really interested in the weather, and I love that. So if you are interested for the weather and are watching on the News4JAX page or on the WKMG page as well, hit subscribe on the Just Weather channel. And if you are on the Just Weather channel and happen to be in the Jacksonville area or the Central Florida area, hit subscribe on the News4JAX channel or on the WKMG channel as well, because then you get a bunch of great news and weather content from there as well. Absolutely, Nancy, and unfortunately, we think this is going to go rolling. I'll bring up that map after I update this. Yeah, man. Okay, hold on. I saw this comment, and I got to talk about it. Yeah. Look, the graph model. I know the model well. We used to have it in-house. We do not anymore. So I can't show it. I wouldn't have shown that one anyway. It was super inappropriate for people to be showing that yesterday because it was like 200 miles to the east of the official forecast cone. Yeah, wobbles can certainly happen. Shifts can certainly happen. That was such an outlier, though, for the Central Florida area that it was crazy. And we talked about the reasons why it wasn't going to do that, and that it wasn't going to make a super hard right turn like a Charlie or an Ian did a couple years ago. All right, let me see. I wish I could just do that and make it go away. I want to pull up. Okay, so I think at this point we'll probably just use the radar so we can get I'll keep that. What do you think, guys? Yeah, Bill, I think you're right. I think Teresa is. I'm pretty sure. I am pretty sure because there was nothing going on in Panama City before. So I think you're right, and she's not answering your question about where she is. So good call by Bill. Okay, so we're going to keep. We will take a look up in Georgia in just 1 second. I'm going to finish this upload here. But what I want to do, let me. Okay, we're going to keep the radar on now. And you can clearly see the eye. Look at the outer eye wall here. Okay, so I want to put that here, make sure that we can see the information with that. Okay, I'm going to put that, whoops. I'm a little OCD, so I want to make sure that it all fits right in there. Panama City should be okay. Relatively speaking, we've had some heavy rain. We have had some flooding around, some tornado warnings just to your east. All right. All right, Bill. Bill gets, this is top 3 comment of the day. Sniffed out the rat. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate you, buddy. Okay. All right, so we're building kind of these looping graphics. We have these rolling on our coverage on TV, so I want to make sure they fit on the screen. And we're going to move that away from Daytona Beach a little bit. We're going to slide that right into the middle. Whoops. And then we're going to push that just like that. Okay, cool. All right, so that one is updated. Just give me 2 more seconds, and then we are going to get back at it. And it looks like they just... All right, it looks like we just had an upgrade to a Category 3 special update. The computer just updated that, so now we do have a major hurricane. Let me just confirm that, but I mean... Let me see what the... Stand by real quick. We're going to... Yeah, look at that. So winds of 120 miles an hour now. So that's just a 10 mile per hour pass. It looks like... the Hurricane Hunter pass, we can take a look at some of that Hurricane Hunter data, but there we go. Now 120 mile per hour storm. And unfortunately, that's the best the eye has looked ever in its life, where you're seeing the yellows and reds right before that donut hole. That means that it's gonna make a run now. So now we're gonna be at the critical point to see how much it can go. We're thankful that it didn't look like this while it was over the loop current, because then it would have really been able to do work. Still, though, it's moving fast, so the deep warm water doesn't matter. The surface warm water is like upper 80s to around 90 degrees, so it still has plenty of fuel to do that. For those tuning in on the News for Jax page, I'll take a look at Jacksonville in just 1 second. We'll go over the timeline for you guys. I want to just keep on updating this real quick. And then I'm going to slide that down like that, and then move that like that. All right, I think we're good there. So we officially have, if you guys are just tuning in, kind of the breaking news is that Helene has now intensified into a major hurricane, and that happened quick before that pass, or as the hurricane hunters kind of found that. So definitely a change, and it's again an unfortunate sign. So that's the latest we have here. Hurricane Hunter Recon has confirmed a Category 3 hurricane. So that's going to be we're going to get to some of the Georgia stuff, and looking at the radar out of Tampa, it's going to be a rough night, a rough evening for the I-75 corridor through I-4, through I-95. I mean, if that band comes through, it is going to be rough on the tornado front tonight. Okay, I'm gonna start talking to myself. Gonna move all of those to the left-hand side so that we can see what it is doing. Okay, perfect. Yeah, and it's crazy because that was 25 minutes after the pass that they updated the So James is asking, can it get up to a Cat 5 still? It's large, and typically that kind of helps it more of a steady thing. But I mean, we just had a big jump. I wouldn't put it out of the question. We would have to get it 35 miles an hour in about, 6 hours or less. So probably not, but it would have to really, really do work. We'll have to wait to see when we get that next pass to see what it's actually doing. The millibars only came down, the pressure only came down one millibar for that thing. So we'll have to wait and see. But obviously here, okay. And also note again that the track has really not shifted. And we have an article up on clickorlando.com if you want to take a look at that about the reason why, kind of that false eye representation. Almost done, almost done. Awesome. So Crazy Frogs on the News for Jacks thing, since we kind of joined us in when I was updating some stuff for our on air feed. We're gonna go into that. I'm gonna take you guys hour by hour. From kind of start to finish. I'll show you future radar. So that's going to cover the Jacksonville area, the Gainesville area, the Putnam County area. We've had a bunch of questions coming in on the News for Jacks page. And that's going to kind of give you, I think, a really solid representation on how this is going to play out. I'm getting all of my frames to load in there now.
I never had it.
And then I'll show you real quick, again, as we get into... so the forecast did change down to a 3. They have it coming ashore as 120. But regardless, it might go bouncing back up. I think maybe 125. Regardless, it's at 120 now. So... since it's doing that, and since it's able to get a core, rather than looking at this blank map, I want to just real quick, and then I'm going to show you the hour by hour. I want to work out of the Tampa radar, the high resolution radar data that we have, and there it is. Okay, so this is the sign to us, and there's a lot of time. So here is the thing. Look at this. This is the most important thing here. We've got lightning in the eye wall. Lightning in tropical systems are hard to come by because they're warm core systems. There's a lot of warmer air. In order to get lightning, you need to have ice in the cloud, some hail in the cloud. That's what separates the charges to get that lightning strike to happen. Only when there's intense thunderstorms is when you get lightning in the eye wall. And we have our first strike here, and I think it might even be our first strike ever. So not the best look for this thing. I want to look at, we have some high resolution satellite imagery, the minute scan. We'll be able to really see what's going on with the clouds. I'm going to change that in just 1 second. Oh, I see my Adalia fake hurricane people are back. Awesome. Great. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let me... What goes east? Is this going to be Mezzo 1?
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Protein packed for strength and recovery. Orgain. It's real nutrition for real life.
Oops. All right, so let's just hang out. We're going to watch this. I don't know why that is not looping. Stand by. Last 2 hours. Whoops, it's going backwards. That was kind of cool to see the evolution here. Let me. Okay. All right, so there we go. That's what's going on, and now we have thunderstorms completely erupting around the center. So there is an eye right there. We're going to see, and really the thing that we're going to be watching for now over the next couple of hours as this comes on through is, will it clear its eye? When we see the eye clearing a little bit more, that is an indication that we're warming things up in the center. We have more sinking air in the center. That is a very, very healthy system. This, unfortunately, looks really, really healthy. And Human X2 on the News4JAX page, there are literally live cams all over the place showing it. So the hurricane is not fake. So thank you for that. Great question here. K-Trail, can anyone explain to me how pressure affects a storm? So when we're watching the pressure, when the pressure drops, the wind speed goes up. So the pressure's holding steady at 959. It dropped another millibar. And then I promise all my Jacksonville friends, we're going to get to you. Same for those watching in Gainesville. I just want to look at one thing here to see where, if that same Hurricane Hunter pass is happening. And there is, and geez, there it is. Okay, I'm going to get back. Here we go. So you can kind of see the progression here. And that yellow bar represents kind of the motion. So it was jogging to the northeast and then northeast. So the first pass, they found it at 962. The second pass, they found it also at 962. Then it was at 960 and then 959. So that's the thing. Now we're starting to see the pressure come down. It's been gradual. Now it looks like you might have a little bit more than gradual. And yeah, someone mentioned, David said healthy is an unfortunate word when it comes to hurricanes. Absolutely. You don't want to hear that a hurricane is healthy or that it looks healthy. It's breathing well. It's certainly gotten out all the dry air. So we mentioned at noon when we started the feed, that in order for a storm to form, when it has dry air still trying to get rid of it, it has to get rid of it first. And it looks like it has done that, unfortunately. Looks like, let's check this out here. We might have, all right, we have a tornado on the ground here in Georgia. When you see these things pop up purple, let's get to the Valdosta radar. We've got that high resolution data, and we're still in the outer reaches of it. It's kind of hard to tell from where we are, but this is going to be this area here. So for Telfair County, Georgia, a confirmed tornado on the ground. It's going to be in this general area right here. I'll draw this is the hook. And let me, there it is right there. Man, we're probably too far out to get in on to see if Sometimes when it's the debris is being lofted up, you can see that, but so there it is right there. Again, watching this closely, we'll put a tracker on this for you for our Georgia friends. Again, we have a tornado on the ground, and I mean, it's not good. Look at all this. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings in effect right now in Georgia. This is just north of Douglas. This is north of Valdosta. So we were talking about that high-end tornado threat for Georgia. Eventually, I'm going to go back to Tampa, the work out of the Tampa radar. Look at these. These are all supercell thunderstorms. So once these get on land, look at them all. These are all isolated supercells, a string of pearls. That's all going to lift in that direction. And I'm going to show you that now because I promised you guys a lot that I would show you the future radar so that we can give you a timeline on when this stuff actually gets here. So here's the deal. We're going to start this where we stand right now. That's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There we go at 5, and it's going to be about 5 o'clock where we get those things. So the future radar doing a really, really good job. So notice what I just highlighted out there, those supercells. There they are through the I-75 corridor east of Tampa, closer to Lakeland, Cape Coral. That's whenever these guys work on shore. For us in Jacksonville, still kind of quiet at that time. Into Albany, Valdosta, we still have some nasty thunderstorms rolling through. The center of Helene is still right there. Here's the shoreline. So we're still not at landfall just yet. We'll put this a little forward. We start to get in on some of those outer bands again in Jacksonville. This is going to be 6 to 8 o'clock tonight. That's when our rough weather starts to come through. So we're going to have to watch these guys for you into Palm Coast, Lakeside, St. Augustine, Palatka, Stark, Alachua, Gainesville in that time frame, Lake City. So really watching out. We'll get to South Carolina in just 1 second. Landfall projected about 8 to 9, maybe 10 o'clock tonight. These bands continue to come on through off of the Atlantic, so then watching for Savannah again, watching for Waycross, Douglas, pretty much where we have that tornado threat right now. We have another band coming through that could produce some tornadoes, although that threat should go down after about 8 or 9 o'clock. And then that's when the worst of the weather is coming, right around Perry. That looks to be like it's going to be the landfall site, kind of very, very close to where Idalia came on shore. This is going to be a lot worse than Idalia, though. I want to continue to make myself clear about that because the wobbles are going to happen. Regardless of if it's right where Idalia came on shore or just to the east or west, this is a much bigger storm than what Idalia was. We'll continue to go through that. A lot of people are still asking about we'll go forward for the future radar, and then we'll do more of what the storm's actually looking like. There's Albany, there's Macon, there's Augusta, Savannah, and then closing up into South Carolina. The storm center is right here. The worst of the wind is going to be to the northeast side of that, so that's where we can pop hurricane force gusts. Strong tropical storm force gusts are going to be possible in Atlanta. We'll go forward and slide up. We're going to really have to watch. These supercells are going to be no joke here. That's going to be 4 o'clock in the morning on Friday, so late night tropical tornadoes, not going to be a good thing for South Carolina into Augusta. So with everybody said, we'll check that out in a second. For everybody saying it's definitely going more east, it's in line with the forecast cone. So it's really, really critical that you know that it's not deviating or anything like that. Okay, so it's important to know that northeast motion was expected. Okay, Rolando is in timeout. I love this new feature from YouTube. You can put people in timeout. So if we start getting too many trolls here, we're going to put people in timeout. All right, so that is 5 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Really watching out for those tropical tornadoes. And then as we move into Charlotte, Raleigh, still those supercell thunderstorms are there. Look at all the heavy rain from Roanoke into Lexington, Asheville, Johnson City. If you're watching from those areas in the Appalachians, I cannot stress enough how catastrophic that flood event could be and likely will be. We're already seeing flooding going on in those areas, and add another foot to 2 feet of rain, man, it's going to be rough. It's a lot of water, and terrain is not a good thing, and we're already seeing the flooding. Some of these comments, man. My gosh. All right. And then Southeast Virginia, Virginia Beach, into eastern North Carolina, that threat will continue as well until we get into the latter stages of Friday before before all that. Okay, so let's get to the thing that we're watching here is what's actually happening in real time. I'm going to put this over the last hour. So, and this is what, let me get that off of there. You can kind of see what it's doing. So when everyone's talking about that east movement, it's a wobble, okay? And it kind of corrected already back. So it looked like it was going to go that way and then that way. So be careful with focusing on that. I mean, it was so bad that people thought that this was going to the east, that the Hurricane Center actually put out a tweet. They were like, guys, it's not going to the east. It's still following suit, right on with their forecast. So it's all that. Okay, so people in the wind speeds near Live Oak could top 100 miles an hour. To answer your question on Home Sweet Trailer on the News for Jax page. Orlando, Andre S. On the News for Jax page. We're talking about 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, and then the threat for tornadoes. That is really our main threat in Central Florida. It's going to get a little ugly whenever those downpours come on through, and then we will see things quiet down. This is really what we're watching for in Central Florida. All this stuff that is starting to develop right down in here. These outer bands that are pushing up and lifting up.
So good. Absolutely, yeah. I need to take a picture. I want that for you.
All right. Let's see. We're going to check in on... I had some questions about Tallahassee, too. Now, one of those wobbles may have helped. Do we still have, is that a new tornado warning? That's a new tornado warning for just to the west of Tallahassee, really northeast of Panama City. Let's get in there and dissect that real quick. I want to go to the velocity. There it is. right around Bluntstown. So this is the same cell that we've really been watching. It's right in through here. So alpha, sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, it might be alpha. Right in here is the rotation. Let me put a tracker on that for you. If I have anybody watching from Tallahassee or Panama City, really, okay, so I had a good question about asking power. Let me put a tracker on this for you. So chasing Willis in about 10 to 15 minutes. Make sure you're in your safe place. Again, you want to make sure that in this situation, innermost room, it sounds funny, but getting into your bathtub, if you have a bike helmet nearby, that's always a good thing to do, to have. I know it sounds funny, but putting a bike helmet on could literally save your life. Most people get seriously injured, or the fatalities occur from things hitting your head rather than getting sucked up by the tornado. So that is that. Okay, I'm going to... Try to pull up another I mean, cover your head. That's the biggest thing. Cover your head. A mattress, blankets, anything to protect you from anything that could be flying around. That's the big thing. Armando says that he rode out 92 Cat 5 Andrew in a bathtub with a futon. I mean, that's... again, at that point, you need to do what you need to do to make sure that you don't have stuff falling on you or flying and hitting you. We'll be talking about that a lot tonight for those that are sheltering in place in the Panhandle in Big Bend. But that's the thing. You might see one of those extreme wind warnings issued. Those are really only issued when you're talking about winds over 115 miles an hour. That could be a thing. I mean, right now, that would constitute for one of those warnings from the Weather Service, so we'll see if they do that. But again, it's not going to be pretty. Valdosta, Eric, could get 100 plus mile per hour winds tonight, so it's not looking great for them. Alrighty, guys, if you are just joining us, we're coming at you live on clickorlando.com, the News 6 weather, the News 6 YouTube channel, the News for Jack's YouTube channel, and the Just Weather channel. If you are new to any of those and you're interested in staying up to date on this storm and the rest of hurricane season, which does look like it's going to pop. We've been talking about that for weeks if you've been following the Just Weather channel. I know we said that in August. There's been a cap on the season. Unfortunately, it looks like that is going to lift off. There's a new development area as well that was just highlighted from the Hurricane Center. That one is going to bear watching for the eastern Gulf Coast as well, kind of born in the same area of what we're dealing with now in Helene. Trying to find that graphic to show you real quick before we start to get back into things. So there is the new area to watch. So we have Isaac out here, this little guy, way out in the middle of the North Atlantic. That's not going to help, or that's not going to hurt anybody. Maybe the Azores have to watch out for that. That's going in the other direction. There, of course, is our hurricane that continues to look healthier by the minute, unfortunately. And then we have this area down here that will need to be watched because there are indications that will lift up and then get into the eastern Gulf Coast as well. And then there's still this thing here that is likely going to become a system over the next few days. So there are a lot of things that we are watching still in the tropics. October is likely going to be the new September. The thing that was holding the hurricane season back is unfortunately lifting off, and that's something that we're going to be watching going forward. As for this, the best thing that we can watch to see the development here, we're going to go back to the Tampa radar. And look at this. Now, unfortunately, she is really cranking. Eye wall, well-defined, especially on the eastern side. Lightning, that one strike has turned to 3 strikes. And I mean, that might not see a lot if you live in Florida and you're dealing with the afternoon storms, but in a tropical system in the eye where it is really, really warm, that's starting to get impressive. We have the satellite popping up. This thing is going to start to, I think, rapidly intensify. Let's see where the Hurricane Hunter Pass is. Okay, so I'm going to bring up the other computer again. I'm going to show you guys. So this is a real-time look. It's going to be heading back into the center. So that little thing right here, that icon, that's where the plane is within the storm. This is on tropicaltidbits.com. Yeah, and that's so you mentioned about Tropical Tidbits. That's one of the reasons why it was kind of falling. It was having trouble last night because it was trying to bring in. It was not really an eye wall replacement cycle, but kind of, where it had an inner eye wall and an outer eye wall. And what happens is, in order for the storm to strengthen, you can't have competing eye walls. They need to collapse on itself, or they need to get a little tighter. I don't know. I think I just saw the eye wall is actually getting more organized as we speak. There's another lightning strike that has popped up within the eye, and it is.
Florida has a near total abortion ban, with no real exceptions for rape, incest, or the health of the woman. It bans abortion before many women even realize they are pregnant. The only way to stop the ban is to vote yes on 4. Amendment 4 is simple. It will protect the right to abortion in the Florida Constitution. Florida women should have the right to make their own healthcare decisions in consultation with their doctors and those they trust. Vote yes to give Florida women their rights back.
It's about 35 miles wide. So here's the deal with that. It's a double-edged sword. A bigger storm increases the impacts that are felt by people. It expands the wind field out. It Also, though, it puts it. Think of the ice skater from high school in physics class, or if you're an ice skater yourself, or do that. When you put your arms out wide, if you're doing the spin, I can't do that because I get dizzy. I can't even focus on the same point. I can't skate, first and foremost. But if you hold your arms out wide, you spin slow. That's kind of the deal with this. It's a slower intensification process, but the winds are wider. When you bring your arms in tight to your body, though, you spin fast. So if you watch Olympians in the Winter Olympics coming up, you'll see when they do this, they automatically start spinning much, much faster. So when you have a small eye like Wilma, like that thing was a pinhole eye, I think it was 6 miles across. That's the deal. Let's see, are they, looks like the Hurricane Hunter, or the Hurricane Center is now doing their hourly updates. Let me see, I think that's what they're doing now. They've started their hourly updates. Moving north-northeast at 20, still 9:59, 120. We'll get an update when that Hurricane Hunter passes. So that's the thing. It's the double-edged sword. If you have a small eye wall, it can really, really intensify, like a Charlie, like a Wilma. When it's bigger like this, it takes slower to intensify, but then it also is slower to weaken. This thing's going to be moving fast, and it's going to be very, very wide. That's why we're really concerned with inland areas like Valdosta. I had a lot of comments and questions about Valdosta on the News for Jack's page as well. We could have 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Look at what, let's show you Brevard County right now. This is Brevard County on the Space Coast, Port Canaveral. Again, so far away from the center, and we are talking about that thing, I mean, whipping around. That it is gusty. So that's a live look at Brevard County. Not raining right now. We are picking up those big-time wind gusts. That is a look at Daytona Beach, Florida. Looks like we're having some problems with it, and the wind might be getting to it a little bit. We'll go back to Daytona Beach again. That's going to be on the bottom. Ethan, my friend, it could. The thing of it is that this was all expected. So everything that you've seen in the forecast that we've provided leading up to this, nothing has really gone unchanged. So we expected it to be a big storm. We expected it to make landfall somewhere in the northern central Big Bend area. So really, that's what we're really watching, and that's what we're really seeing. So there's been no major changes to this forecast going forward. So that's important to note. That is really, really important to note. I wanted to show you some live cams that we have going on. Tallahassee up top. We have St. Mark's Lighthouse. That's in the Big Bend area. And then we also have the western side of Appalachia Bay. I want to try to get you some more live cams here so you can monitor what is going on in this situation. We also have our reporter, Eric Sandoval. He is in Perry. He's on right now. I'm going to let you listen in real quick because I work on some things on the stream.
Hall is still working to make repairs from the first hurricane that hit last year, and that was Hurricane Idalia. Of course, he's hoping, Helene loses her steam a little bit, but it doesn't look like that's happening. We're live in Perry. Eric Sandoval, Getting Results News 6.
It looks like she's gaining steam right now.
Eric, thank you. Yeah, she's now at Cat 3, or it is now a
If you want to see more of that coverage and you're in the greater Central Florida area, we are going to be on for a while as we watch things, unfortunately, ramp up. You can tune into Channel 6, WKMG, if you're in the greater Central Florida area. If you don't have News 6 Plus and you're outside of the greater Central Florida area, we got you covered there, too. It's a free download on your smart TV, all that stuff. Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV, whatever TVs they make these days. You're good to go. We got you covered, and you can download that for free and watch that before. Okay, RDove is reporting that Cedar Key is starting to get waves on shore. Alrighty, guys. So as we are watching things really start to ramp up, of course, look at how many lightning strikes are in this thing now. We went from one to now we are exploding with the lightning strikes in the northeast eye wall. So we're going to wait and see. There's a new Hurricane Hunter aircraft, or it's the same one in there. It's going to be flying into the center to try to find what's going on, but the hurricane force winds are not far off the Tampa coast right now. They're flying through some of those nasty thunderstorms. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hop off for just a little bit. I'm going to keep this stream live. So do me a favor, post in the comments where you're tuning in from. If you have any questions, I'm going to try to look through that. I'm just going to go get a drink. I'm going to re-fire up some of these live cams that we have across Central Florida, refresh some of those, and then we're going to talk back. So come with questions, stay on the stream. Again, we're going to keep this stream live through at least midnight tonight, and possibly even longer than that as we watch this thing come ashore somewhere along the Big Bend later on this evening. So stay with us. If you're watching on the News 6 WKMG channel, hop on over to News 6 Plus or to News 6 itself. We have you covered there. We have coverage through the rest of the evening over there. News for Jax will be right back as well, and then on the Just Weather page, do that. So if you guys are just finding us for the first time and you love weather, if you're on the Just Weather channel or any other YouTube channel, do me a favor, hit that subscribe button, give this live feed a thumbs up. We're going to provide you live coverage for the rest of the evening with live cameras across the state of Florida, and with the radar and some expert meteorological analysis as this thing comes on shore. We're going to have meteorologist David Nazario on the feed as well a little bit later on this afternoon and evening, so we're going to keep this rolling as well through the evening, and again, post-landfall, as that threat does not stop there. So again, just keep it here. We got you guys covered. Just going to take a short break. I'm going to have the countdown rolling so you know when we're coming back and everything like that, but I'm going to work on getting some more cameras into the system so that you guys can see what is going on as this storm continues to lift up into the Big Bend area and the outer bands roll through the Florida Peninsula. We'll see you soon, guys. Keep commenting. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being part of the live coverage. Really appreciate you all. Stay safe. Make sure you're listening to your local officials. We're back in about 30 minutes. What's going on, guys? Meteorologist Jonathan Kegas back with you on the live stream after a short break. Just try to gather everything, all the information that we can look at here and give you guys some extra cameras to look at real quick. You can already see some of the storm surge flooding going on in Horseshoe Beach right now. These cameras are courtesy of WeatherStem, all the weather data and the cameras that we are going to be showing for you today when we get into the real-time wind gusts and things like that. That's going to be coming at you from our friends at WeatherStem, a great weather resource for these live cameras and things like that we can bring to you today. Here is the look, and this is exactly what that storm surge flooding is. This is going to be in, let me just double check my spot here. This is going to be, Cedar Key is right here. So this view here is from Cedar Key. Certainly can see some of the water coming back up. And we have another view from Collier, Florida, and Bayview Park. That is going to be right here. This is the Collier Bayview Park view that we were showing you. We're going to have these continuous cameras rolling with you through the duration of the event as we get closer to landfall. And then here's where we have Horseshoe Beach. Again, some of that flooding coming into Horseshoe Beach. Again, there's the ocean, the Gulf of Mexico, and then coming up over some of the protection there. So if you live there or know anybody that's there, again, that's exactly what we call storm surge. And again, that is way, way, way prior to the storm actually getting there. What's going on, buddy? My friend Terrence, thanks for hopping back on the stream. We're never leaving. Yeah, and that's a good point. It just seems to be like this whole area. It's this last thing Horseshoe and Steinhatchee need is another surge like this. And this one could be even worse than that, unfortunately, because of everything being east loaded and the size and the speed at which this is coming in. There have been some crazy radar developments here, and we'll check to see the progress of that Hurricane Hunter. When we last checked, it was heading back to the core of the system. But look at the lightning that really exploded over the 25 minutes that we were getting those new cameras in for you guys. We had at one point 55 lightning strikes in the eye. It is explosively developing its eye wall and wrapping it all around. So the last time we talked, notice how the red and yellow around the eastern side of the eye were not as prolific and certainly not as big. Now it's wrapping all the way around. So depending upon what the hurricane hunters find, well, I mean, that whole southwest side could be closed off. We just can't see it because the radar doesn't go that far out. So going to be interesting to see what they find. It looks like they went to the core and then kind of bounced back around. So was they're looking at something else in there? Here is the depiction of the hurricane hunters from Tropical Tidbits. Very anxious to see once. It looks like that might actually... That's how far the center has moved. So that's the deal. So they have found the center. We'll get another marker there, that yellow marker, in just 1 second. But where my mouse is, there's the plane. That is the center of the storm. And you see these bright wind barbs up here, the purple. Those are the super, super strong winds on the east side of the storm at flight level. And then where they go calm, it's calm in the eye of the storm. And then we will, again, see the stuff there eventually fill in. So it's going to be interesting when they make that drops on those instruments that they drop in the middle of the eye to see what the pressure is, because it has been some time, and we'll see if it's significantly lower than 959. That's again where we last left off when we were checking in with the system. So, which was about 25 minutes ago. So it depends upon where you're talking about. Is there any danger of water spouts, and if so, how dangerous are they compared to a tornado? So essentially, what we're looking at here with these supercell thunderstorms on the outer bands of the storm, a water spout is just a tornado that's over water. They're going to be developed by the same process. Water spouts that you see sometimes out in the middle of the ocean or coming on shore when it's a relatively nice day, or over the Great Lakes, if anybody's tuning in from the Great Lakes region. Those are built by different mechanisms and really don't cause a lot of damage, and a lot of times they don't even come on shore. But what we're going to be dealing with today are actual tornadoes over water, which is a water spout until it comes on land, and they can be very, very dangerous. They spin up quick, they dissipate quick, but they do damage in the middle there. So we're going to be watching for that closely all up and down the coast. And then we're going to continue to watch this Hurricane Hunter recon pass. Yeah, and we can actually, we're going to do a timeout. All right, so we put Teresa in a 10-minute timeout. That's super childish, but I do love that. I do love that option on YouTube, so we can kind of clean this chat up a little bit and talk about the weather, whether it be hopefully that you find this information helpful, and or you're just interested in weather and meteorology and just the impacts to people here. We're going to be doing that. Okay, Christine just said she lost power in Bradenton. Here's the deal in Bradenton. We're starting to get in on these guys. Look at this. Okay, so these are the supercells that we're talking about. To the point of, name is escaping me, who we just pulled up. Sorry about that, but that's a big supercell. That's a big supercell. Let's check the motion of this, because if this is going to get close. Yeah, so heads up in Sarasota and Bradenton. Let's get out of the Tampa radar. At least that's our closest that we can check. Some really nasty spinning cells out there, and that's going to run the risk again through the next couple of hours. If you're watching from the greater Central Florida area, we're based out of Orlando, so that's when you can see us on the news. But it's this band that's eventually right here going to slide inland like this. So Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Polk County, Osceola, Brevard, Orange, Lake, Sumter, Marion. Like, that's our main risk for this system in interior Central Florida. We're talking about, obviously for the Panhandle and Big Bend region, a major Category 3 hurricane, and we're waiting to see here. I think that it looks like. Okay, Ethan says, what's going on with the eye? It looks like it's still growing. I mean, this thing is it looks like it's going to strengthen into right on into landfall, unfortunately. That was the forecast. It's still on track. We also have another tornado warning up here. I like do the squirrel thing a lot, so just post in the comments if I'm bouncing around too much. But I just noticed that tornado warning and just want to give everybody a heads up here. Mariana, Florida, Chipley, Florida, that's just to the west of Mariana. Jackson County, Florida, until 4:15. Tornado warning in effect. And again, so we're already seeing this, and like the storm's not even there yet. So that's going to be the real issue kind of going forward here, is going to be these supercell thunderstorms really starting to crank up as well. Speaking of crank up, this is on the Atlantic side. This is Port Canaveral, Brevard County. That is a tropical storm right there, and we're so far away from the center that we're going to be able to get those tropical storm force winds. The storm is just so large, but some big time gusty winds there at Port Canaveral in Brevard County along the Space Coast. Shout out to our friends in Brevard. We're also watching some of this the storm surge flooding that is coming in. This is Horseshoe Beach. The camera froze on me. I'm going to try to reset that. But nonetheless, that is what we have kind of going on there. Already coming up into Horseshoe Beach. Of course, you may remember with Idalia, we had some big-time flooding in Horseshoe Beach. This is from the storm surge coming in, and the same kind of deal here, and that's what we're looking at in terms of that situation. Let's see here. Let's refresh some of these, see if we can get them to play live again. As you might imagine, sometimes the connectivity is a little, when you're in a situation like this where you got the wind blowing everywhere. So that's the tornado warning again. That's going to be to the west of Tallahassee. Again, there are our live cameras brought to you by WeatherStem. I'm going to try to get them in motion again. Stand by. That is a good question. Where is Horseshoe Beach? Well, I'll show you. Let me get back to the screen here with the cameras, and we're going to go find Horseshoe Beach. It is going to be into the Big Bend on the eastern side of the Big Bend. Got to pull up my other display so that we can zoom out of the radar so I can show you on the map. Horseshoe Beach is over here. If I can get it to pop up. There it is right there. So we'll put a little marker, Horseshoe Beach. Okay, it's not going to stay there, but it's about right there. So, I mean, we're getting that storm surge flooding, and we're talking about the storm being 160 miles away from where that position is, where we're talking about the storm surge already coming ashore. So all that stuff. Yeah, I'm getting some questions about Jacksonville and Orlando. It looks nice and quiet out there now, and it is. And this was to be expected. If you were paying attention to this, and I hope that you were watching WKMG News 6 if you were in the greater Central Florida area, we have been talking about this the whole time. This wasn't going to be an all-day rain or an all-day tropical event. That this was going to be banding features, these outer bands coming in where it would look a little gnarly at times. It would back off for several hours, and then we get another push of one of these outer bands sliding through. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. We have another one of those bands just coming on from the Atlantic side, so we're going to have to watch.
I have to tell you guys about our Skims bras. I always found bras to be so uncomfortable and constricting. It would be the first thing I would take off when I got home, but we changed that. Our bras are designed for all-day comfort with the most innovative technology and the softest fabric to give you the best shape while feeling like you're wearing nothing at all. The search for the perfect bra is over. Skims offers a total system of bra solutions for every need and style, and Skims bras are available in over 60 sizes. Get yours now at skims.com.
It's this band here. This is a nasty band of supercells that is lighting up. And then also now we have lightning on, I think this is 356. Yeah, so the radar is not we have more lightning showing up on the southeast side of Helene. So that's what we have going on there. We don't like to see lightning in the eye wall. It means it's getting mean, so to speak. It's trying to take advantage, and it is taking advantage of all that the environment and the ocean are giving it. I want to bring up the visible satellite imagery, and that really is going to tell the story. And look at that over the last few frames. I'll let that play again. It should loop back around. So there you go. Okay, so here's the thing. We just got the 4 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center. The wind speed unchanged. Look at the pressure. The pressure is now down to 951. At 3 o'clock, it was at 959. So we've now dropped 8 millibars in the last hour. This thing is about to really, really strengthen. It's not good as well. We also notice, watch as this loops again, you're going to notice this area and this area, and you can really see that coming to fruition. We call those dueling cumulonimbus clouds. A lot of times that is a precursor of rapid intensification. They may show up better on the infrared. So let me go back to the infrared here and see what we can see. And you can really notice, let me get that track off, or that pass track off there, and then change the timeline. This is going to be over the last 2 hours. So you'll probably notice some big purple thing. There's one little purple blotch right there. And the visible, just, I mean, it's now your textbook. You have this big, also white area hanging out across the wall, across the eye wall, and it's opening its eye. That is clearly now its eye. And again, look at where it's headed. It is completely still on track. So those whole things about it going east that we were talking about before, completely nonsense. Okay, so here we go. Troll of the hour goes to Sheridan. The storm surge never happens, I swear. Evacuate an entire area for nothing. It's crazy. Okay, so it's actually already happening, and the storm is 100 miles away. So Sheridan, congratulations. You are the troll of the 4 o'clock hour. Here's the storm surge flooding in Horseshoe Beach, and again, it is 160 miles away from where that place, where Horseshoe Beach is actually located. So that is why they issue those things. They issue the storm surge warnings. They issue the evacuation warnings. If it wobbles to the east a little bit, then you're okay on the western side from storm surge. But again, you can't take that choice because, or you can't wait out that long because it's going to be too late to get out because the storm surge will already be there to be that completely accurate. So anyway, I don't know, Evan. We should try to come up with something, though. We should try coming out with something. More questions again. If it shifted east, I'll show you the track, and we're going to get a brand new track in an hour, probably in about 45 minutes. That'll be their 5 o'clock advisory. So again, let me see. Let me look to see if they actually had drops on data. Yep. So that's why they were able to do that. So that was the drops on from the thing. So that's the. So Clinton's asking, what can we expect the pressure to be realistically? I mean, probably 930s. Probably 930s. That's where a lot of the hurricane models were running in. We can check to see the latest. I've not looked at the latest hurricane models in a while since we've been live streaming, but we can do that together. We can bring them up and see if what they have done. So stand by real quick. So anytime you're looking at these models, my name is Jonathan, by the way. My name is Jonathan. Oh, my guy, Brig Commander. Good to see you, buddy. It's been a while. All right, so let me get you to the other screen. Anytime you're looking at, you got to see how the model is initializing, and this is, I believe, still the 18, or this is the 12Z. The 18 has not come out yet. Where do we stand now? We're at 1820. So we are right there. So at this point of the game, the model was expecting it to be 944. We're not there yet. Actually, hold on. Scratch that. I lied. It's not going by. Yeah, so that's 5 o'clock. It was expecting it to be at 944. At 2 o'clock, it was expecting it to be at 954. So we're running a little bit behind the forecast, at least from the HAFS-B model, which is one of the specialized newer hurricane models, and it has it coming ashore as a 948. So, I mean, it has it kind of filling up a little bit. So what, we're at 951, maybe, I mean, I guess somewhere in the upper 930s, 940s, probably there. Unless it's going to go nuts over the last couple of hours. It probably has about 4 or 5 hours to landfall. An anonymous nobody on the WJXT page, News4Jax, continues to bring up a good point about we got to watch for how wide it is too, because again, it's not just going to be this. I mean, look how big it is, and I mean those tropical storm force winds are nuts. For those that haven't been paying attention to the actual track, we'll take a look. Again, we're going to get a brand new one of these at 5 o'clock tonight. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with their up most of the Florida Peninsula, including the Keys, into Gainesville, Ocala. And expect this. I mean, it's still right on schedule to come in somewhere in between Greenpoint, Apalachicola, and Perry. So that is where, and nothing has really deviated from that track. It has continued to look like for days that this was going to be, Yeah, at 5 o'clock. So, Rana, to answer your question on the WJXT page, 5 o'clock we'll get that new track from the National Hurricane Center. Typically, when you're talking about tropical tornadoes, they're generally EF0 to EF2. That's the general sense anyway. Beryl produced some really, really strong ones in Texas this year. Lowest pressure, at least in the Atlantic, was 882. That was Wilma. That was a ridiculous. So that one was nuts. That holds most records in the Atlantic Basin for intensity. Hurricane Wilma. Okay, and it looks like Teresa is going back on the timeout. All right, we're going to do a 30 minute. Yeah, they really have been. The European was the worst one, especially early on. But, I mean, really, it has looked like Big Bend since, last Friday? So, it's incredible. It's incredible, the forecast and all that stuff. And, I mean, again, if you were watching the videos last week on this channel, and if you're interested in more weather content, hit subscribe for me. I would really appreciate that. And if you are enjoying and finding this content helpful and any kind of preparations or updates, please consider subscribing and hit that thumbs up button so YouTube pushes out to more people so that they can get some credible information. You got it. Thank you, Alexa. Hope you and your family are doing well. Why is the track from the hurricane model you mentioned just a few minutes ago further east in the National Hurricane Center model? I don't think it was that. Let's pull that back up again. So it really isn't. That is kind of right on the money there. hugging the right side of the cone. So it's still within that. It's in that wobble period. So that's why, and again, that is just one model. That's why, it's so frustrating sometimes when you're talking about forecasting these things, is because people will show one model and then it gets everybody in a tizzy, and then it doesn't come into fruition like that. So that's why, at this stage in the game, obviously major impacts are coming to the Big Bend. We're still trying to figure out, okay, where does it wobble? And those are kind of impossible to tell once they get that. If this model that I'm showing you here were to come into fruition like this, Tallahassee would be getting a rough afternoon and evening, but certainly a little bit better than what it would if it was on the left side of that. Because if it's on the right side of the track, that'll at least take you out of the strongest of the winds. Remember, the strongest winds are going to be east loaded. Hey, what's going on? He should be on here within the next hour or so. I was just talking to him. He's almost done with his stuff. Landfall is going to be about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, in that ballpark. Yeah, and I found that super, super crazy. I've never seen them do that before, that they put out a post because they saw so much of it going around that this thing was shifting crazy east. Yeah, and Neil, I would have to, that's what I would think. I think it's just going to come in just to the right of Tallahassee, just to the east of Tallahassee. I'm with you there. So that's the thing. I like this model did very, very well that I'm going to show you here. This is our in-house model. But this one, let's see. This one has it just to the east of Tallahassee, and I'll zoom in on the landfall site. We can go over the future radar too, because we just so that we can see just for impacts for everybody. You are correct. Next NHC update is coming in at 5 o'clock, and that's going to be a big one because not only will we get the update on the pressure of the storm, and we're going to get an update on the track and if they're going to increase the intensity, which I'm sure that they will, because it's already I'm sorry, I did not see, I did not, if they can post that question again, I did not see that user. There's a lot of comments coming in, which I appreciate. Keep them coming. This has been a great live chat. For the most part, there's the bad apples, as they say. But we knew that was coming. All right, so then here we go. Let me back this train up. There are those nasty supercells that are coming through. And that's kind of an updated timeline. So I think this is now the fresh model here. It's these guys, these isolated. Look at this. 7 o'clock tonight. Spring Hill, Bayonet Point, Tarpon Springs, Tampa, St. Pete, Bradenton, Sarasota, Port Charlotte. Nasty supercells. That's going to continue toward the kind of towards the Orlando area by 8, 9 o'clock. And then we'll try to wind things down. But in terms of landfall, again, this is going to be the update here. Tallahassee's just in. Just in that marker. Or just in the center. So Perry, and that's where I think landfall is going to end up being, right around Perry or just to the west of So that's gonna. And that's terrible because we just had Idalia do that. Hey, I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you so much for doing that, and welcome to the team. Again, we talk a lot of weather here. That's why the channel is Just Weather. And if you're watching from the News for Jack's channel and WKMG, welcome as well. Keep posting your comments. If you have any questions, post them in. I'm watching all 3 feeds that this is coming on today, and we're doing that. All right, a question about the storm surge, the expected storm surge. I will show you the update to that. Got to find my storm surge graphic here real quick. I have so many graphics loaded up in this computer. It's around here somewhere. It's just like when I don't know if you guys are tab people. I say this a lot. But it's kind of like having a bunch of tabs open because there's so much information to share, and I want to just have it ready. Okay, so here's the latest surge, and it has not changed much. So I don't know. I don't know where exactly you were looking for, but I mean, we already have, it looks like, some pretty significant stuff coming into Horseshoe Beach and Cedar Key. Cedar Key is the far bottom live feed there from WeatherStem, and then Horseshoe Beach is the second one down. And all that stuff. That model was called the Barron 3 kilometer. So it's a contract with where we get our weather data from. So it's another weather company that provides weather data. So you're not going to be able to find that kind of publicly like you can with the Euro or the GFS or some of those other government run ones. So there's the surge, expected surge. I mean, 9 to 12 feet is crazy. And then where the storm comes ashore, and again, putting the surge right here, this is where it's expecting the center to come, because the worst of the surge is going to be right here at about 12 to 15 feet. There's room for a little bit higher as well. Who are we talking about? I'm sorry. It's hard to keep up with all the comments. Who are we talking about blocking? Because I'll get in there and make sure that happens. So a lot of people saying power outages coming back. So Georgia's not going to take a direct. Well, they will, part of it anyway. Let me show you the future radar again for Georgia. You guys are going to be in an interesting situation because I mean it's not going to weaken much, the storm, but here we go. All this strong storms or all this strong wind is on the eastern side. And we're going to have to watch for those supercells right along the coast from about Savannah all the way up into the South Carolina, North Carolina border. Those are all still supercell thunderstorms coming through. So it's that's going to be kind of a rough night there watching for that. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that. My bad. I read that in Georgia. Sorry. I read Georgia. My bad. So that's going to be a much different story. We actually had a live feed from there in Franklin County last night. I had it up. It went out earlier today, but that's going to be. I mean, if it comes, let's see. According to this model, it's better than what. But again, wobbles matter. You're in the eye wall there. I mean, that's some nasty stuff coming on shore there. So just. If it wobbles a little bit further to the east, you get out of the really, really nasty stuff. Northwest Ocala, we're talking about 50 to 65 mile per hour winds. Joe, we're looking good right now, my friend, in north of Orlando. It'll be into that, I think, 6 to 8 o'clock time frame that we're going to be really watching for the potential for some tornadoes before things wind back down again. So we're going to keep that. We're going to keep that right on schedule there into that time frame. I want to show you. We're getting a lot of questions or a lot of comments about the power outages. And look at all the power outages already from the gusty winds. I mean, so 12,000. It looks like in Hillsborough, Pinellas. 16,000. There's a lot of power outages already. And I mean, this thing is really just getting going. And you're going to see all of this, I think. I mean, this is going to be the main corridor for power outages tonight. Jennifer, that's a hard question to ask. I'm not exactly sure where you're at in Polk. And I'm not sure if your local officials recommended it, then yes, I would. Otherwise, I don't think that we're going to be getting into the hurricane force stuff, and you should be okay. Because I've not heard, unless I've missed it, of any local law enforcement going around and asking people to leave their mobile homes in like the greater Central Florida, Orange County, Kissimmee. Look at that power outage map just updated. Now 5,000 people without power in Polk County. So like this is the thing, is that we were never talking about things being crazy in the Florida Peninsula, but it doesn't have to be crazy to lose the power. And that's what we're going to be dealing with. And remember, we have a lot of power crews on standby. We were talking about that earlier in the live stream when we started this off at noon. So 70 mile per hour gust in Charlotte County. Let's check to see.
At 5:30,
I'm just going to check. Okay, so another good question here. So it doesn't. It's within the cone. And this is the one thing that gets difficult every single time because it's right within the cone. So the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center, let me pull that back up here. We're going to get a new track at 5. But there it is. There's Perry. So it's got the center right here to right here. Or right here. Remember, the cone is to really show the uncertainty of those wobbles because those are basically unpredictable. So if it comes up the middle, if it comes up the right, Tallahassee gets the worst of the weather. If it goes into the middle, then we're talking about Thomasville getting the worst, Monticello getting the worst of the weather. And then if it comes up on the right-hand side, then we're talking about Perry getting in on the worst side of the weather. So again, to be clear, that model had it coming ashore right about here. And I'll show you that again. So it's not different from the Hurricane Center forecast at all. I think you might see the cone be more like this at 5 o'clock. Probably more like this. But nonetheless, that's where that's what we're looking at. So again, it's not much different. Pasco County, very windy, no rain yet. And it looks like we've kind of observed those tropical storm conditions throughout a lot of inland central Florida. So this is actually not true. It's look at the hurricane warning. So this was a good time to make that statement, which isn't correct. Look how far inland those hurricane warnings extend. This is a pretty big rarity and a pretty big area for a hurricane warning, because the storm is going to be moving very, very fast, and it's also going to be very, very big. So it's going to be able to maintain hurricane intensity for a lot of time inland. So we're talking about hurricane conditions into Macon, into Douglas, into Valdosta. I mean, if it comes in right here and goes up, it's still 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts going to be possible. I have a question on the JXT channel about Clay County. I mean, we're gonna be closer to the thick of it again. So we're talking 75, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yeah, we were watching this guy earlier. That's a good point. Let's go back and check on that, because that was a nasty, nasty cell out over the water. So let me turn back to Tampa radar, and we're gonna go investigate that thing. We'll see. Look at this thing near Venice. I mean, there's a couple of them. Like, you can just tell just by looking at it. All right, we also have a tornado warning for Volusia County. So we were talking about that line coming through. I may have to run out to help out the weather team on this cut-in. We're going to have to break into programming we're already on programming on News 6. But here is the tornado warning now. This is going to be for Volusia County until 4:45. So let me just stand pat for a second. And just bear with me for 1 second, and I will be right back. Alrighty, guys. So I'm gonna keep the stream rolling. I'm gonna put the stream actually on our News 6 broadcast. If you're watching in the greater Central Florida area as well, around Orlando, Daytona Beach, the land where we have the hurricane warning. We had somebody from Casadega on there before. That's where we have a tornado warning through Orange City, Lake Helen into Daytona. I'm just going to put the velocity mode on here back on the Melbourne radar. We've got that rotation right in through there. So just real quick, I'm going to going to call out a few streets in Osteen, Doyle Road again, Cortland Boulevard, Fort Smith Boulevard, Howland Boulevard, Saxon Boulevard. Again, make sure you guys are in your safe place. If you're watching from Volusia County, I'm going to put on our actual live stream right now that we have going on News 6. So we're going to cover this tornado warning in Volusia County in full. We're also going to watch in the Sarasota area. We had a nice big rotation before. That's why we have this kind of thing popping up. This, when you see that yellow cylinder, that's the computer picking up on the rotation as well. So we've got that. No warning for that just yet, but that's going to be a big heads up in Laurel, Florida, and Sarasota, Florida, to keep an eye on that cell. And we're going to be watching this closely. Again, tornado warning for the next 15 minutes for Volusia County. So I'm going to take a break for 15 minutes. Not really a break. I'm going to run into the studio, help out our chief meteorologist, Candace Campos, who you are going to see in just 1 second. She's going to take it from here for the next 15 minutes. I'm going to be helping her in the studio. Stand by, guys. I'll be right back. Make sure you guys are staying safe and have a way to get your warnings right now.
This for areas just north of Bowdoin, south and east of areas of Lake Helen. So if you're watching us from Seminole County, this is the zone that we are watching. Let me try to zoom in here, try to get some, this is Osteen. Areas in just north of Osteen, all this residential area here is the main zone for what could become a confirmed tornado on the ground. As of now, this is Doppler indicated. We have not heard of any reports in that area, but you can see whatever rotation there is, if there is a confirmed tornado on the ground, there is just tons of rain right now falling in and around the area, and that is talking about rain wrapped. So when we talk about rain wrapped, basically, if it is pouring rain, you don't even notice that there is a tornado there, just because it just looks like a lot of rain falling at the same time. So that's one of the concerns that we have when it comes to tropical tornadoes. The one is that they move very quickly. Two, they come in and out pretty fast. And the third is if they're wrapped in with a lot of that rain, it's just very hard to see. So if you're watching us from areas of Lake Helen, Orange City, this is the zone that this circulation is going to be going. The advisory extends all the way up through DeLand, Glenwood, DeLeon Springs, Cypress, Lake Estates. And something you'll notice as we continue to get some of these tornado warnings issued is that a lot of these polygons stretch very far northward because it's trying to catch the northern, how fast everything is moving to the north as we continue to watch this spiral go on. So again, we are talking about a tornado warning that is in effect for Volusia County until 4:45 for areas of DeLand, Lake Helen, Orange City, Deltona. I feel like areas south of Deltona and east, and then I should say west there in Orange City, will have a little bit less of a threat as a
All right, so if you're in the greater central Florida area, certainly in Volusia County, and you want to stay updated on this tornado warning, we're going to bounce around the state again. But tune in to News 6 or News 6 Plus on your TV. You can pop us up on the phone if you want to keep the YouTube stream going as well. Kind of have that dual screen thing rocking and rolling. As we're going to bounce around one more time, I'm just going to get in here and do some street level stuff. We're going to go back to the Melbourne radar. That's what we're going to work out of, but some very nasty thunderstorms right around, let's see, this is going to be closer to Osteen right now. That's where we were before. This is very broad rotation. It's not as impressive into...
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For Volusia County, we're going to look at the actual radar, and like all of these guys are going to have to be watched eventually because they all have that kind of kidney bean shape, that look. Okay, live off Howland in Deltona. Okay, we'll go back into Deltona. And I'm not 100% sure where Howland is. I know I just called it out, but let me put back on the velocity. I remember where. There it is. So here's Howland again. This is the broad rotation right here. So Howland goes towards I-4. Sorry for all the bounce around. I want to just... pretty serious. If you're really outside and not being sarcastic, take it seriously. And somebody just mentioned on the JXT feed, too, brought up a good point. With all the rain that we've had over the past couple of weeks, it's not going to take as much wind as we normally would see to knock down trees and power lines and things like that. I'm going to see if we can find... Okay, I was just trying to find if there was a camera in that area. Don't have one right there. Okay, yeah, Weather Service also saying about the broad rotation that we mentioned. So they're still going to continue the warning for the next 10 minutes now. This is scheduled to expire at 4:45. So in Columbia and Suwannee County, it's going to get a little rough a little bit later. Wind gusts greater than hurricane force. I believe we're in the hurricane warning. Let me pull up the cone to show you that, because I've got the warnings overlaid on that. And we're about, I would say, anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes away from... 10 to 20 minutes away from getting that new update from the National Hurricane Center to see if they increase the rotation, the wind speed anymore. Whoops, sorry about that, guys. Well, there's your impacts for Flagler County. Wind gusts 30 to 45 miles an hour. That tornado threat still going to be there, and rainfall 1 to 3 inches. So there's at least that. If you were interested in Flagler County, we're going to go here because it's going to pop up the watches or the warnings. Yeah, so there you go. You're officially in that hurricane warning right here, I believe. There's Columbia and Suwannee. So hurricane warnings, I mean, you guys can expect wind gusts over 75 miles an hour, and it might even be over 100 miles an hour. It's for 3 and making a run for 4. We're gonna see if it was able to hit Category 4 status. Hopefully not, but at this point it doesn't matter. It's so close to coming ashore. I mean, look at it now. It almost has that super, super deep thunderstorm activity all completely around. So, I mean, it is, you can see that spiral right there, and the thunderstorms just blossoming in that area. So it's, yeah, I mean, it's trying. It's trying. And I mean, the only, thankfully last night, it didn't have its act together over the even warmer, over the warmer waters. I mean, they're still really warm right there, but they were a little bit deeper, a little bit further down south. You can see that on the infrared imagery. Really blowing up. I think the only spot, it's likely closed, but okay, Charlotte County. So that's what we were, that might be the cell that we were looking at before. The rotation also, by the way, in Volusia County has retightened back up again. So when you see them touching like this, so let's get real deep in here and see about real close. Lake Pearl, geez. Damascus Road, Sandy Trail, Old Sawmill Road, Oak Apple Trail, Previtt Avenue, right towards I-4. It's getting DeLand, Highlands, Cypress Lake Estates, north DeLand, just north of Lake Helen. So want to make sure you're in a safe place there, but the rotation has come back and has tightened up a little bit. Okay, yeah, so this was the one that we were watching. And there's actually 2 here. So you can kind of see the shear. So right around Schaefer, Minnesota Key, New Point, Comfort, Grove City. Make sure that you're in your safe place here if you're watching from Charlotte County. Again, these ones are a little more impressive than the ones that we're watching in Volusia County right now. And this coming ashore pretty much right on schedule. We also have one that is unwarned right now. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, big time supercell thunderstorm. They need to get a warning on here now. This is the most impressive one. No warning just yet, but if you're tuning in from the northern side of Sarasota County, Florida, just east of Sarasota, right around Fruitville, make sure that you're in your safe place. I'm almost positive that they're going to issue a warning on that thing. Let me get into their chat room, into the Weather Service chat to see if they're talking about it. I'm sure they are, because that looks ugly. That's the most impressive storm of the day in these outer bands of Helene that are really starting to push through. And anytime you see on our computer here, we have that cylinder that pops up. That's the computer highlighting where it thinks the rotation is. And I mean, it's right on the money. Right on the money. And again, that's our in-house data product, our Barron data provider. I had some couple of people ask about what radar we're using, and this is the Barron radar. And you can see the rotation right there, the greens and the reds. There's no tornado warning on it. I don't know why. That's the most impressive cell of the day. And I see it too. It's even detecting on right up on the legend there where it says moderate, strong, extreme. It's detecting strong shear. It's even stronger than the 2 cells that we have going on near Englewood and into Charlotte, northern Sarasota County. So let me just go in there. It looks like it went. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. right around Fordville. Again, make sure that you're in your safe place. It's still picking up. The computer is on the strong rotation. We're looking at it right here, just on the raw velocity plot. I was going to say, maybe I don't have the warnings turned on here, but they're clearly on. All right, it looks like we also got the new advisory in. Let's check on that. So now 125. So now we are on the cusp of Category 4 status. 130 starts that. And I mean, it is mean. So here's the latest track. Okay, so they're keeping it at a 125 right now, and then it looks like landfall at about 125. So they're not expecting much more intensification in this. But there we go again. So they have, I mean, remember we had the line here, so they shifted nudged the easternmost part of that cone over a little bit. That's the easternmost portion of the cone. It moved like that much. But again, that's right in line with the model that I've been showing you, with landfall projected about right in here. And that would unfortunately put Perry there, and we're already seeing the flooding in Cedar Key and Crystal River, Horseshoe Beach. Big time storm surge flooding already. Yeah, you know, they didn't. I'm kind of surprised they didn't bring it back, just because we're only 5 miles away from it, and it looks like it's trying to do more on radar and on satellite. So yeah, I mean, at this point, it's 125 versus 130 or 135 is not going to make much difference. In all honesty, it's all bad. We don't want any of it. Okay, so Sue just mentioned we live in Englewood. The phones just went off. We're going to go take you back down to Englewood since we have... So there it is right there. Let me make sure I'm on the Tampa radar. And yeah, make sure that you're in your safe place, because if there's going to be a tornado with this, it's going to be hanging out right in here, okay? We'll check that on the velocity thing. The velocity is a little further over. Sometimes it doesn't update right away. But if you're familiar with... I don't have the streets to pop up because we're out of the Central Florida area, so I don't have the street level stuff like I do right in to get the names of the streets to pop up. But if you're on the east side of Englewood, I'm not exactly sure where you are, but okay, we got a new update. Now it's kind of north of Englewood, so there it is right there. No, I was going to say, there's no way they took that warning away. And still no warning on that one north. It looks like that did collapse though. But we've got two, one north of South Venice, and then this looks ugly right in here. So now that's kind of northeast of Englewood. And like, it's weird because for whatever reason, the radar is not updating. Okay, there we go. There's the update to the cell. So now it's 100%. A lot of times, though, if you're looking at the debris field on radar, it's hard for those to show up because they need to be really, really strong, especially for where we're at, because we're a decent ways away from the Tampa radar. So you would have to loft debris a couple thousand feet up in the air, and you need to pretty strong tornado to do that. So a lot of time. So I don't think the last 3 weakened there. I think Idalia is the only one to have weakened on approach into this area. And I don't think we're going to see any weakening with this. I mean, look at that eye. I don't think there's any shot. There's nothing else to stop it at this point. And I mean, it's so. Yes, in short, Joe, yes, it could go into the North Gulf Coast again. For anyone who doesn't know what he's referencing, it's this. Hurricane Center has identified another area. We actually talked about this one 2 weeks ago. We talked about the MJO coming through the Madden-Julian oscillation. That's what's forcing everything up. That was what Helene was born from, the MJO. And so that's going to be a story for another time, though. Let's go back to, and I mean, this right here is why I don't, I mean, we're not going to see. And I always like to check up on we've lost the lightning at least out of there, so maybe we're not going to see kind of explosive stuff. I haven't been able to read what they're talking about, of course, if they're what their thoughts are, if they're ratcheting it up every more. So I'm just looking for some other cameras to show. Stand by. I'm just gonna put that on the loop. Because there's some crazy stuff going on in Tampa. Like the winds, Skyway Bridge and the Howard Franklin Bridge are now closed due to high winds and storm surge. So crazy stuff there. I'm trying to see if I have a camera I can show you. So the graph model is terrible for the tropical systems. I'm just going to come right out and say that now. If you followed that, then you're talking about landfall at Cedar Key. And we were talking about that model for the last 2 days to not follow that one. UK Met, a little better, but the graph is terrible. Terrible. Purple blob on News4JAX. I would 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, and then that severe weather threat through the evening. Our tornado threat's likely going to be the biggest thing to deal with tonight. And then those tropical storm force wind gusts they'll ramp up a little bit over the next couple of hours. Again, what we're kind of seeing right now is the worst of it for the peninsula is what is going on kind of on both coasts with some feeder bands along Brevard and Volusia County. And then we have those supercells kind of lifting up towards St. Pete, Tampa, Clearwater, Sarasota, coming out of Venice and Port Charlotte. So that's going to be our worst stuff in yeah, and I mean honestly, this computer model here, it's hit the nail on the head. It was actually when a lot of the hurricane models, the Hurricane Center models, were coming in. That actually showed it right closer to Apalachicola and the western side of the Big Bend and Appalachia Bay. So it's been good, and for those that want to see that, I mean here it is, and there is landfall right at about that's obviously a little bit later than landfall, but about 9 o'clock. Confidence Studio says on the News4JAX page, I feel like it's going to shift more east. I mean, at this point, it's not a shift. It's right there. It really has no other place to go at this point than land. I mean, it would have to go like 90 degrees to do anything else to anywhere else in Florida to make an abrupt right turn. But okay, we got rid of that video gamer person because he was getting weird. Yeah, Joe mentioned we're really close to Cat 4. I mean, it's right on the cusp. Right. Jonathan brought up a good point at this point. It's leaning, it's not shifting. A shift is what Ian did or what Charlie did, where it's just like there is something significant, something pushed it, something wasn't modeled correctly. But now I'll show you what's going on. And we highlighted this last week. If you are a follower of the channel, and if you are, or if you're not, hit that subscribe button. We'd love to have you along for the ride. We talk a bunch of weather. So this is, I mean, again, this is something you don't want to see, but we haven't shown the water vapor imagery in about 2 hours. So you can see the eye popping now. Now we have the green everywhere. We were talking about why wasn't it strengthening? I mean, again, not that we were complaining at the time, but we had drier air getting right up into the core, completely got it out of there, and now it's doing its work. But look at this thing here, and I'll put this into play mode, and you can see what's going on. You see that counterclockwise flow right there, that little spin, that bowling ball? Give the video a thumbs up if you see that. Notice the motion there, how it's lifting all of that green pretty much due north. That is the cutoff low. That is what's responsible for steering this thing. So it's grabbing it and then kind of lifting it up as it pinwheels counterclockwise, kind of back towards Missouri and Arkansas and the plains. It's pulling it up. So while it may wobble east as it intensifies, we're still talking about really things lifting more north with, again, subtle wobbles. And again, Hurricane Center accounted for that with their latest advisory. Let's see here. Okay, so I want to pass this along too. This is coming right from... You got it, Joe. Be safe. Charge that phone, my friend. Thanks for hopping on the live stream today. Yeah, Zen said it. Beast of a storm, for sure. It really has. This one has been very, very... It's behaved. It has behaved. At least in terms of where it's going. But you can kind of see, I mean, once we got that little spin, and this is what fascinates me about the weather, because that spin that you see there above the orange, kind of on the western side of Kentucky and Tennessee, that upper low there, that piece, when we were first getting the indications that the Northeast Gulf Coast was going to be under the gun here for a hurricane, which unfortunately it is, that was in Russia. So we really needed to wait for that to get in the United States so that we could sample it with our weather balloons. And then we had the disturbance that wasn't even developed yet, but advances in weather technology and being able to pinpoint that we did have that convective pulse coming through to force up those thunderstorms eventually to get going. It's just incredible. Okay, so in West Central Florida, they're first going to be out of the south and east. So they're going to be strong out of the south and east. And then as we get this thing to get over the panhandle, so like for the next couple of hours, it's going to be south and east. And then we'll get the counterclockwise flow on the other side. That's whenever they're going to shift to a more northerly component. We'll get you back to Sarasota. I have a question about the tornado warnings down here. So here's the new one. Yeah, I mean, these are straight up supercells here. You got the hooks. So you said you're near the one. In Sarasota, Charlotte. So here's where we stand now. Let me make sure I'm on the correct radar out of Tampa. Look at the velocity. Relative velocity. At least they're a little more broad now. But there is one right there. So yeah, because that one is also that's going to be another thing. It would be in about 7 to 10 days. Well, that's their. So where are we at now? When I was looking long range, it looked like it was going to be in the 6th-ish of October, that first week of October. That is what. Yeah, that's so. I think in that ballpark, but don't quote me on that because I've not given that one much attention over the past couple of days because I wanted to nail this one down. Yeah, it's that one, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge that goes over the bay. That one is closed. What part of it's going to be the east. The further east you are of Tallahassee, the worse the weather is going to be. So just to the east of Tallahassee, we are. That's where the worst of the weather is going to be. So Madison, Florida is in a really not the best spot. I'll show you because you're super, I mean, I think you're really close to a direct hit. Let me get back to our model again that I think is doing a very good job. And we'll get you a little closer. So what it's, we'll see, there it is, Madison. I'm going to say it should pop up. So let's put a little marker. It's about right there for reference. And then there we go. I mean, it would, that's pretty much a direct hit. I mean, that's going to be 100 some mile per hour gust. What models are showing, because I mean the Hurricane Center even nudged the cone to the east of Tallahassee a little bit. Tallahassee's still in it, but they nudged it to the east. So I don't know. I have not been able to look at the latest models because we've been on here kind of nowcasting this and forecasting this in real time. So I have not looked at the model, so I don't know which ones may have done that. But if anything, this one has looked like it would just nudge to the NHC model. So you're talking about one of the halves or the H-Wharf or the H-Mon. Those are the NHC ones. We can take a look at that. But I mean, here is.
Every time we check in with you, you can.
And on the bottom there, that's what you're gonna see. That's our coverage on News 6. What you're seeing right there. Let me bring up Daytona Beach.
They're local.
On our other source.
That's the only thing that I can discern at this point.
That's Daytona Beach.
Look at it right now. I'm not worrying.
And that's Port Canaveral. So that's what we're seeing on the Atlantic side. That's a live feed there. So just to kind of keep you posted on what we're seeing, those are the live views there. And certainly, you know how far those two areas away. I mean, a complete opposite side of the state. Okay, so this is the HAFS B. This is one of the Hurricane Center models. So that one is east of Tallahassee. We're splitting hairs here though. This is the H-Mon, and the H-Mon kind of has the center going right over Tallahassee. This is the H-Wharf. Also has it going over Tallahassee. And then, what's the other one? HAFS A. Forget. So that one kind of has it going over. So three of them have it going over Tallahassee, one of them to the east. Hey Brooke, where are you at? Are you on the Gulf Coast of Florida? We'll get back to the radar and find out what's going on there. I mean, there were like a train of supercells. Let's get back to the radar. Yep, there they are. So you've got to be down there. So again, this is where it gets hard. I wish there was a radar down here in extreme Southwest Florida because we're decently far away. There's the radar. Let's get back to, Tampa velocity. Storm relative velocity. Okay, so we got one just south of Port Charlotte. You see the reds and the greens right there? That's going to be just north of Port Charlotte. South Seas Island Resort. If you're familiar with that area. So the HRRR is it's reliable, but the thing of it is that it's not a hurricane model, so it's not going to really balance out. We can take a look at what the HRRR is showing. I can load that in. We can take a look at that. Before we do that though, I just want to make sure that I wish I had streets on this side. So Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Englewood, again, back in your safe places. Make sure you're staying there. This is going to be the area. I'm going to loop this in the 15 minutes. You'll see it kind of come on shore. And it's going to be moving kind of closer to Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. So this is the deal here. Let me stop that. And again, what we're looking at here, notice the bar on the screen here, kind of next. Whoops, sorry about that. Next to the toolbar, right above that, where it says towards and away, that means that we have green, the wind going toward the radar. And then the red is the wind going away from the radar. And then that's the circulation where the tornado could be right there. We have another one. Actually, we have two developing. We have one right there north of Englewood, and we have another one south of Englewood. Let me get back into the Tampa. Yeah, they're obviously talking about him too. Oh, sorry about that. That's what you guys meant about green. My bad. Sorry, Sue. Thank you for that. I was like, I still had it on the other source where it kind of did that. My bad. I said that we were just looking at the one thing. So sorry about that. So here's the deal. This is what I was trying to show you. So there's the green. That is the wind toward. That is, or away, that is the wind toward the radar, and that's your circulation. So we have one up there. We have another one right around South Venice. It's not as prominent. There it is right there. So yeah, I had my my desktop capture on, which was only half the screen because that's what I showed the web page on because I was showing those models. So sorry about that, guys. Thank you for paying attention. All right, so I'm going to go back. Look at that. I mean, we're talking about a bunch of stuff being on to the super strong winds. They're 90 miles an hour just outside of the eye wall. My bad. Thank you. See, I love you guys because I remember when I pulled the mic cord out the other night. So, yeah, I muted it before on accident. So thank you for that, guys. Brianna on the News for Jax page. I think so. I hope so anyway. I hope you guys are getting good information out of here. If you are and you like to stay updated on the weather too, we obviously post weather content all the time and we keep you posted as much as we can. And if you like learning about the weather and stuff, hit that subscribe button. It's a fun channel. We like to break down information and we talk about the weather. What's better than that? Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now? I love it. Thanks, guys. All right, so we have more lightning in the eye wall again. So we never like that. There it is right there. 7 strikes popping back up. There is the eye wall. Let's take a look to see. It's still about 30-some miles wide. So we're really not shrinking the eye wall any. Lakeland, Florida, we're going to be talking about 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts in a couple of hours. And then we're going to be watching for that tornado threat too going forward. So that's what we're going to watch. Certainly nothing, not even close to what they're going to see in the Big Bend for anybody tuning in from the Big Bend. Is anybody watching from the Big Bend area or toward Tallahassee or North Florida or South Georgia? This is really going to be where this area here is going to be the worst of it later tonight, early into the morning. Oh, thanks, Sue. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is totally coming to Wyoming. Totally. That's obviously a joke. This is not coming to Wyoming. Eric Burns says, can definitely hear the wind now in St. Cloud. Miranda's Playhouse on News for Jax is saying that winds are picking up in Clay County. I think so. Yes, K. Bronson on the News for Jax page says northeast at 23 miles an hour. Yeah, it's moving fast. So that piece of energy anyway, that piece of that I'll just show you instead of describing it. That upper low is now grabbing it and pulling it north. This is why we thought that it would race, and you can kind of see that dance that's going on between the two systems out here. That counterclockwise flow around Indiana, southern Illinois, and then of course that big green blob that is going to be the hurricane Helene, and all that stuff. Predictions on the rainfall. Good question. We'll show you the model forecast for that. Let me pull that up. Let me see. Just make sure I have. All right. Yep. This is the one I want to show.
Everyone has a ritual, that small thing to keep us focused.
A habit we never skip, to clear our minds and elevate our performance.
But what do you do to keep your head in the game? To drown out the self-doubt and support your mental health. Because being your best isn't just about taking care of your body.
It's about taking care of your mental health. Discover the resources that you need to keep your mind focused and your mental health a priority.
At Hyundai of St. Augustine, all of our guests enjoy fair, transparent pricing and concierge-level customer service. And now, this month, save big on the Hyundai Tucson. Combining a head-turning design with a spacious interior, this SUV does it all with maximum style. Visit the dealership where you always receive exceptional service from exceptional people. Visit Hyundai of St. Augustine today.
And is going to be the Appalachians, eastern Tennessee, especially western North Carolina. Look at all of this rain. It's already flooding from the stuff that happened ahead of Helene, and we're talking 14 to 21 inches of rain coming to Asheville, Hendersonville, in that Clayton, Georgia, even that whole area. Big time flooding is going to be possible. Because what happens is you see this kind of weird shape that the rainfall makes, that upper low that's spinning over here, it yanks the storm that way, and then we get all of this Atlantic moisture to come in right up the mountains, and then it rings out there and it floods. We get the push of the storm, all of that tropical moisture, and then as it get yanked that way, we get all of the Atlantic moisture too. So not a good situation. Make sure that you are paying close attention and do not drive through flooded roadways. Yeah, no, that's possible. We've been watching that for a couple of weeks. The ensemble forecasts have been all over that kind of train out of the Bay of Campeche, Western Caribbean area, and there's likely several more too. Several more as well coming off of Africa. It's going to be a weird end of the year. I did, and this is a good point. One of our meteorologists that works at News 6, Samara Kokinos, when she worked in Texas, one of the sheriffs told that to her on the news, that same thing. Because I'll read, to kind of go to your point here, and what he's saying is the Taylor County Sheriff is saying to mark your Social Security number on the names, or your name on your arm so that they can identify you. It sounds really, really morbid. But I mean, unfortunately, what is coming to the Big Bend and Panhandle, and this isn't hype or scare tactics, you're literally not going to be able to survive water rising 20 feet. I mean, that's over your house. And that's what it's going to be. This is right from the Hurricane Center, by the way. This was put out at the 5 o'clock advisory. And unfortunately, Brady looks to be correct here. The Smokies are going to have catastrophic flooding. I mean, a couple inches in the mountains can be devastating at a time, which is what they kind of got last night. But they're going to get potentially up to 2 feet of rain, and maybe some cases isolated more than that. So it's not going to be good. Eric, I'll try to get to your question in just 1 second. But the Hurricane Center says this is for the Big Bend area and Eastern Panhandle. Catastrophic and deadly storm surge will occur across portions of the Big Bend coast, where inundation could reach as high as 20 feet above ground level, along with destructive waves. If you live in this area and were told to evacuate by local officials, your opportunity to do so is almost over. There's also a danger of life-threatening storm surge along the remainder of the west coast of the Florida Peninsula, which is what we're seeing now. So, and they go on to continue to use that word catastrophic for quite some time, several other times, about other things. Yes, we're going to be talking about that area once we get beyond Helene. I want to just make sure that everybody is doing that, or everybody's getting the information. I can show you that real quick. It is, I have my graphic in here somewhere for the. So if you're interested on that stuff, hit that subscribe button. Gotta say it. But there it is. There's the other area that will eventually develop there. We also have that one out here. That one should stay out to sea, though. But this is, that's what we're going to be watching over the next week to 10 days. Because what's going on, you are going to, in Laurel, Kentucky, you're going to have this kind of deal. So these two systems are going to kind of merge. And it's going to create one big upper low pressure center. So you're going to get like part of that tropical thing, part of the non-tropical thing. It's very, very similar to what kind of happened with Hurricane Sandy, how there was an upper trough over New England and it grabbed it and yanked it in. That's what brought it back so aggressively to the coast. This is why we're expecting things to be extremely bad along the Big Bend, because there's literally another system pulling it up. So it's increasing that forward speed. So it's going to be a pretty violent collision with the course, with the coast. What we're going to see there. To answer Eric's question about what has led to the kind of relatively quiet hurricane season post Beryl, we have had that, but the thing of it is that we have had an impactful season, and you can go back and watch one of my videos before the season, and we talked about, I didn't like using the word explosive. I like using the word impactful, because it looked like anyway that we were going to have a lot of U.S. landfalls, and so far we've had 4 of them. This is going to be 5 or 3, and this is going to be 4, and the potential for a 5th coming up in a week, and then there's going to be more. So I mean, we're talking about impactful storms, and they were all hurricanes to do so. The reason for it, though, a lot of it is being kind of blamed on the stability. The atmosphere has been very stable. There's been warm water across much of the Atlantic rather than focused on the main development region. And when you have just a big uniform area of warm water, you get a bunch of rising motion rather than focused rising motion. So that has kind of kept the instability at bay. That's one theory anyway. But now that as we're getting into fall, I guess officially into fall, that we're going to be able to cool the upper levels of the atmosphere. And as we do that, that increases more instability because the water temperatures are so warm still. And that is going to allow things to, really kind of come to life. The other thing is that forcing mechanism known as the Madden-Julian oscillation. It's that cluster of thunderstorms that goes around the globe a couple times every 30 to 60 days. It didn't make it through when it was expected to in August and September. That was supposed to help force things up more. It got stalled out and kind of fell apart on the Pacific side. If you remember, there were like 4 storms out in the Pacific, and we were expecting that. I was expecting it anyway to translate over to the Atlantic, which it typically does. It fell apart. So I was not correct on that part. But now, clearly, the Madden-Julian oscillation is here, and it helped birth Helene. It's likely going to help birth this next thing, and then we're going to be watching for another couple of storms to maybe roll off of Africa over the next few weeks. So really, I think another month of this hurricane season, and then maybe even continuing for the Caribbean into November, which that part it kind of looked like for quite some time. All right, I am going to supercell prediction for Ocala tonight. I will show you the map. I got a model to predict supercells right here, so we can go over that right away. Is today Thursday? I think today's Thursday. Okay, gotta get the timeline right so that it plays out. Okay. Okay, so here we go. These are all these little things that highlight up. These are going to be kind of the rotation tracks, if you will. Like, we're going to have the opportunity to see rotating thunderstorms, maybe producing those tropical tornadoes. And it's actually doing a really good job right now, kind of we had those warnings around Port Charlotte. So again, this is the same parent model that has the track pretty good as well. So that's why I'm using this one. It's handling things well. And it's doing again, good job at showing where the storms are trying to spin anyway. Through 9 o'clock tonight. And it looks like that threat might be going down towards east of the I-4 corridor, which would be lovely if you're watching in Titusville or Mims. There's midnight tonight. I'm just backing this up to kind of look, and then it kind of diminishes. So the tornado watch officially goes until 8 o'clock in Marion. But the other thing is there's 10 o'clock at night, and we're still dealing with a few of them. So, yeah, nonetheless, that's what we're going to watch maybe through about midnight tonight. All right, I got to go check on something in the newsroom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this radar back on again, and I'm going to leave you again with those live views like we had before. And then I'm going to come back on here, and we're going to rock and roll with some stuff. Just going to look at all that lightning in the... Hold on. Look at that. Look who we have here. There he is. Meteorologist David Nazario joining the live stream, the party, and we're going to rock and roll for a while. What's going on, my friend?
But significant landfall that we're going to have here in the next 2 to 4 hours. But I also, despite some grievances, want to very heavily dig a little bit into the weeds with that new designation from National Hurricane Center, because that could potentially play a role for us Floridians as we get into the first weekend of October and the second full week of next month.
Give me one second. We have another check where that tornado warning is. Just north of Flagler. Okay, so that's going to be in St. Johns County. Just want to make sure it wasn't popping up in Flagler County. Hey, David, do you have control of the radar and the Lynx 4 weather computer yet?
I do not. I can log into Splashtop really quick, though.
Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, if you want to do that, I got to go check to make sure that I'm not needed on the television side of things so that I don't miss anything. Because that could be bad.
Of course, absolutely. Yeah, big time.
But nonetheless, so this has been crazy. I don't know how much you've been able to watch. I know you've been busy up there with your orders and things like that, but the amount of lightning that has kind of exploded in the eye of Helene over the past, what guys, I've been watching this for like an hour and a half, just the lightning side. There's no doubt it's the best it's looked, unfortunately, in its life.
No, precisely. And if you were, do we have satellite that we could pull up on here real quick before you head out?
We do. I have a nice visible image. And the visible goes away. Is it getting to be that time already? Let me see.
It is. It definitely is.
I'm going to give you the meso. Okay, there we go. So now we got the mesoscale channel infrared on the, whoops. Oh, that was you. Okay, I was like, what happened?
Yeah, I just logged in. Sorry about that.
Sweet. No, you're okay. You can take control if you would like. Just hit the play button on that thing, or do you want me to move it back?
No, this is fine. I'll go ahead and I'll start controlling from here on out.
Sounds good. All right, I'm going to go step out 1 second. I'm going to go check in with what is going on, and I'm going to leave you with, I think I have a couple of things in here. All right, I'm going to leave you with that view, my friend. All right, take it away. David's going to be hanging out with you guys for a little bit. Well, a long time, but take it away, David.
Alrighty, thanks, Jonathan. So good evening, good afternoon, however you want to describe it at this point, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5:35 Eastern Daylight Time, and we are staring directly into the eye of Major Hurricane Helene. And the reason I asked Jonathan to bring this infrared satellite up is, unfortunately, as he mentioned, this system is still undergoing rapid intensification. You can see that the eye has shrank in size. It is more reminiscent of that pinhole eye and eye wall structure on the radar, as it was already alluded to. We have an abundance of lightning strikes, which is indicative again of that strengthening phase. I do believe right around landfall, we will realize a Category 4 hurricane as this makes its way inland. We haven't seen a concrete and fully symmetrical eye wall come together just yet. It was still looking a little distorted earlier this morning, thankfully. But unfortunately, the intensification phase has been consistent, and it is no longer gradual. We had the special advisory around, I believe, 3 o'clock this afternoon that bumped our winds up from 105 to 120 in very quick succession, and we now are up to 125. We are 5 miles an hour away from sustained Category 4 level winds. So everybody up there in the Big Bend area, regardless of what you've been told, regardless of where this system is going to track, whether it wobbles to the right, whether it wobbles to the left, we are going to be looking at pretty consistent yet intermittent Category 4 conditions. That's the kicker here, ladies and gentlemen. We need to remember, I know a lot of people last night were talking about, the track is to the left of where the center is going. At this point, it is closing time for everybody up there in northern Florida. Conditions are only going to continue to rapidly deteriorate as we go over the next several hours. One thing I also want to touch on as well, let me go ahead and grab my links back here. I have the chat down here to my left on my mobile device, so forgive me if I go from looking at the camera down to my phone, just so that way I can kind of look at the comments and see what's going on over here. For the last couple of hours, particular thing, if you follow me specifically, that I was worried about, we've had a pretty decent uptick in not only our coastal waterspout, but our inland tornadic activity over here over central and south Florida. This was something I worried about because early today, it seemed if we were actually going to see a huge break in our overall coverage. We saw a lot of the east side of this system kind of oiled down to almost nothing, if you will. And a lot of the Floridians out there, I know I had a few friends in the Florida area mentioning that, hey, it's been pretty clear. In fact, there's been sunshine every now and again. And this was a bit of a concern to me because what that is, we have a little bit of dry air working its way in alongside all this extensive tropical moisture just off the West Coast, which sounds like a specific recipe for tornadoes. And believe it or not, I know that Georgia is up next right after the Big Bend of Florida, but Georgia it actually has already been kind of encountering a low-end tornado outbreak. Lots of tornado warnings for the south and southeast quadrant of Georgia. And yeah, we're only going to continue to go downhill from here. The good news is, with where the center of circulation is right now, we are just about into the worst of what this system has to offer for our West Coast Floridians, whether you be in Fort Myers, Charlotte Harbor, Sarasota, Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg, up towards the north there, Clearwater, getting into the southern periphery of what we would consider the Big Bend area. As this system continues to move up towards landfall, we are in the worst in Central Florida. Now, I will say, as we go through the night tonight, if you look at the satellite image that I have pulled up for you guys, and I'll go back to links so I can tellustrate for you a little bit. You go ahead and switch over here. I apologize. Give me 1 second. I'll go ahead and pull this. Let's see here. See if I can clone. Grab this. So all these features here, all little tendrils, these dreads, if you will, on the southeast quadrant of this, as this system makes landfall, if you extrapolate this forward, what's going to inevitably happen is these more intense bands are going to be pulled up right over the peninsula. I know some of us in southeast Florida, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach area have seen a consistent slew of thunderstorms and highs. Southwest and the immediate southern Florida peninsula has been being pummeled by onshore flow on the east and southeast quadrant of this system. This is going to wrap around us throughout the over tonight, which means a nocturnal tornado threat is so we need to make sure we have our devices charged, the capabilities of both, and kind of make sure we maintain our situational awareness after sunset. It's happening here in the next 2 to 3 hours. We're going to lose visible. I'm not talking about satellite. I mean just what we can see with the naked eye and kind of keep our bearings about us in our local area. And we're going to want to make sure that we're either tuning into local coverage like us here at News 6, or just kind of your mobile is looking at radar, satellite, whatever tool available to you, phone, iPhone, Android, whichever you prefer. We're not going to go ahead and split hairs. Let's see. The face of the hurricane is so scary. Honestly, Quinn, I'm not going to lie to you. I saw this satellite image earlier. It was very, very, very mean looking. That almost looked genuine. You got your iris, the cornea pupil right there. It's very interesting. I've never seen a satellite image like that before. Let me see if I can pull up a couple of more options and items for you guys so we can take a look at a few things. Let me see what we have pulled up here. Let's see. I might just want to go back to radar real quick. Let's see if this is running. I don't want to pull data. Do not want to pull up old data. I want to make sure that this is what I was looking for. So we can have this image up, kind of zoom on. Let's see. And forgive me as we're on the live stream. I am going to kind of putz with this just a little bit. So I pull up some more info for you guys that we can take a look at. In fact, actually, let me see if we have on the slides here this next area. I want to talk about that right now since we don't really have anything pressing. We're just in a wait and see type of mentality, or not in a mentality, but in a wait and see type of mode as we await landfall for this system. Is Tampa getting the worst of it right now? Yes. Tampa is definitely going to be seeing the worst of it right now. As the system runs Perry, I should ask Jonathan if we could do the screen that up for you guys. We can screen share and I can show you exactly what's going on. And I'm going to tell you right now, going to immediately apologize because I already see folks mentioning it in the chat. I'm not home. I'm not anywhere specific. I'm not in a professional environment. I am working hard to get you guys this information from a hotel room since I'm away on military orders. So bear with me, please. And just understand that this is not going to be a perfect live stream. I'm not in the studio right now. I'll be back actually this Saturday. And what I really want to talk about here, as soon as Jonathan rejoins us and we can pull up a couple of more graphics, if you will, I really want us to kind of fixate on that system down into the south of us, the potential future system. I know we have Helene imminently knocking on our doorstep here in the next 2 hours, but I want us to pay attention to that. And I know a lot of you are probably going to give me grievances and gripes, but there's a reason for it. We have Helene bearing down on us right now. We would rather focus on eliminating any future storm threat and focus on recovery and rescue efforts if need be. We do not need another imminent threat. And, unfortunately, I wouldn't be discussing it if that wasn't a realistic solution or a doable solution. Is it the most likely outcome right now? No, we still have quite a ways away. We have about 7 days before we possibly see development in the Western Caribbean, but the ensemble projections and our deterministic models this far out just look concerning for us here already battling with a major hurricane right off our west coast. Bill, this is a sloppy, relatively undefined storm. If that's the case, then I would love to see the non-sloppy, well-defined storms that you've seen in the past, because this is a fairly well-defined hurricane. In fact, I'd argue this is our second greatest looking hurricane this season. We saw Debbie was a disheveled mess. Francine never quite got its.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
I'm sure everybody up there in the Big Bend area would much rather clear skies, calm conditions for the rest of the calendar year, pending, the occasional rain shower for the sake of ambiance or whatever. But in this case, this is not a good scenario, and it's tightening up as we speak. Not necessarily, Bill. Not necessarily. In this case, because it is a broad system, we're going to have lower central pressures with less of that intensification in the winds. Those smaller, more compact systems are a lot more susceptible to changes in their central pressure because naturally the physics, the mechanisms inside the storm structure are going to be vastly different. Let me see if I can pull up an actual satellite shot. This is earlier in the day. This is earlier in the day. I want the current satellite shot. Let me see here. I'm not even too sure which one we are actually in right now. In fact, I may just delete that one. Let's come back to this satellite shot. I'm pretty certain that this is going to be one of our more live pictures here of the satellite. See if I can get this out of the way. Get this out of the way. This is the 5 p.m. advisory. We're just going to keep rocking and rolling until potentially the 8 o'clock advisory. So as you can see, the eye is shrinking. I want to be able to pull up the radar for you guys as well to show you that well-defined core of eye wall convection, which is not good. Bill, I don't know if you're trolling right now, but there's a lot of folks in the Panhandle and in the Big Bend area that will not take that lightly. This storm is huge, but will mainly be rain. Honestly, I wish that was the case, but that is almost a direct insult to everybody who has had to evacuate in the face of Hurricane Helene. This is not going to be a rainmaker. I'd argue that Debbie, despite being a Category 1 hurricane, was a bit more of a water rain threat as opposed to Helene. Helene is a totally different beast, and we're actually going to see hurricane, if not high-end tropical storm conditions extending all the way into uppermost Georgia before this system really dissipates. So not only will the Big Bend area receive Helene head on, but we're not going to see this wind down as quickly as, say, the likes of Ian, where it took forever to scrape across the southern one half of the Florida Peninsula. If the eye shrinks, FMX 101, that can kind of vary. It depends on if it surely shrinks down in size but continues to spin faster. That would be a sign of further intensification. If you see it shrink to the point where all of a sudden there's nothing but cloud cover and you really can't see a discernible eye feature, then that's going what's happening is an eye wall replacement cycle. I like to look at these systems, for all of you watching, I like to look at them as your standard internal combustion engine on your vehicle. You know, I don't know if there's any car enthusiasts out there, but just rock with me for a second with this analogy, okay? You ever go to the drag strip, you watch NASCAR on TV or the Indianapolis 500 with the Formula One vehicles? They're very high horsepower cars. They're pushing 800, 1,000, 1,200 horsepower under the hood of those vehicles. And as a result, they're good for one race, one run down the drag strip, etc., before you have to take it in for repairs. Whereas if you have a more conservative car like your average everyday daily driver, Toyota Camry, Honda Civic, Mitsubishi, whatever, they're a lot more reliable long term because they're a lot lower in horsepower. They're a lot more dialed in. With these strong hurricanes that rapidly intensify to Cat 3, 4, 5 level intensity, eventually they got to calm it down. They're going too fast, too quickly, and they're getting too strong too quickly. It's like overtraining your body in the gym. So what happens is they kind of take a break. They take a breather and they go through that replacement cycle to potentially try to reinforce their internal structure that keeps them long-lasting and self-sustaining. So it really just depends. I've been hearing this storm could possibly reach Cat 5 when it lands. Do you think that's possible? At this point, I would not think so. There's nothing to suggest that this will achieve Category 5 intensity. Thank God. I wouldn't want to imagine that. But nonetheless, if this does make it, which I would probably assume it will make it to Category 4 intensity by the time we get the 7 or 8 o'clock intermittent advisory, we're still likely to have embedded occasional conditions equivalent to that of a Category 5. If you think about it right now, where we stand at the 5 p.m. advisory here on your screen, folks, 125 sustained winds. Sustained. That means there are no breaks. Yes, obviously, because of the nature of weather in the atmosphere, you're not going to hold 125 miles an hour steady for X amount of time. There will be, 100 knots or, 100 miles an hour, 110 miles an hour, then consistently at that 125 threshold for a couple minutes, then it might weaken down just a little. But regardless, sustained winds are persistent. As the name implies, the definition is sustained. It's continuous. It's not going to level up and down dramatically like your gusts. On the leading edge of the right side of this system, moving with that environmental flow, you have all this mass, all this physical matter, all that tropical energy, the rain, the wind, the pressure, the different densities that make a hurricane moving with your environmental flow. So the 125 sustained could be met with gusts up to 145, 155, and so on and so forth. Gusts, however, are a lot shorter in duration. They can last a couple seconds. They can last a full minute before they taper down. But regardless, the sustained winds are what weaken the structural integrity of all your buildings, all your office centers, your shopping plazas, your home structural integrity. And then, dare I say it, the gust comes in and finishes the job more or less. Is it almost past St. Petersburg now? It should be running parallel to St. Petersburg. As soon as Jonathan gets back, I'm going to kind of get a crash course in this link system. That's been the bummer about being away with no electrical capabilities to get into our systems and kind of train up and continue practicing and creating my own briefs for you guys. I've kind of lost the flow, my workflow for you all. Are the convective hot towers so large they're causing radar attenuation on the southwest corner of the eye wall? Let me see here. Let me see if I can pull up a radar image. That's very possible. It is very possible, and you make up a very valid case. Let's see if I can pull up live radar. I know that we had it in here somewhere. We had it being used yesterday, as a matter of fact. Let's see. Bear with me just 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I'll continue to answer questions. Let's see, I should be able to honestly just change us out from the infrared. Let me just do that. I know I don't want to kind of step on the show and all that, but let's go ahead and click on this, and let's change to our radar. Let's go to live Barron radar, reflectivity, and let's see if that did something. It should have. Let's go back over to the screen. And it did nothing. Okay, let's go ahead and try to pull up our Tallahassee radar so we can take a look. Keep pumping in the actual weather questions too as well, guys. That's kind of where I make my money. I love talking weather and explaining weather to the best of my ability. That was always my favorite position to work when I was in the Air Force prior to my coming over to the Navy now. I love to actually teach, train, and instruct and break down the weather. I was helping some of our folks out there today, in fact. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop putzing around with this. Let's pull up our satellite once again, and I will get back to answering questions for you guys. This is definitely old. Yep, I'm very rusty with this system. I wanted to kind of get into a screen sharing mode here so I can kind of just answer everything and whatnot. Is it going to get windy or just rainy? IROC 117, it depends on where you are. You got to give me a little bit more geography there. Judy Tokos, welcome in. It's good to see you. Lacey, I would 110%. And again, I will definitely go ahead and take a quick crash course once Jonathan returns to us so we can get all this data up. In fact, I can see it on his end. He does have the live cameras rocking and rolling, but since I'm not in the studio, I'm actually states away. I'm actually currently up here right now, just to the south of Richmond, up here at the Fleet Weather Center to the north there. So I'm as far away from Florida, well, yeah, as I could possibly be right now. And it's been a pain in the butt being away from everyone, friends, family, and the studio alike. But I'm currently all the way up here, and that's why I'm remote into this live stream from a distance, and my signal might be a little intermittent because I'm using Spring Hill Suites Wi-Fi right now. No, John the Beagle Dad, we are already well beyond that. If you guys are still out there hearing weird comments about Ian and Charlie and this thing shifting, no, we are locked in at this point. I've even mentioned to other folks throughout the day today that I'm 95 to 99% confident that this is going right into the Big Bend. We are locked in from here on out, folks. 50 to 60 miles an hour max in Georgia after it gets close to Atlanta. Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll definitely see. This is a powerful storm, and we have a broad wind field, so hopefully that's the case. But again, that's Atlanta as well. So truthfully, anyone's guess is as good as yours, Bill, in the chat, because, I mean, at that point, you're already going from state to state with a tropical cyclone. It's going to naturally start to cave in on itself because we've lost our latent heat exchange and that surface of the ocean energy source for this thing to thrive off of. What I'm focusing on are for our Floridian impacts across the state. From Pensacola up to about Panama City Tyndall Air Force Base, you guys are going to see varying effects from the system because you are on the weaker side. Getting closer to Apalachicola and Panama City, because despite being on the weaker side, because of how symmetrical this center is now, we've seen the strongest winds wrap fully around the center. We're no longer all disorganized or disheveled like we were yesterday. And with other systems we saw like Debbie, Francine, especially Alberto, Chris, those quick little rainmakers that collided with Mexico. Any new info in Homosassa? Well, honestly, from Homosassa in south, if I'm remembering the geography of Florida correctly, we are running parallel with the hurricane right now. We are running parallel with the hurricane. So we are kind of in the worst quadrant at this point. If you look at this satellite imagery, this is from earlier this afternoon. If you look at the timestamp here, this is 3:52, and we're now at 5:55, getting ready to roll into 6 o'clock. So we extrapolate this forward a little bit. The center should already actually be at a higher latitude than the Tampa-St. Petersburg area. So we are now going to see diminishing conditions, thankfully, which is great news for us along the south and the southwest corner of Florida. We should start to see the storm surge as well begin to recede as we go into the early evening hours between 8 to 11 o'clock and then roll into the very early morning hours of tomorrow. We will only see conditions improving because if you look, the movement is ripping along. We're moving at north-northeast at 23 miles an hour. So that's one positive we have working for us. It's going to come on quick, but we are going to be over with this quick. It's not going to drag its heels like Debbie did a little over a month ago. So is the hurricane dying now? Is the pressure going up or down? Priyan Patel, I'm going to go ahead and leave you guys on this screen. Let me go ahead and move over to National Hurricane Center. I'd be baffled if this thing was dying, though. There's absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. They haven't put out any intermittent advisories just yet, which is good news. Usually they're going to update us in between advisories if there's something pressing that they've received from reconnaissance aircraft. Currently, as of 5 o'clock, everything that was on the screen still stands, north and northeast at 23 miles an hour, moving at about 20 degrees if you're looking at it on a compass rose, moving right up into the greater Big Bend area. Now, as we're talking in Category 4, regardless, where we stand right now, we are 5 miles an hour away from achieving sustained Category 4 impacts. So think about it. We're 5 miles an hour away, and a couple of the lieutenants and I were talking about this earlier today in our tropical section at the Fleet Weather Center here. We're splitting hairs at that point. Whenever you're dealing with a major hurricane, as the name implies, the damage is going to be extensive regardless of how you cut it. It's a major hurricane with 125-mile-an-hour winds. It's a major hurricane with 145-mile-an-hour winds. You know, obviously, if the wind speeds increase and the strength of the thunderstorms around the center grows up even more, you're going to be dealing with more damage. But at this point, everything applies. This is going to be a very dangerous situation that we have to spend the next 12 hours kicking it with this hurricane. And that's why Jonathan and I are going to be providing you guys with continuous coverage, maybe intermittent breaks for 20, 30-minute periods in between updates. But this is my third cup of coffee today. I've been digging into all this for sure. Kay Hickman, you bring a very valid question to the table. What is the Caribbean going to do next? And I can't wait till Jonathan rejoins us so I can get the screen share capabilities over on my end and I can show you guys exactly what I'm looking at. Because I'm one to look at everything. I get a lot of flack over on my other YouTube channel, my main YouTube channel, and I don't know why. But as a weather forecaster, I want to get this information out to you guys before context clues, before we're sitting with a potential strong storm off our coastline. Tampa is already seeing the worst of it. Zen, Tampa is already seeing the worst of it. This system should be to your immediate west-northwest now and moving beyond. So whatever Tampa is getting right now, outside of those leftover remnants that are going to be wrapping around the backside of it, we're already seeing the worst of these sustained conditions, which is good news. And again, I can't bring up the radar right now. I do not have screen sharing capabilities. I need to kind of sift through it, but I also do not want you guys watching as I just kind of click through a whole bunch of stuff. Let me see here. Let's see if I can try to pull this up. Severe products. Let's see here. Let's go to level 2. Level 2 refee. Let's go to the Tampa Bay radar. Let's see if that does something. There we go. Okay. So as you Tampa, we are getting into the worst of the system. Have intermittent feeder bands working their way in from the south. I'm gonna try to bump this forward in time. How can I do that? Why is it just at let me see, can I loop it through? Is it looping? There we go. Excellent. Okay, now we're business here. So now we've caught up. So for those of you watching, I'll go ahead and make sure that we are level. We're looking at a two-dimensional. Now you can see we're rocking. Here, let me move this out of the way. I can't right now. Either way, regardless, is now running parallel with this system. So from here on out, outside of these pieces of energy here, still can't tell us straight. Let me go ahead and come back up to here and pause. We go all the way to the end, right there. Come back to this. And that's the toolbar. It's like a little icon. It's not the actual toolbar. The Beagle Dad. You guys can see this is a static image that I have up now. Do the math and you do the geometry behind it. Here's our system spinning counterclock. This is current. This is about 10 minutes ago. So this is as current as we can possibly get. And thankfully, Tampa, Braden, Cape Coral, and everywhere in between can officially put this system behind you. The wind field is going to continue to decrease from here on out. You're still going to have the onshore flow. So unfortunately, if you are experiencing storm surge or any kind of coastal flooding, coastal inundation in your local area, that will persist for another 2 to 4, maybe 6 hours maximum as this system lifts off towards the north-northeast before landfall. But from here on out, since we are parallel or south of the system now, the southern 1/3, if not the bottom half of the peninsula, will see improvement in terms of any sustained conditions. Next up for everybody on the docket for the southern half of the Florida Peninsula, particularly the west and southwest corner of the state, we're going to have to watch these feeder bands as they come around the backside and up that southeast quadrant of the storm. They're just going to lift and they're going to train over that area. They're not going to move west or east very much because the system is moving due north for all intents and purposes. So those bands are going to fall like so. Bill, I don't know why you're calling folks, especially the actual trained experts on this system, liars. We're at 120 mile an hour winds, very close to 125 mile an hour winds. And I saw in the chat just said we have another update from National Hurricane Center. Update statement. Still deepening ever so slightly. We're down 1 millibar now. We're down 1 millibar. And I can't tell, actually, if we have weakened a little bit. That would be spectacular news. The 5 p.m. advisory in the cone here has 125 mile an hour winds. But that update discussion has 120 mile an hour winds as of 6 p.m. So I don't know if it's weakened or not, or if that might be a typo on National Hurricane Center's part. There's no way this thing is weakening. Gosh, no, there's no way. I wish I can pull up the actual. Let me go ahead. Now that I know how to operate this, let's go back to the satellite image and I'll loop it for you guys. Because I'm not what I'm seeing. Let's go ahead. Pull up. Let me close this, click this, and just back to the infrared east. We'll go to the infrared satellite, that up, and let's go ahead and loop. There we go. So for whoever asked in the chat earlier, if eye wall it begins to tighten up, that usually is an indication of strengthening. And here it is trying to obtain further symmetry with thunderstorms filing in right along that wall, the core of strongest thunderstorms before sinking air in the eye itself. That's what produces system spin so fast that on the eye wall you have very visibly oceans that spread out and create outflow that you see on the satellite, all the wispy clouds and oceans from the center of the hurricane. But because of how fast these spin, much energy is these hurricanes at once, you get a rapid effect right in that center, and that's clouds, and you get my feature there. And this is a healthy and impressive hurricane. And it looks like, based on the latest satellite image, if we were to extrapolate this forward, like we are on track, unless this we're headed right up towards the greater periphery area. If this continues to move its current course and you draw a straight line, it's going to end right into the east of Tallahassee, further east than Apalachicola Bay, well off to Moss City, Tyndall Air Force Base. The area that here we're going to receive the immediate west side of the core. You will be on the weaker side, but regardless, you're inside those hurricane conditions, should be treated as such. There we go. So we've deepened a little bit, but the sustained down. Could this be an eye wall replacement cycle? Let's hope so. That's what saved us from Idalia last hurricane. Yeah, again, sorry guys, you're gonna have to bear with me. I can't. Like I said, I'm using hotel Wi-Fi. I wish, if you guys want, I'll open up a GoFundMe. You want to buy me a quick little mobile hot for situations like this? That'd be awesome. But unfortunately, I went out and bought a laptop because my work blew up. It doesn't work. My personal laptop was very dinky. It had no bandwidth whatsoever. It was too small of an internal processor to do these live discussions. So had to more or less just get rid of that. So I went out last second. I figured, to heck with it. I'm going to go ahead and buy a whole new setup so I can get live and help start talking to everybody. And they just bumped up the width again. What's going on? Maybe dork National Center's part. I don't know if you noticed that. And I thought it was weird myself, but we're back 25, still deepening. It must have been a type error on national hurricanes. We are still at 125 mile an hour sustained winds. Matrix, I genuinely appreciate that. I really do. I really do. It's been so stressful not being able to connect with my regular viewers, all you guys. I feel as if, even though I sign on the dotted line, I have to. It pains me to not be in the trenches with you guys. Chris, thank you very much for that. Sincerely appreciate it. It did, Matrix. It dropped 1 millibar in the last hour. So hope we're seeing this rapid intensification.
Ready, set, here we come. Got me turning up the headphones, banging on the drums like bum bum bum. Feel the room vibrate, make your eyes dilate. Let's go.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products, showcase them dynamically, and seamlessly track your inventory. Accept multiple secure payments, and design your storefront down to the very last detail. Get all the tools you need. Drive more sales with customizable gift cards and flexible product subscriptions. Retain customers with a point-based loyalty program, email automations, and reach millions with sales channel integrations. Complete your setup with a personalized analytics dashboard. Make smart business decisions and shape the next phase of your business. Build, manage, and grow from one place. Go to Wix and launch your online business today.
Form needs to be respected. And that's kind of what we like to use here at the 13. Matter of fear or being concerned or scared, that's where situational awareness comes in key, and it's critical during times like these to respect the circumstances that are at hand. This is not a Friday thunderstorm over as soon as you go to bed. Rains bring rain, ponding in the roadway. Your shoes wet if you were to step outside. Well, this is a very different circumstance. Very different circumstance, and I would argue that although as low as a tropical storm be respected because you just don't know what'll happen. Could be a freak, and of all things, nothing that turns into something big because of a simple moment of bad luck. David, y'all are amazing. I'm hanging on this shell. I hope you do not lose capability. Keep checking in with us throughout the rest of the night, please. Please talk to us. I want to make sure that you still have capabilities and you are okay. David, when is the oscillation over Central America causing this storm's end? So that's actually going to be more dictated by what our MJO and what are called actively cold Kelvin waves. And I know that sounds like a lot of sophisticated weather jargon. What the heck is that? Actively, basically convection, thunderstorm, the transfer in the atmosphere, and wave. The reason they're called Kelvin is because of the way that they're classified, characterized by us atmospheric scientists. But in layman's terms, they're just giant waves that pass through the equatorial regions and they stir up different thunderstorms. They bring in excess moisture. Early hurricane season, when we had Beryl, unfortunately, we had a lot of dry air, a lot of stable air out there, and one of those Kelvin waves came through, cleaned the atmosphere up, and that's exactly what gave Beryl the opportunity to just explode as it moved into the Caribbean. And that's the thing with tropicology, folks, to tell you the truth, a lot of it is like a careful game of chess. It's very critical, the timing. If your timing doesn't match up with even one small variable, kind of like what we've seen this hurricane, which is why certain periods of time seemed abnormally quiet. It's one piece of the game board matching up, and it was Mother Nature wasn't winning the game. Mother Nature was in checkmate and winning in terms of keeping suppressed. Now, unfortunately, the tides have turned, and she's making moves on the be done yet as we go through the month of October. So what is next for the Caribbean? I'll go ahead and kind of the picture through it as best I can. So what's going on? And in fact, let me see if I can expand this satellite. I was talking about a few of the LTs I was on with earlier this morning and this afternoon too, because conversation potential, and then all that there was very possibly, not possibly, I'm sorry. We were talking first thing in the morning after the morning brief that we opened the watch floor. We were talking that, hey, there's a lot of, fairly confident agreement down. Could be watching another entity that could pose a risk here, not only in the Southeast, but the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean altogether, which is a bummer because we're dealing with Helene now. We don't need that. We don't need a second one. And that's why I emphasize what's going on down there as we move through time. So let me put this out now that we're don't look up, John, but you're in the East Pac. Mexico has not catch up there. John went in and made all as a hurricane, back off, redeveloped the hurricane, making landfall. If you want to talk spectacular, that's what you call bad luck, and that's what I was just about the tropics. But what's happening here is we have this modification of the environment going on off of Helene. We have this anticyclonic outflow to build and force our west of Bermuda, east coast of the. So technically speaking, for those of you who were afraid of this being another Ian, Charlie, Wilma cutting across the peninsula, we can actually thank Helene. That sounds very bizarre. Please don't take that and manipulate that into something weird. But what Helene's outflow and strong winds are doing in the uppermost portion of the atmosphere, the highest point where weather is observed, is it's modifying its local environment. It's strengthening a bit of that ridging off the east coast, which is what's helping to prevent from simply spilling the peninsula. What thankfully brought that air mass modification that in the jet stream over the United States is producing, we have a clear drop for this system to take through the Big Bend into Georgia, up into the Carolinas, eventually cutting back to the west over Tennessee, Kentucky, and the Dixie Alley area. We also have John down here. John is also producing outflow of his own. So as a result, and I'll switch over to the water vapor, there's a better job of communicating this info, which is National Hurricane is area of potential development down there because the atmosphere will be primed. So see, if you notice, I'll zoom way out for you guys, and I hope you can see this. We have dry air and a front up over the southern plains. That's what's helping to nudge Helene to the north. There's our dry air and our anticyclonic flow off the east coast. So as you can see, dry air, there's only one direction for the system to go, and that's to the north. So we're locked in there. But notice lots of moisture still out over Centrica, the east, the western and central Caribbean, and we have a very healthy tropical actually moving in from the Lesser Antilles. These are going to be pivotal pieces. Moist environment, unstable environment created by our two systems here, and a tropical wave wandering in from out of the east. As this system moves in over the next 5 to 7 days, that's where National Hurricane Center is thinking if this in of itself doesn't develop, we're going to see a similar setup, but that was what spawned Helene for all intents and purposes. Possibly, and again, possibly, guys, it's not set in stone. You know, the ensembles did great with picking up on Helene this far out, but we've had a lot of instances this hurricane season where the long-range ensembles and the long-range predictors fell through at the last second, and we were all kind of left holding the bag like, oh yeah, I promise we weren't lying about this. So there's still a lot of room for this to change, but the reason I want us to emphasize this, especially for us in the Southeast, it is too close for comfort. We're not even going to have time to pick up the pieces after Helene before we're tracking something else down there. And another viable point why I personally want us to keep a close eye on this and keep you guys updated on both situations, Helene into landfall, and then this system that's now designated by NHC, is because everybody has received impacts. Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, we've all seen hurricane activity this year. We had Beryl, we had Debbie, we had Francine, now we have Helene. Everybody in the Gulf has had a taste of this hurricane season. We are done. We don't need another storm. Everybody has a little something to pick up after, thanks to 2024 hurricane season, and to see that this could still be a spot so close to home, unless it fizzles, someone will receive it. And I personally feel like that's enough to kind of bring situational awareness to it and have to track short. Let me go look. I'll go ahead and look on the live radar right now. Let's take a look. Yeah, Helene is looking really good on radar. We don't want to see that, especially this close to landfall. That's what National Hurricane Center was concerned about up until landfall, is that nothing will really stop this system from continuing to intensify as it moves along. We have some very decent looking cells moving across the western half of Florida. The eastern half is looking great. We have nothing going on. If you reside in East Polk County, or actually almost the entirety of Sumter County for now, Orange County, Marion County, Flagler County, Brevard, Volusia, even further to the south of there, from about the Four Corners area south and north, we are good. There's really nothing on the immediate horizon. All of our strongest storms and heaviest rainfall are running parallel to the coast and coming up with that return flow around the backside of our system. So that's where we're going to have to watch very closely for tornadoes. And we do have a tornado warning in effect for Charlotte, Florida, DeSoto, Florida, Manatee, and Sarasota. Radar indicated currently. So it is not a confirmed tornado, but you should still go through your necessary precautions for sure. Wow, Pamela is spamming the chat. I need somebody to add a moderator to this chat desperately. We have the same people in here spamming the chat and taking away from folks who have genuine questions. Pam, Isaac is just hanging out on its own. Isaac's going to be actually affecting the Mediterranean, and the transatlantic. I'm using Navy terminology now, but Isaac's going to be play a role in Europe's weather. Isaac's not going to play a role in anyone here in the United States, thankfully. Robin Kilgore, I'm actually in Polk County myself, not literally, obviously, but I'm in the Davenport, Haines City area of Polk County. This is not my YouTube channel, unfortunately, so I cannot assign moderator privileges. Pretty sure Jonathan is doing a hit right now. It's after 6, so they probably have their 6 and then eventually their 6:30 show going on television. Yeah, they just corrected the numbers on the National Hurricane Center homepage as well. So yeah, guys, until he comes back, please oh, no. Oh, gosh. Okay, let me go back to the main screen and adjust. We must have just got another intermittent advisory. I'm seeing down here in the bottom left, we've officially reached Category 4 status. I don't know why this thing did not come up with it. What just happened there? What is going on right now? And I have a lot of noise outside of my hotel room, which is a bummer as well. I cannot wait to get back home. This is such an unprofessional environment, and I sincerely apologize for that, but I'm, once again, doing what I can. Let me refresh the page. We just got a new intermediate advisory at 6:20. 6:20, we are at a Category 4. We are at a Category 4 hurricane now. There's got to be a way I can update this screen. I don't know why the text was left behind down here. That's very weird. Anyways, we are now down to a central pressure of 947 millibars, 130 mile an hour sustained winds, so we are still intensifying. Thomas Mates, thank you very much for joining in. I just noticed you in the chat, bud. Jonathan just messaged me as well, letting me know Cat 4. We have reached Category 4 status. So this is a very, very dangerous situation. This is a major ×2, essentially. And I don't mean to use that weird terminology. Wow, what the heck happened with this? Why is it all spaced out like that? I'm not too sure what's going on with our link system, but I guess if that's what I have to do to show you guys the latest advisory right there, I know this is very weird looking. Like I said, I don't know why the banner in the background was displaced. I've never seen it do that before. But there you go. There's our latest intermediate advisory as of just 2 minutes ago. Central pressure down another 3 millibars. So we are still, unfortunately, in the rapid intensification phase. To put it into perspective, we started this live stream a little over an hour ago. We were hovering just above 950. We were at 950 a little while ago. We've dropped another 4 millibars in about 30 some odd minutes. So we are still, unfortunately, rapidly intensifying. We have now sustained Category 4 winds in the center of circulation, which means we will likely see intermittent and very spotty Category 5 level criteria as this system comes ashore. Matthew Doherty, it is not going to take a path towards Jacksonville. Again, buddy, we are locked in at this point. We're just waiting and watching. We got to wait this out. We cannot take this storm away, and it is not going to move at this point. It's just going to continue on its current course. We're going to stay the course at this point. The Johnny Rasa, of course, thank you very much for your kind support. I do appreciate it. No, Nancy. It is not going to be a 5. This is where we are hopefully going to bottom out. We would need to see this thing explosively intensify within the next 2 to 3 hours, and that's not going to happen. We're not looking at that type of a situation. Unfortunately, though, here, if you look at what I have pulled up, you can see there is tremendous amounts of dry air up over Mississippi, Louisiana, and the western Gulf Coast. This system is so superbly walled off now that that is not going to be an issue, and this is what National Hurricane Center was afraid of. How long until landfall? Ben Hamilton, I'm pretty sure they're forecasting anywhere between 8 to 10 o'clock is when this thing is going to come ashore. We are moving fast. 23 miles an hour, so we are getting close to landfall now. Let me go ahead and clear the screen so I can pull the radar imagery back up for you guys, and we can track the center of circulation a little bit more closely. Let's go to the level 2 radar, level 2 reflectivity. I'm going to go to the Tallahassee radar so we can see this thing on approach. Now I need to get this out of the way. There we go. Let's just move that off to the side. And I truthfully hope if we do have any others watching from the greater Big Bend area of Florida, that you've heeded the warnings of local law enforcement and local emergency management services, because at this point, there is no movement to be had. You should be sheltered in place and in a very safe spot, regardless of where you are, whether it be in your own home or elsewhere for that matter. This is the final approach of Hurricane Helene, and it should be there here within the next couple hours. You can see we are trucking along fairly quickly, and it looks like we are going to be just to the immediate east of the metropolitan area of Tallahassee. We could still graze the city limits area, and we're going to expect widespread catastrophic damage at this point because we're looking at a Category 4 intensity. No, East Coast Aquarius Miami-Dade is not over with. Remember, we still have a lot of back building and a lot of return flow storms that are going to be wrapping around the south side of the system. I'll very quickly switch us over to a different radar so you guys can see that very quickly, and then we'll come back to the Tallahassee radar. I'll go to I guess the Melbourne radar will do us just fine. We'll go over to the Melbourne radar. And you can see we actually have some stuff sneaking in. This is far away, so this does not look very menacing. I don't really see the ICAO or the identifier for the Miami-Fort Lauderdale radar on my display here. Let me see. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have that here. So I'm using the Melbourne radar right now. Let's go back to the Tampa Bay radar. We'll get our closest look at the eye wall of Hurricane Helene. There you go. This is 420. Let me go ahead and loop the image for you guys. Then I'll come back to the main screen. Let's zoom in and we can get a closer look, a bird's eye view of what's going on out there. Very impressive hurricane. This is absolutely getting close to one of the more impressive, not the most impressive systems. So there you go. For the person who asked earlier about the structuring and the symmetry of an eye in the core, you can see as the radar loops, earlier we started out a bit more broad, a little bit more jagged around the edges, but notice in those last couple of frames, we're taking on that perfect circle. So as PM mentioned in the chat, we could still get lucky and watch this thing cave in on itself before landfall. This is precisely what Idalia did last year. We did make it to Category 4 status and then weaken right at the last second to a Category 3 to lessen some of the overall general impacts. Chrissy, absolutely. That's the thing. You guys talk and shoot the breeze as much as you want. We're all riding this out together. We're in the trenches collectively. So don't ever think that you need to keep it 110% professional. I'd be joking around a little bit more if I wasn't on a professional forum right now. If I was over on my regular channel, we'd be just all about it. Track changes, exactly. Excellent point, Derek Hunt. Quality comment in the chat right now. We are just sitting it out. We just have to wait this out at this point. There's nothing we can do. Lots of onshore flow for Venice Beach, Charlotte Harbor, Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, up into the Tampa Bay area. Looks like our strongest cells have just moved to the immediate east of the greater Tampa Bay area and St. Petersburg. We're kind of in between strong bands. You can see that band just off the coast there, looking right in through here. Zoom in, I can show you a little bit more of a close-up view. You can see these stronger embedded cells are now pushing towards the Lakeland area, trying to get closer to my neck of the woods, which is not good. I don't like to see that, especially since these could very quickly go tornado warned. Very symmetrical core with this system now, though. Look at these strong values in the reflectivity here, these dark shades of red, yellow, and orange. That is a healthy eye wall. Anybody in that eye wall will receive the full effects of Hurricane Helene. Oh, Chrissy, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Because I've been away, I haven't been able to do content. So that's why I've been kind of mirroring what Jonathan's been doing here on the Just Weather channel and over on WKMG, because I've just been dead in the water out here. Can you explain what Central American gyre is? When does it end? Because it is causing these storms. I see another one next week. So the Central American gyre is essentially a very large scale, I would say large scale. The reason it takes the name Central American is because it blankets much of the Central American land mass from southern Mexico through to the northwest quadrant of South America. This could be a big thing. And all it is a focused area, but a big focused area of rising motions. And because we're seeing those rising motions in the low levels, what that does is it creates low pressure, like a hurricane. Not literally like a hurricane, but it spins on a very broad scale, like we saw with Alberto that kicked off our season, a very broad area of cyclonic spin. And to generate this, we usually have a Kelvin wave or the MJO coupled with a nice anticyclone at the highest point in the atmosphere to help drive those lowering pressures, the rising motions, to evacuate that mass closest to ground level. And it really depends. It depends on what the atmosphere does in the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, to whether or not that gyre setup will go away. Sometimes they can hang out for a couple weeks. Sometimes they can last a whole month. Sometimes they can come on intra-seasonally as well. And what that means is outside of their normal times. Typically, we see a more pronounced gyre setup come together late May into early June, and as we're getting into November. So to see this, we would have to have something spur that development, and we did. We had the MJO and a lot of that rising motion in the tropics come across that area and help to ignite that low pressure area called the gyre, and that's what hooked up with this feature before it turned into Helene. This is a very impressive hurricane, though, folks. We need to take this very serious. This is a very symmetrical, this is that, quote, look that you see so many folks mentioning on social media. I would imagine is probably anywhere between 30 to 40 miles wide, give or take. It's a fairly sizable eye. Thankfully, it is not a pinwheel eye for sure. If we had a very tightened, small, talking 10, 15 nautical mile wide eye, this thing would have very ferocious core winds with it. It still does, and it needs to be respected, but usually the broader systems in the large...
Guess who's back?
Me. I'm back.
The Kelly Clarkson Show. It's a new season. It's bright, it's fun, it's new, I like it. It's a new season.
Meet Midol Supplements Peace Out PMS. It helps ease bloating, mild mood changes, and it has chaseberry.
What's chaseberry?
It's this ingredient that helps ease PMS discomfort like bloating and mild mood changes.
Okay, Midol.
Listen, unless Jonathan is elsewhere, I'm actually David. I'm David Nazario. Jonathan is, I believe, doing hits on television. He should actually, unless there's active tornado warnings still going on, he should be rejoining us here momentarily. And then once he gets back, I can finally get into a bit more of the meat and potatoes with you guys once I get those screen sharing capabilities. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be under a tornado warning for those aforementioned counties, Charlotte, DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota for another 13 minutes. So, Connie, excellent question. I see your question in the chat. Let's go ahead and zoom out again. So despite what a lot of folks were talking about, to kind of go back to what Bill was saying earlier in the chat, hype, there was a ton of hype and fear-mongering building up to this system. And a lot of the, quote, hype really didn't pan out. There were a lot of folks out there, and I quote, saying this is a big, expansive storm. And as you can see on radar right now, yes, this is a big hurricane in the grand scheme of things, but we're actually lucking out over much of the Florida Peninsula because we are not seeing as consistent and as heavy of the rainfall as previously forecasted of 24 to 48 hours ago. So to answer your question, this storm is not going to continue to increase in size until it is well inland, starting to feel the effects of a frontal system to its northwest. Then it'll start to broaden and fan out, lose that circulation, kind of like a figure skater. I don't know if you guys have heard that analogy before, but right now Helene is in the process of spinning and drawing her arms in closer to her to spin faster. After landfall, and we start to lose the mechanism that keeps it intensifying, just like a figure skater ending its routine, it'll start to extend its metaphorical arms out, spin slower, the wind field will expand, the intensity will start to rapidly diminish, and then Helene will be retired, more than likely. This is going to be a storm that gets retired. Yeah, as expected, and I think I touched on this yesterday, if not the day before yesterday. I want to say it was the day before yesterday, if not our Monday or Tuesday live stream. If you guys caught that update when this feature was still down in the Caribbean, I'd mentioned that on satellite it was enormous. We were feeling impact in Yucatan, we were feeling impacts all the way out to the Dominican Republic, Haiti, Jamaica, and then down to Central America near Costa Rica, Panama, Nicaragua, etc. To you guys that as these systems undergo their evolution, they'll shrink, they'll consolidate. And we're seeing that end result here. If we were to put Helene in its current state down in the Caribbean, it would look a lot smaller than when we first started a couple of days ago with PTC and Tropical Storm Helene. Daniel Schwartz, it's a perfect analogy. I could honestly, it would probably look silly, but I could spin around in my chair right now and pull my hands in and you guys would see me spin faster. I'm not going to do that for the sake of keeping, the professional environment, but you guys know the idea. Winds are at 130 miles an hour. We've officially reached Category 4 intensity. So this is a major hurricane in every sense of the word. We did not just cross major hurricane territory. We have fulfilled the upper end of the forecast intensity. Let's go over to the Tallahassee radar. I have to stop the loop. That's a magnetic scenario for Tallahassee is the fact that we've had a lot of rainfall all day. We've already had consistent flash flood warnings and other flood advisories going out for that general area. You can see right now that even lots of Georgia, I know a meteorologist up there who reports near the Atlanta area, and she was giving a very intensive discussion about the flood potential up there. They're expecting anywhere between 5 to maybe even upwards of isolated 10 inches of rainfall thanks to the training effect that Helene is having with the frontal boundary down at the surface. Let me see. I'm going to real quick and see if I can pull that up for you guys. So maybe I can describe a little bit more. Let's see. Let's go to load, and that's not what I want. Let's here to the surface analysis. Actually, that's not the one I want either. It's this one here. Let's see. There we go. Excellent. So thankful that we can put this together. So what's happening here is, and we're using the Tallahassee radar, so obviously we're only going to be able to see so far out. It's not like we're only getting rain in Florida and the United States is dry everywhere else. But this frontal boundary right in through here is what's also helping to drive Helene up towards the north. That's why, again, as Derek mentioned in the chat, we've emphasized to you guys leading up to tonight, this system is locked in. We are not going to see this suddenly deviate wide right or wide left. It is pulled in and it is fully under the influence of these steering mechanisms like that frontal boundary that's draped up over near the Pensacola area, interior Alabama, and jutting up the northwest corner of Georgia. That is also helping to keep our rain chances so elevated. That's why we have this band of precipitation here, this steady light to moderate rainfall that's just nestled in and stuck right up against the east side of our boundary here. It's running into that and it can't move because, as the name implies, it's a quasi-stationary boundary. Quasi meaning, yes, there's a little bit of wiggling and wobbling, but it's not moving all the way over here and over here. Armando, I'd already answered your question, dude. The Central American Gyre, just a large area of lowering pressure and rising motions down there over Central America, as the name implies. Seeing Chrissy getting a lot of kudos in the chat. Yes, 157 or higher sustained would make it a Category 5. Thank you very much, Chrissy, for dropping that in the chat. I do appreciate that big time. Eric S. was in Houston in July when Hurricane Beryl hit. Now they're currently in Tampa. Houston was much, much worse due to the direct hit from Beryl as a Category 1 intensifying Category 1. Thankfully, we are just about, I won't say we're in the clear. Forgive me. I'm not going to sound ignorant like that. We still have a long way to go. But on the positive side, we're getting into the weaker side of Helene. From here on out, looking at this engine here, I know this is a giant hurricane icon, but you guys get the gist of where the center is. If I were to draw a straight line to the east, and this is earlier, let me go ahead and loop the image for you guys as well so we can see the current the current radar data. Go ahead and reset so we can look at that two-dimensional view, and I'll zoom us on in. And if you look, Tampa and even Orlando almost to the south, if not to the south now, on the southern edge, the southern back half of Helene, which means that the bottom half of the peninsula will still have intermittent showers, intermittent thunderstorms, not as widespread a coverage. However, the tornado risk will persist during the next 6 to 12 hours as Helene rockets off like a spaceship or like the space shuttle taking off up into the greater southeast United States. But we will start to see our conditions improve through the rest of the night tonight. So that is very good news for anyone watching from Tampa down along the south of Florida. CH, I completely agree. Completely agree. Honestly, a Cat 1 would be enough. We had enough with Debbie. PM, I do believe it's got to be some kind of dry air entrainment, dry air intrusion. There's a lot of dry air system. Let's go ahead and pull up our water vapor satellite shot once again. I'll go ahead and change us out of the radar. We'll get back to the radar here in a moment so we can continue to monitor what this system's doing and extrapolate it forward. But let's go down here. We'll go to the water vapor satellite shot, and I'll go ahead and back up for you guys. And as you can see, we have but there is still some low to upper level dry air thanks to our trough and our high pressure off to the east of this system. So if I zoom us out, and I wish I had the telestrator graphic here, if you look at this very sharp gradient from the tropical moisture to the dense dry air, that's your frontal boundary right there squeezing the system north. If you look at this sudden clearing in the moisture down here off the immediate east coast of Florida towards the shades of brown, orange, and the darker shades here, that rust color, the dry air, there's your higher pressure. So this feature is caught right in between these dominant synoptic scale features, as they're called, and just being pulled. It's literally being sucked up to the north between the two features. Watching from north of Tampa, gusts of wind and rain, powers blinking every now and again. Yes, you're still going to see strong conditions intermittently with these bands that are going to be rocking through. If I scroll down, you can see how these dreads, these bands of thunderstorms that extend well back into the Western Caribbean, down to the Cayman Islands even, these are going to continue to be drawn to the north. Because remember, Helene is moving north-northeast. So if you take these features, this is Helene, these are the storms, and you move it up like this, you can see that all that stuff is still going to be over our viewing area for the rest of the night and probably into tomorrow morning. Priyan Patel, excellent question. It goes back to what I mentioned earlier in the eye wall, where those strong storms we saw on the radar earlier, those deep yellows, reds, and oranges on the immediate outside of the clear eye, that's where you have very aggressive vertical motions up into the atmosphere that creates the outflow and the breath, the respiration of these systems. Because of how fast those vertical velocities are on the eye wall, on the inside, what goes up has to come down. So where those clouds are free and clear and the skies are open and you can see up to the blue sky, that's where you have rapid sinking air going on, creating that lower pressure as the air is evacuated out so robustly from that eye wall core. So that's why you have clear conditions in the eye of the storm. But on the immediate outside of that, you have your strongest storms because that's where your vertical velocities are the most intense. Right now, it is not a Cat 2. It is far from a Cat 2. Unfortunately, I wish it was still a Cat 2. Carl Dennis, is there that small 1% possibility that Mother Nature throws us a curve and this thing continues to explosively intensify? Always. There's always that level of uncertainty, even when you're 30 seconds away from verifying a weather forecast. Is that the most likely outcome? No. This will not make Category 5 intensity. Oh, Priya Patel, you're very welcome, for sure. I have someone asking what cat this storm will weaken to before hitting Valdosta. Valdosta's in Georgia, isn't it? Valdosta, Georgia, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if we zoom in and I can see that on there we go. So not much, to tell you the truth. Remember, folks, and this is something that I always emphasize to Central Floridians, if we have a system coming up like a rocket moving at the 20 to 25 mile an hour pace that we see with Helene, it's going to take a minute for this thing to spin down. We're probably still going to see major hurricane conditions into Valdosta, Georgia, unfortunately. Georgia in of itself all the way through Macon to Atlanta, Roswell, Athens, and everywhere in between. Warner Robins Air Force Base is probably going to see some pretty intense activity with this as well. They're forecasting upper end tropical storm conditions for much of the Atlanta metro area. Yes, hashtag JRJM, it will be in South Georgia. It will be. I thought so. I thought it was Valdosta. I knew I was saying it wrong. Ralph, I completely agree. Every time the door back there slams, I feel like someone's coming into my room. It's weird. It is actually not good that the sun is going down, in my opinion. As somebody in the chat already mentioned, it's very eerie, especially if you lose power in your local area, to have no wits about you. It's a lot more difficult to monitor your surroundings and your situational awareness. And that's another thing, too. While we kill a little bit more time for Jonathan to rejoin us as we just more or less camp out and wait for the arrival of Helene, that's another thing I want to mention to you guys that I don't think is discussed very frequently in the weather community, the aftermath. And I will wholeheartedly stand and say, after living through Ian, especially Charlie, Wilma, Katrina, Rita, Ivan, Gene, Francis, all the hurricanes that have buffeted us here in Florida. I was not born yet when Andrew came through. I'm a whopping 30 years old. Not sure if anybody wanted to know, but anyways, the aftermath of the storm, I feel, is a lot more treacherous and dangerous than during the storm. And it's actually been statistically proven that most of the fatalities associated with tropical cyclones do actually occur after the storm has passed. Improper use of electrical equipment, unfortunately, drowning because you don't know exactly which way you're going. You're drowning because you go into submerged areas and you don't realize it. You think everything's good to go. You travel too soon after the storm has passed. Believe it or not, it has been statistically proven that we see more of our fatalities after the fact. We also want to remember we're going to be without power. There's going to be a lot of standing water, so disease, sewage, septic buildup, that's going to be a problem out there. Sanitation is going to be a lot harder to come by. Your area, especially those immediately impacted by a Category 4 hurricane, are likely going to be without law enforcement and emergency services for X amount of time. Lord willing, only the first day or two. I know when Hurricane Charlie came through Kissimmee, we were without law enforcement personnel in our local area for a whopping 4 to 5 days. So it gets spooky. It gets eerie. You need to have a way to secure your belongings, secure your family, secure your pets. Make sure that you are always watching your surroundings. Situational awareness is critical. They teach us that constantly in our military career. See, Michelle, of course. Thank you very much. I wish I was still a baby. RCW, I see that there was a question in the chat. Let me scroll back up, see where it was. Can you tell us what time the strong winds will hit in the Georgia area, please? I am a truck driver 2 hours outside of Atlanta. I am leaving now. RCW, give us a bit more of that essay, the situational awareness. Again, it goes back to that buzzword of where you will be heading, because Georgia will likely start to see the main event with Helene, particularly up near Atlanta, probably as we get into the early morning hours of tomorrow, around that dawn time frame, sunrise, daybreak, between 5 and 6 a.m. Could be a little bit sooner, honestly. If we're expecting landfall between 8 to 10 o'clock up there near the Tallahassee, Big Bend area, whether it be near Perry, Florida, or between Tallahassee and Perry, it could be anywhere between 4 to 6 a.m. Let me go ahead and glance at the track, even though I can't. Actually, you know what? I probably can. Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and get up in here and try to overlay that track for you guys. I'm pretty sure that I can do that real quick. Let's see. Go to tropical. Let's go right here, forecast. Nope, I do not want that. Let me go ahead and look for Helene. There she goes. Let's overlay that. Let me go ahead and play this out. There it goes again. It sounds like someone was entering my room. I'm not too sure why the cone here is not projecting forward. It should automatically project forward. So what I'll do is, while this is a looping image, I will go to National Hurricane Center in the background and see what they're thinking in terms of timing. I'll go to the interactive track. You guys can't see it, but I will go down and take a look at what the timing is considered. They still have a Category 2 hurricane with Category 3 gusts occurring over Albany and Valdosta, Georgia, to the north of Valdosta. So Valdosta will see major hurricane impacts. Georgia, let me extrapolate this forward. This is at 2 a.m. It is right around Albany, Georgia, just to the south of Warner Robins and Macon, which means I would assume it'll probably be up into the Atlanta area. Yeah, I think right around sunrise is a fair estimate. A fair guesstimate is when things will really continue or really start to deteriorate for the northern half of Georgia. Russell, honestly, that's been debunked. Honestly, you should just keep your windows shut. There's only so much you can do in a situation like this. Just keep the windows closed. Stay away from those windows as well. Get to the interior-most portion of your house. If you are in the immediate path of the system, treat it like a big tornado. Treat it like a giant tornado. I know that sounds weird, but that's truthfully what you have to do. And that's another reason why I like to tell viewers exactly what direction the wind is coming from, so geographically you can figure out where it is that you're looking. I know in my hotel room, for example, the window that's in the room faces the east. It faces the east. And so if I knew that Hurricane Helene was coming in off we'll say hypothetically off the coast of Virginia, and we were going to have easterly flow throughout the duration of this system, I'd be here where I'm sitting now or in the hallway, because I know the strongest core of winds will be going right at that window. There's a great opportunity for flying debris to come in to smash it out, glass everywhere. So I want to retreat back here. There's a solid wall there, or get into the hallway of my hotel building to stay away from the worst of the winds. So that's another reason why I love down the wind direction and the wind flow around these tropical cyclones. If you decide to hunker down and ride this storm out from your house, it's a very dangerous setup, but at least you got to know where it is you are in the house relative to where your strongest winds are, so you can move around and try to secure yourself and your loved ones from the worst that this storm has to offer. Yes, correct, Derek. It is going to start to interact with that upper low. I'll zoom out since this is a perfect graphic. Water vapor. This right in there. We have a giant bowling ball upper low right there. You can kind of see it taking on a bit of a deformation zone and a surge region right in through there where the jet is supporting it. And as a result, as this continues to sink towards the center of the Dixie Alley area, and Helene comes up to the north, eventually she's going to boomerang to the west, and they're going to kind of entrain within one another. And Helene, is going to go fully extratropical after about another day or so. Unknown snipers, gang? No, not thinking this is going to go Cat 5 before landfall. We would need this thing to deepen another 30 some odd millibars, give or take, maybe even more than that, and it wouldn't have enough time for the wind speeds to catch up. So we would have to see what's called explosive cyclogenesis. This thing just completely go bonkers and deepen from 947 to like 917 before this thing makes landfall. And even then, when the pressure drops, the winds take a little bit of time. There's some latency. There's a little bit of lag, kind of like what you guys were saying about my audio earlier, before the full effects begin to ramp up and match or equate to the central pressure. So no, we're not looking at a Category 5 here. Will we see small and very short bouts of Cat 5 level intensity? We could. We're talking gusts in your strongest thunderstorms, gusts in that core of eye wall thunderstorms. There is a possibility, as this system continues to strengthen ever so slightly, that there could be very, very intermittent and I mean very isolated instances where you try to creep up towards 150, 155 mile an hour wind gusts in the core and in your strongest thunderstorms that could produce a small bout. We're talking seconds worth of Category 5 level conditions. See, what other questions do we have? How far inland are the flood surge levels expected? Any changes in the predictions? I do not believe so. How far inland are the flood surge levels expected? So, truthfully, we're probably, let me get this surface analysis out of the way. Now this hurricane icon is just way too big. Let me go ahead and close this out. I think we have the just surface synoptics are doing. Delete. Let me go ahead and get that out of there. And let's go back to the image. Let me go ahead and take a look and see if we have that graphic pulled up as well. Perhaps I can just bring the storm surge up and make it easy for all of us. Let's see. We have the storm surge graphic. Here we go. I believe this is updated. It should automatically update. It does not look like this has updated. Maybe it has. It has, because this is where the new track is, and our strongest components are going to be on the east side. So regardless, let me go ahead and hold this up. Oh, shucks. This is still an icon. It is not an actual toolbar. But we're still looking at anywhere between 15 to 20 plus.
What do you want?
It's not that simple.
What do you want?
I want you to wear a t-shirt that actually fits you. Like this True Classic.
Well, it's not going to be easy. That's actually going to be really hard.
True Classic makes everything easy. They're tight in all the right places, but loose where you want it.
Then I wear one every day because I want you.
Or north, latitudinally speaking, we're slowly going to see an improvement over the next 6 to 12 hours before things finally completely calm down as we start the day tomorrow with some of those residual wraparound thunderstorms still hanging out down into the Caribbean and the southern Gulf. Not necessarily JRJM. We will see Helene winding down as it moves into the Big Bend and up through Georgia, but we will feel this storm in eastern Alabama, South Carolina. Nice tornado risk according to Storm Prediction Center. We've been realizing the tornado coverage up there, and especially in the southeast corner of Georgia. We are going to start to see even more activity as this goes further north up into North Carolina before boomeranging to the west. North Carolina shouldn't receive much more outside of the way of just rainfall and intermittent shower activity, maybe some pop-off thunderstorms during daytime heating, and then especially once it becomes entrained or magnetized and stuck in the flow around that upper low I showed you guys on the water vapor satellite shot, we're going to see a lot of rainfall piling up over the higher terrain of the southern Appalachians, Kentucky, Tennessee, even further to the north from there into the lower Midwestern states in the Ohio Valley. So Mean Blub, that's exactly why you tune into alerts and videos and live streams and live coverage such as this, because we can go ahead and break that down for you perfectly. Let me go ahead and I'm not going to save this, so I'm going to go ahead and delete the storm surge graphic real quick. Let me delete that so then I can pull up some of the forecast data. Let's see. We'll go ahead and use the HRRR. So use the HRRR, and we'll take the wind speed. We'll just take the general wind speeds at the surface, and we'll go ahead and overlay them. And now that should work if I'm not mistaken. There we go. So this is where we sit right now. And unfortunately, we don't have arrows on this, and I still do not have my telestrator piece here. I don't know why this is just a floating icon. It doesn't actually let me select it, which is odd. I wish I had that capability. But we know that these tropical cyclones, I'm just going to move this out of the way real quick. There we go. Let's put that over in the corner. Let's put Baby Toolbar in the corner for my Roadhouse fans out there, or Dirty Dancing. Wow, that was almost a sin on live coverage. But anyways, on the east side of the storm, seeing the west coast and interior central Florida, we're seeing a combination of southerly flow and southeasterly flow in off the east coastline. That's why if you live out there on the east coast, you're probably seeing rough surf out there. Rip currents are probably in full effect. We have a lot of thunderstorms that are brewing right along the immediate coastline along the east because of that onshore flow and the interaction with the Gulf Stream out there. And then on the west system, we have predominantly northerly flow, so Mobile, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and Panama City, and everywhere in between in the left-hand side, they're seeing winds over. As the system comes up, get into the strongest impacts. If you're on the west side of the system, winds are going to be out of the north. If you're on the east side of the system, as this comes inland, you're going to have winds out of the south coming in off the coast. JP forecast is anywhere between 50 to 70 mile an hour winds up there for Atlanta as the system comes in tomorrow morning. Let's see. Will this retire near New York? What was the dark purple part of the line a minute ago or two? That was, Mia, that was a front. That was a occluded front. So no, that is not the hurricane, nor is that the track. That's something totally separate. This is not coming to New York. It is going to ricochet to the west before you guys even feel that there may be a storm system coming in from the south. But retire, Mia, you said in your comment, retire, yes. Helene is likely to be a name that we will never have to do battle with in upcoming hurricane seasons. This is probably going to be retired. In fact, I would argue it's almost guaranteed that this thing's going to be retired, especially a major hurricane that it is. Let's see, what other questions do we have? Yes, Leslie, it is going to be quiet on the East Coast. Unless you have thunderstorms going through, I'll go ahead and pull up the radar again out of Tampa. Let's go ahead and close this out. I'll go ahead and delete the model data. I'll go ahead and pull in the radar. Let's see here. You know what? I think we have the radar on another chart already, so I'm just going to try to make this easy. Here we go. Yep. That is our water vapor. I'll go ahead and switch this out to our radar, level 2 reflectivity, and we'll go to Tampa Bay. And as you can see, a large majority of Central Florida is fairly quiet. I'm looping these so we can get the full picture here. Fly us on in. And there you go. We have a feeder band that's working its way deeper and deeper into Central Florida. But yeah, the East Coast, we have some stronger storms likely warranting special marine warnings or special marine advisories for potential gusty winds and waterspout activity. But most of eastern Central Florida is doing pretty good. Really have much going on in the southeast or the immediate southern flank of Florida just yet. As that system comes in, or that stuff that still has yet to rise up from the south. Daniel Schwartz, David, I might have missed your answer. Can you go over the wind speeds we can see in western North Carolina. So, Daniel, Western North Carolina is not going to receive very much from this system. It is going to get hooked by our upper low, that giant bubble of cool air that I showed you guys on the water vapor, and it'll be shredded and pulled in towards the west. So, I would argue that South Carolina, Georgia, parts of Alabama, and especially the southern Appalachians into Kentucky, Tennessee, will see a lot more of this system that has, what the system has left to offer before we actually see some main direct hits in North Carolina and even up here in Virginia right now. We're not expecting really anything over the weekend. Georgia, Jonathan, will likely see a lot of flooding. We're probably going to see a lot of flooding. I will switch us over to the Tallahassee radar so I can show you all that continuous flow of thunderstorms thanks to, or not thunderstorms, but just general rainfall, thanks to the interaction between and our stationary boundary and a digging that's still supporting the steering currents for this system. Yeah, there's a lot of rainfall up there, and this is the Tallahassee radar. And you can see lots of light to moderate steady state rainfall all through there. So it's kind of not a good thing that we've been blanketed by showers and consistent rainfall for much of the day today. This started earlier this morning. I saw on the local news we had at the Fleet Weather Center pulled up that there were already flash flood warnings in effect for the Big Bend area into Tallahassee. The storm coming in and receiving the strongest rainfall and the strongest core thunderstorms are only going to exacerbate the situation. Gainesville is doing okay. So you can see here we're getting some showers in the outer edge of that northeast quadrant, but thankfully nothing too gratuitous, nothing that we can't handle, and we should only continue to see persistent conditions between the 40-60 mile an hour range during those rain showers and the bands that work their way through. Yeah, so everybody in Gainesville right now, I see everyone popping off in the chat. You guys are doing okay. Let me go ahead and switch back to the Tampa radar so we can get a clearer look at what's upstream or to the south coming north for you guys, so we can talk a little bit about that and extrapolate some stuff forward. Let me go ahead. It's funny how it always starts earlier in time. I'm so used to the image coming up and it just being the current time. So let's zoom me on down. In fact, let me make sure we're looking perfectly at a two-dimensional image here, and we'll zoom in. So you can see Gainesville, we're not looking at anything too sporty right now. It looks like that band that was capable of producing isolated funnel clouds and stronger winds has actually since dissipated. And that's a good thing. Earlier today, I thought we would see some enhancement with some of our thunderstorms. We did, thanks to daytime heating. And we have to remember now that the sun is going down, so we're going to start to cool the surface of the earth. So these thunderstorms are likely to dissipate as they push further inland. And right now, Gainesville gets some rain, some winds, but nothing really substantiating. Yeah, exactly. PM hit it on the money. Worst of the storm should definitely miss Gainesville. Looks like Tallahassee won't be as bad as they thought. Beard Commander, that's going to be tough to say. Definitely going to be tough to say. If we extrapolate this radar image forward and it just moves in a perfectly straight line minus the wobble, we'll wait till it repeats. Here's the center, here's the center, here's the center. See, we're still moving in a straight line. We're going to be just east of Tallahassee, so we will be in those hurricane force conditions. It looks like, thankfully, there is just a bit of asymmetry in the eye wall. It looks like that right front quadrant naturally does have stronger eye wall core thunderstorms. So Perry, Florida is unfortunately likely a whopping from this system. Live Oak, Lake City, some of the more Florida counties up here, and the interstate that runs west to east. I think that's I-10. I'm pretty sure I've driven it a bunch of times. That's where we're going to see our strongest impacts. That one owl, it will continue to move north until about northern Georgia, and then South Carolina, it'll boomerang off towards the west. Yes, I completely agree. Perry just can't seem to grab or catch a break. That's been the storm's favorite area to come inland for some reason. Oh, I got to plug my laptop in. I just realized we're running a little low on battery. Yes, there is a nuclear power plant in the path, but they have contingency plans and reinforcing capabilities or reinforcements built into that type of a structure to bulletproof it from situations like this. Dan Smith, it actually has been a 4 for a little while now. Let me make sure we haven't gotten an intermediate advisory from National Hurricane Center. I got to keep switching back and forth between there. Let's go back. It looks like we have an update. Still deepening, 945 millibars as of 7 o'clock. We're down to 945 millibars, so another 2 millibar drop, so we might see just one small nudge in wind intensity before this thing fully comes ashore. Landfall is going to be between 8 to 10 o'clock tonight, so we're getting close to closing time. We are almost done, and once this thing comes ashore, the worst will be upon us, but then we can start counting down to when this thing is all said and done. Two-part question. I'm in Tifton, Georgia. When should we be experiencing hurricane conditions, and what potential category would it hit us as if it stays on its projected path? An excellent question, and I'm not in the whatchamacallit. I'm not in the actual links just yet, so let me go ahead and pull that up. Go ahead and do a bit of a quick little forecast. Make sure I'm looking at the right position or right location for you. If my maps would load, I hope it's not causing any latency in the stream. And it probably is, unfortunately, because this thing is lagging big time. There we go. So in Tifton, Georgia, you're probably still going to be seeing, at the minimum, high-end tropical storm to Category 1 level conditions. However, National Hurricane Center is predicting that we could still be at a Category 2 by the time it gets up into that general area. That is not good. Heart 5.0. Old Augs Gaming, I'm sure a lot of us remember Hurricane Andrew. I wasn't even around yet, and I distinctly remember Hurricane Andrew. I've heard a lot of stories, and I've read a lot about that system. Will it be dead on into Athens, Georgia? I'm pretty sure it is going to be very close. It'll be very close. I believe that it will make it up towards Atlanta, Athens, head on just before it tries to ricochet off towards the northwest and eventually west. Let me take a look at the track. I have that pulled up here as well. Let's see. Yeah, so it'll move to your west. It'll be just starting that turn as it gets up closer to Athens and Atlanta. Atlanta is going to take more of the brunt of the system than will Athens. Athens will be on that dirty side of the system. Right up here. So there's Athens. It's going to be passing. Once it gets to Macon, it'll start to make that hook back towards the northwest. So Atlanta, Taylorsville, will probably see what's left of the low pressure center as it moves through. Athens will receive the dirty side of this system. So we'll have to watch for that isolated tornado risk and flooding. I'm not too sure. We can look. Not too sure. We'll have to double check. Have to double check here in a little bit. Michael O'Rourke, I'm assuming you mean Lake City, Florida. So Lake City is going to receive a lot of the hurricane force conditions, but the eye wall with the strongest effects will still be to your west. It'll still be to your west. Oops, I was trying to zoom out on the actual live stream. I can't do that. Let me get rid of the cone, because the cone is not doing us any good right now. Let's see where we at. Let's get rid of the tropical path. I'll stop the... There we go. And then press play on the radar image. I got to just set a new keyframe so that thing doesn't keep boomeranging way back out to that far perspective. Yeah, just off the coast of Daytona Beach, that's probably producing water spouts out there offshore, thankfully, and it can stay out there. You guys can see that that eye wall core of thunderstorms, though, is very northeast side loaded. So on that northeast quadrant of the eye, that's where the strongest stuff is going to be hitting. Joe, absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and refresh the satellite real quick, see if this thing does look like it might cave in on itself, if we're going to get lucky and get that eye wall replacement cycle. I'm a little concerned because my laptop is starting to run really slow, and I don't want that to cause issues with the live stream. It looks like it might try to eye wall replacement. I don't have microwave imagery pulled up to see what the core actually looks like, but that's a very healthy major hurricane. Still looks like it's firing very consistent convection on the outside of the eye, so I don't know if we're going into an ERC just yet. JRJM, it definitely depends on where you are, but in terms of the Big Bend, we should be seeing conditions improving as we go through the very early morning hours of tomorrow. Oh yeah, we're seeing the core eye wall thunderstorms really making sure to engulf all quadrants of the system. It is a very symmetrical hurricane. That is why it is still intensifying the way that it is. No new update from National Hurricane Center just yet. I'll switch us back over to the Tallahassee radar since we are getting closer to closing time. Stop the image. Go ahead and go back to Tallahassee. And go ahead and press play. I still want to give you guys a bit of the lowdown once Jonathan returns and he gives me those screen sharing capabilities. I want to show you guys a little bit about the Caribbean before we possibly take a break before landfall. Because I definitely want us at least situationally aware of what could possibly be happening into the first bit of October. Do you have access to a webcam on Tampa Bay? We should. I can't access them from here. That would be Jonathan. As you guys can see on the live stream interface, he has the cameras in the studio. I can't operate those from here, unfortunately. I'm away from that desk, far away from that desk, actually. Law and Life LLC, the eye wall is this area right here. The reason it's called a wall is because in the center we have sinking clear conditions. It is calm. And then on the immediate outside where all those aggressively rising motions are occurring in the hurricane, that's where you have that wall of very intense thunderstorms. You can see this ring on the outside of the center there, those higher reflectivities on radar, the yellow, the orange, and the red. That is your wall of core thunderstorms. Baker County, McClenny. Baker County, McClenny. I am not familiar with that area, so let me see. McClenny, Florida. Okay, no, you're doing okay. You're far away from all of our more substantiated impacts. You're definitely going to see some high-end tropical storm conditions as those winds begin to bear down on the area, but I would not be very concerned. In fact, from what I recall earlier today, I do not believe that they had you even in the voluntary evacuation area, and most of the time the evacuations do apply to folks who live in mobile homes. Yes, in fact, Live W, I know that I can't show you guys right now, but I'm actually going to pull up the GFS if my laptop cooperates. There we go. Yeah, that's not good. I'm not liking how my laptop is slowing down. I do not want it to slow down. Let me close out some of my tabs here that I don't need right now. And let me take a look and see if our 18Z model runs are showing anything. I'm not sure what webcam we have pulled up in this bottom left-hand corner, but it looks like we are definitely inside tropical storm conditions in this bottom left camera here. They're definitely seeing that onshore flow whipping. Those palms are going. Let me get back in the chat, make sure I'm not missing anything. Jennifer Summerlin, Jacksonville is going to be okay. You got to watch that onshore flow and these thunderstorms rotating up. But as you can see on the radar imagery here, we are going to be on the eastern fringe of this storm. So thankfully, you will not realize very immense impacts. Cool channel name. I completely agree. You should always be prepared regardless of where this system is going to landfall because you never know what kind of sneaky thunderstorms may try to lift up into your area. All right, if my computer will cooperate, we're getting a lot of lag on some of these web pages. I don't know if it's because I'm in Splashtop trying to remote in.
こんな精神状態のままで戦えるの？言葉を費やす間に行動に移してはどうなのです？息を合わせるぞ！スイッチ
Developed this far out on a deterministic model, the regular GFS, the regular Euro, the regular any model. We're just looking for that consistency of where to watch. That's it. We're not predicting a storm yet. We're not predicting anything yet. We're just seeing if we can develop that forecast consistency so we know exactly which area to keep under the microscope as we get closer in time. Oh my God. The deterministic GFS does have a hurricane hitting southwest Florida, though. That's 5 or 6 model runs now. Whenever Jonathan rejoins us, I would like to share the screen so I can show you guys. But that's why I want us to remain vigilant. This is why we were emphasizing back in August after Debbie that even though the season has been slow to produce, not produce, I don't know why I enunciated that so weird. Even though this season has been slow to produce, we have seen very impactful storms when it has produced. We're seeing Helene right now. We've already had a landfall in Florida. That's 2 hurricanes. This is going to be our first major hurricane of the season to make landfall. We haven't had that yet. And unfortunately, northern Florida is what's going to be taking the brunt of that in terms of mainland U.S. impacts. I know down in the Caribbean, we got rattled by Major Hurricane Beryl, Category 5 Hurricane Beryl. Thankfully, it weakened down before it reached Texas and the Yucatan. But unfortunately for our island friends down there, they saw the full extent of our record-setting hurricane back in June and July. Helene is now going to be the second major hurricane to bombard us. And I really want us paying attention to down there in the Yucatan and the Western Caribbean because we are getting into the climatological phase of the season to where that area can naturally produce some heavy hitters. Michael, one of the analogs to this system, was an October storm. Wilma, the deepest hurricane in Atlantic history with an 883 millibar central pressure at its strongest, was an October storm. Oh, I see the Just Weather admin jumping in here. Who's name calling where? That is definitely unacceptable. Savannah, yes, you're going to feel the effects of this system for sure. V. Taylor, it'll slow down once it gets to the northern portion of Georgia. Once it starts to feel the effects of being magnetized by that upper level low to its west, it'll start to slow down some. Peak at Chew, Atlanta will start to see tropical storm conditions into tomorrow morning. Got to check in on my family down there in Polk, see how they're doing. Forgive me if you guys see me texting, because I see folks in the chat saying that it's getting a little intense in Polk County. All right, sorry about that, guys. Just had to reach out for home. It's been stressing me out being away during all this. That's a whole other story in itself. If you ever reach out to me on social media or other platforms where I can talk to you one-on-one, it's been a mess being up here. It's been a whole mess. Savannah, Georgia, up in Savannah. Let's head on up there and extrapolate that forward. So Savannah, you're going to be actually watching out for more of a prevalent tornado threat. Storm Prediction Center into the day tomorrow actually has you, if I'm not mistaken, still at a rather high tornado risk thanks to that onshore flow. Let me just double check why my laptop's getting hot. What a shame. We've actually had a confirmed tornado up there in South Carolina already, just to the north of where Savannah is. And yes, we're still in an enhanced risk through the rest of the night tonight, and we have a 10% risk for tornadoes into the Savannah area. So our tornado risk is highest for places like Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington, and North Charleston in South Carolina. So for North Carolina, for my viewers up there who were asking, that onshore flow that we've been talking about on the extreme eastern side of the system is going to come over those warm Gulf Stream waters and could help to enhance a little bit of those thunderstorms as they make their way inland in that east-southeast fetch of wind, pushing these feeder bands into the coastline. Landslides would not be a thing in Georgia, thankfully. Billy the Kid is a Cat 4, and it is a big deal. In fact, we should be getting another intermediate advisory from National Hurricane Center soon. Nothing yet. We did deepen down another 2 millibars, so this thing is still intensifying. This was National Hurricane Center's fear that this would be a strengthening system up until landfall. And Tropical Tidbits is down, it looks like. I'm not too sure where the bottom left screen is from. I joined a little late in the stream for when Jonathan put up our cameras. So the full track of the storm without using the telestrators, this thing is likely going to come ashore just to the immediate east of where Tallahassee is. The Tallahassee metro area is obviously underneath the names stamped here in the panhandle of Florida. I'm thinking that landfall is going to be somewhere right in through here if you guys can see my cursor. It should not deviate very much from there at this point. We were just about locked in. It'll be pretty close to Perry, Florida again, a very infamous location for the likes of Idalia and Debbie earlier this hurricane season. From there, it's going to travel up into southern and central Georgia, and right around the Macon area is when we're expecting it to deviate towards the northwest. And then as we get up into the Georgia-Tennessee border, it'll cut hard west and begin to influence the weather for northern Alabama, most of Tennessee and Kentucky, and eventually get entrained into an upper low that's positioned out here. I'll go ahead and change that as a matter of fact so you guys can see. Go ahead and stop this, and I'll switch us back over to our satellite imagery. I'll go ahead and loop and then come back to the screen. So there's Helene. We can see the eye on radar. Very impressive hurricane. What's steering Helene is the anticyclone over Bermuda, the southwest Atlantic, and then we have this deep trough axis and a breakaway area of energy right there that's flowing right around where St. Louis is stamped there in southern Illinois. As this feature continues to drift towards the south, that's when this feature is going to get entrained inside of it as it weakens, and it's just going to more or less marinate over the southern and central Appalachians, Kentucky, Tennessee, the lower Midwest states of Indiana, Illinois, probably influencing the weather for Arkansas, Mississippi, parts of Missouri. A lot of folks are going to feel the remnants of Helene before it eventually gets picked up by the main jet stream up over the northern tier United States and ricocheted back out to the east coast as a remnant low with just a little bit of a rainmaker. Gainesville is going to be on the east side of the system, so there is a potential for you to see some moderate level impacts, higher winds, stronger storms, maybe some localized flooding from the heavier rainfall, but you are not going to receive this system head on. Thank you. I'm very familiar with the bottom camera in Port Canaveral, and I used to go fishing there with my dad a long time ago. There are people making a bunch of noise right outside of my hotel room. Yes, Prince Jen is, if I'm saying that word or that name right. We do have a lot of moisture in the air, but thankfully there's a lot of also dry conditions on the immediate east side of the system. But I do anticipate that we should be seeing a feeder band working through there very soon. Let me stop and I'll switch us back over to the Tampa radar really quick. Level 2, Tampa Bay, loop, so we can take a look real quick. Yeah, there we go. Let me zoom on in. Yep, so Orlando, my neck of the woods. It's just moving through Lakeland right now and dissipating, thankfully. We are now in the brunt of the more continuous rainfall for Tampa, Palm Harbor, Bayonet Point, Spring Hill, St. Pete, Bradenton, Sarasota. We are going to see a continuous slew of rainfall now. This is where we could possibly see some flooding coming in. This is where we're going to start seeing some flooding going up as this system continues to lift towards the north. We're now in that main swath of precip. This is not banding more or less anymore. We're in that contiguous swath of heavy rainfall on the right-hand side. East side of the Atlantic, Pam, can you elaborate on your question a little bit more? Why the east side of the Atlantic does not see many hurricanes? Are you talking like the extreme east side, like closer to Africa and Europe? There's our eye wall. It is still seeing pretty good thunderstorm activity. Okay, so they're just seeing winds right now in my area of Polk County, thankfully. They're not seeing those thunderstorms just yet. Let me get back into the chat. Oh, Pam, on the east side of Florida. Okay. So, truthfully, it goes back to that game of chess I'd mentioned before. And it's all about timing and where a storm is in relation to the timing. And by that, I mean, if we have higher pressure working in at just the right time to push it to the east, or I should say the west, to avoid a trough or other mechanisms that may deviate it from an East Coast landfall, that's what gives us our textbook East Coast landfall like we saw in 2022 with Hurricane Nicole, and especially in 2005 and 2004 with Katrina Rita in the south portion of East Florida, and then Francis and Jean in 2004. So it's a big game of timing. And these days, I've noticed with the way the situation or the pattern situates itself over the eastern United States, far more often than not, we don't have an opportune window of time for these storms to work its way right across Florida from the east side. It's usually going to ricochet and move up the east coast, become a mid-Atlantic or a northeast problem, or boomerang fully back into the Atlantic towards Bermuda. Germa_82, excellent question once again. So it depends on the storm itself. Some of the time it will intensify all the way until that water source beneath it gets cut off. Other times we'll see other variables inside the storm or outside the storm influence its intensity, and it may try to weaken a little bit before it makes landfall. Far more often than not, though, in my experience with these Florida hurricanes, more often than not, we anticipate strengthening right up until landfall, unless we get lucky. Pam, you're very welcome. JRJM, yes. Closest to that center of circulation, there will be downed trees and structural damage to homes and other buildings. Bert, you're very welcome. No, it is still cranking right now. It is still doing just fine in terms of its structural integrity, sadly. Let me go ahead and pull up a more quality satellite image on my end of the spectrum so I can take a look. I can't share it with you all, unfortunately, because I don't have those capabilities right now, but I'm going to take a look at how the storm looks in general as we get closer and closer to landfall. Yeah, it is quite possible that this system is still intensifying. It does not look like the eye is falling apart right now. We still have consistent thunderstorms and very hot towers going up on all quadrants, all sides.
The Tonight Show, you can't turn the fun off.
The Tonight Show's delivered laugh out loud fun for 10 years strong.
That kid's going all the way.
You have a very honest face. And Jimmy Fallon makes the job look easy. I got my top hands on. Weeknights.
Paris is calling with French Bee. Fly in comfort on board our next generation A350.
JRJM, you're very welcome. IROC, I think it is IROC 117. You're very knowledgeable. We appreciate it. You're very welcome. Thank you guys for being so supportive in the chat and asking all these wonderful questions. It's really bad up in Virginia, too. How come the rains and winds are super far north this time around? Because of that stationary front that I was briefing you guys on earlier. We have a separate storm system working its way through the east coast of the United States that's actually influencing Helene's path. So I'll stop the image once again, and I'll pull up our satellite imagery. We'll go back to the water vapor, my favorite overlay. And I know over on your side, it probably deviated. Oh, no, actually, look at that. We held the control point. We're actually there. So let me zoom out to the entire eastern seaboard, and you can see that we have a low pressure system up there in Quebec, the northeast United States. The jet traces that feature from the upper Great Lakes into the base of that storm system. We have another storm system beginning to develop in that cold pocket up over the lower Midwest that's driving Helene. And if you look on the leading edge of this entire feature here, we have Helene's influence down through here, and we have additional influence brought on by our polar front jet and the storm system that's moving east-northeast through eastern Canada that's draping the fronts that are helping to guide Helene up towards landfall. So we have a lot going on the entire eastern seaboard of the U.S. and into Atlantic Canada. Oh yeah, Magoo721. I love infrared, but I love water vapor for just how much you can identify on it. So I do agree with you. Water vapor, next best thing for me would be true color visible satellite, because then you can see with the naked eye what's going on in the atmosphere. This is getting so badly watered down. I don't know why I'm still sipping it. Yeah, Savannah is definitely going to get rain and thunderstorm activity for sure. They're in that 10% risk for tornado coverage from Storm Prediction Center. Sean Gray, yeah, this doesn't come off malicious at all for folks up there in North Florida, but we've been getting lucky in Central Florida. Central and South Florida, we are not seeing anything just yet. We are dodging the bullets. We are dodging the bullets. And IROC 117, that's just the type of enhancement that I have on here right now. I can change the colors as well if I wanted to. Go ahead and pull up this, and I can change the different colors. This is going to be Water Vapor Channel 2. I kind of like this one better. It's a little more vivid. And on this one, you can actually see the effects that Helene is having on the local environment. The dry air to the west, dry air to the east, squeezing this system up towards the north. But yeah, the different colors are just different enhancements to the color table on the satellite. It doesn't really mean anything different in terms of the moisture or anything. Leslie, we are getting close. We are within about 3 hours, I would say, probably more like 2 hours before landfall at this point. Matrix, I actually really appreciate that. I'm definitely in need of another caffeinated beverage at this point, because we're going to be on here through landfall. Might take a short break here in the next 30 minutes and then come back as we're closing in on it cracking down on us. Vito, Tallahassee will be okay. Tallahassee is going to get through this. Everybody's going to get through this. This is unfortunately the way of life during hurricane season, and that's why the preseason forecasts and the preseason landfall predictions come out, so we can get a bit of that SA, the situational awareness on what to expect for the hurricane season. And I distinctly remember, even though there are a lot of folks bashing Dr. Phil Klotzbach and all of the other CSU representatives, all the other big brains in tropical meteorology, there's been a lot of flack and a lot of negativity thrown their way. But I do distinctly remember seeing in their preseason forecast that there was a roughly 90% chance of Florida receiving a major hurricane this season, and they verified that forecast. So I would say that is a big win for their preseason analysis. Riz, R-I-S, excellent question, phenomenal question. I want to break this down. So, do not have a telestrator, sadly, so I can't doodle on here. I love my crude doodles. If you check me out on Instagram, you'll see me always drawing random little fingerprint artists or fingerprint arts with satellite or other charts to depict what it is I'm explaining. But with Charlie, we didn't have high pressure to the immediate east squeezing this thing west of Florida. We also had the frontal system that was draped across the eastern half of the United States, but it was far more progressive and attached to the jet stream itself. Let me pull the surface analysis up with the satellite image so I can talk you through it. So you can see here we have a cold front over to the north being supported by this storm system in Quebec moving through the northeast United States. But notice down here we lose the front. It's stationary and then it dies into the Gulf of Mexico. With Charlie, it was totally different. We had an intact jet stream trough across the Midwest, down into the Appalachians, into the Gulf of Mexico. And we outline these upper troughs with surface fronts. And this here, the little red, blue thingy, and then that cold thingy, the blue thingy, for lack of a better term, up there in the northeast, that's your cold front that shows the progression of that cold air movement, that cold air advection, as we call it. And with Charlie, that cold boundary was way down into the Gulf, moving, just booking it along towards the east-southeast. And as Charlie came up and met that cold front, if you watch my hand gestures here, that's what pushed and bullied small little Charlie right up the I-4 corridor. In this case, we don't have that feature to the west of Helene. We have a really good dominant ridge of high pressure to her east, and then we have a stationary feature to the west, so the only way to go is up to the north. Robin Kilgore, glad to hear that for sure. Tornado touchdown in Disney. That is not good if that's for sure. That's a huge, I hope that the Disney parks are shut down. Oops. Let me go back to my COD meteorology, take a look at the radar real quick. I don't see anything near the attractions right now, so I think that might be a little fictional. Because there really isn't anything near Disney right now, let alone any of the attractions, and we do not have a warning for either Sumter or Orange County. We do have a couple of additional tornado warnings. We have tornado warning in Baker, Calhoun, Doherty, and Terrell, Georgia. Another tornado warning in DeSoto and Hardy counties, and then another tornado in Ware, Georgia. So again, Georgia seeing that tornadic activity as indicated by Storm Prediction Center. Tussy Jr., Savannah is okay. You just have to make sure that you keep your wits about you and watch for those onshore moving tornadic supercells. Riz, you're very welcome. Man, I hope not. That's Not cool right now. Got another 17 minutes. Maybe they'll pump out a new update before that. I'm really hoping that at 8 o'clock we don't see more intensification. I hope that we have officially capped. All right, seems like Polk County is doing okay. Matrix, I agree. Charlie is still the most intense storm, in my opinion, that I've ever been through. Charlie is what fully cemented the fact that I was going to be a meteorologist when I grew up. Riding out Charlie and being without power for a week in Kissimmee, seeing what it was like to be in a post-disaster zone where the roads were cut off, no power, no water. Kyla Lee, you're very welcome. We're going to stay on the air with you guys, both on the broadcast side with meteorologist Jonathan Kagis. That is where he is right now. He should be rejoining us very soon. Once I get screen share capabilities, I can talk you through a lot more of the information that I have for you. Again, I can only do so much from up here in Virginia. That's why this stream may have been a little more lackluster, because I'm not on my work computer to be able to manipulate all of our graphics. I don't have the webcam capabilities through Weather Nest or Weather Stem, excuse me. So I'm only doing what I can and trying to, answer questions as best as I can. Sammy, glad to have you tuning in from Northern Alabama. Thank you for joining us. Northern Alabama is doing fairly good right now. You're actually on the opposite side of that stationary boundary, so you're in the less extreme or less intense weather. So to sum it up for everybody in Georgia, the bottom 1/3 of the state, for sure, the bottom 1/3 of the state, and especially the southwest corner of the state, from Macon South, Albany, to the Alabama-Georgia state line, you will receive tropical storm to hurricane conditions sustained. From Warner Robins, Macon, and further north, especially into the west side, Atlanta, Roswell, west of Athens, west of the South Carolina and Georgia state line, you will see the trailing end of the tropical storm conditions as Helene continues to weaken. If you are east, if you were to draw a straight line north of Macon, all the way up, and then south of Macon, all the way down through the Gulf of Mexico, everybody who lives on the east side of that imaginary line will see lesser impacts, but you will have to do battle with the occasional strong thunderstorm or supercell wrapping back around, coming in off the Atlantic coast and through South Carolina and Georgia. Just as I explained earlier from Storm Prediction Center, we have that enhanced risk for tornadic activity. Quentin Bell, no, it hasn't changed very much at all. We are just about locked in. We shouldn't see very many deviations from here on out. Thank you, Zen. And Chrissy, I definitely agree. You guys should have your electronic devices all charged up, ready to rock and roll. Battery-operated equipment if you have it. I personally would stay away from anything that requires fuel just to be safe. Again, statistically proven, we do see a lot of injuries and a lot of, dare I say, fatalities after a storm because of the operation of mechanical equipment and machinery that folks just really don't know how to use, and you can get hurt. So I always recommend anything more on the electronic side, battery operated, as opposed to anything that requires kerosene, fuel, flammable liquids that could possibly get a little out of control if left unmonitored. Madison, the Disney area is definitely under a tornado watch, but there's nothing on radar to indicate, nor is there a warning to indicate that there is actual tornadic activity ongoing down there. Brady G111, you're very welcome. Thank you very much for the kind words as well. Yes, Chrissy, exactly. Was maybe not a lie. Maybe I hope it was just someone trolling, but, I don't know. the peanut gallery, I guess. I'm getting a net workout from this, not gonna lie. Twilight Firefly 100, great to see you in the chat tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's great to see you. I know you're a regular over on the Weather Center. It's a pleasure to have you with us talking weather, and you are very welcome from both Jonathan and I. Madison Furtak, okay, thank you. You're very welcome. Yes, the entirety of the state of Florida, for that matter, is under a tornado watch. And I'm pretty sure as we move through the next couple of hours, we're going to see tornado watches really start to expand into Georgia and South Carolina. And they'll likely issue tornado watches for the southern border of North Carolina, as indicated by our Storm Prediction Center charts, since they have that 10% risk. Alrighty, we are now 10 minutes away from our next update from National Hurricane Center. So fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen, that this thing is not deepening anymore. Really, really, really hoping that 8 o'clock doesn't come out with anything surprising. I want to see the statistics stay the same. No more drops in pressure.
This is paleta payaso, a delicious treat on a stick, made up of a fluffy-licious marshmallow pillow, covered in a chocolatey layer that cracks open to give you a sneak peek, with playful fruity gummies for maximum enjoyment. Paleta payaso, perfection is overrated.
But you will receive impacts from this system as it moves through that area. Oh, I know, Matrix. It comes with the trade. Michelle Carmichael, definitely keep your emotions in check. This is a stressful situation, but you have a lot of folks here in your corner. I know we are digitally here for you right now. We're not there physically, but trust me, if I could be there physically riding this out with all you guys, I would. Joe Banks, thank you very much for hitting that subscribe button. Guys, if you're liking the content, smash that like button or give it a little nudge, as I like to say over on the Weather Center channel that I operate primarily. That's more of my personal page. Haven't been putting content on there. But if you want to go over and subscribe to my channel, once I'm back in business in Central Florida, I will be popping out more tropical updates and severe weather updates over on my social media. Make sure you are following News 6 WKMG if you are a Central Floridian, or the Just Weather channel, or both. So this way you can get continuous round-the-clock weather coverage from both myself, Jonathan Kagas, as well as the rest of the Pinpoint Weather team here in Central Florida, or technically there in Central Florida. Yeah, that's neither here nor there, but regardless, definitely make sure you're nudging the like button. Let's get this information out there to more viewers who have the capabilities of tuning into us, regardless if it's through a mobile phone, a radio, etc., if you have those abilities. Oh, yeah, and Joe Banks, Michelle Carmichael, I'm David. Jonathan will be rejoining us here momentarily once he comes in from off the air. And then we have the two of us dual hat in the live stream for a little bit longer before we likely both take a break. Just a short break. We're only going to take like a commercial break, if you will, and this live stream will be running. So make sure to keep it close to you guys if you want to keep up with the latest on Helene. About 5 to 8 minutes and counting, and we should get another pivotal update from National Hurricane Center. I want everybody in the chat right now to make sure that you are manifesting as much positive energy that this thing is bottomed out. This is it. This is all that Helene has to offer for us, and she is not going to squeeze out any more intensification before landfall. Chrissy, I agree. Yeah, maybe it was just a misunderstanding, a misinterpretation. Any idea how would this impact Charlotte, North Carolina? Trying to figure out planning action for tomorrow. So, Claudia, if anything, North Carolina is going to see the intermittent showers and storms induced by the outer periphery of what's left of Helene as it weakens down over the immediate southeastern United States, Florida, and most of Georgia, parts of South Carolina. The tornado risk is going to be along that southern border of North Carolina and the upper periphery of eastern South Carolina. So the majority of North Carolina, and for us up here in Virginia, we're not really going to see much of anything from Helene thanks to just the overall steering flow across the eastern United States. Jonathan, I don't blame you. Jonathan Mardukas, I've been manifesting positivity since Sunday. Absolutely. I fully understand where you're coming from. I'm feverishly refreshing the National Hurricane Center homepage. I wish I had it up for you guys. Still nothing yet. The public advisory. Wait, here we go. Okay, so we've got the 8 p.m. advisory, 0Z information, still holding steady at 130 miles an hour, but we have deepened another 3 millibars. We are down to a central pressure of 942 millibars, which means that the H-Wharf once again gets a win with this system in the HAFS B model. I'm noticing with intensity the H-Wharf model and the HAFS B, the Hurricane Analysis Forecast System model. The B model has done a lot better. This hurricane actually has done really well with all of our forecasted intensities with these storm systems. Magoo721, we can absolutely facilitate that. Once I'm back in the studio, I'm more than willing to host just generalized Q&A to fill in the gaps between these significant weather events and take the load off, if you will. This way, we're not only on here talking to you guys during intense weather situations. Is it 140 miles an hour? I'm still seeing 130 miles an hour, according to the 8 p.m. advisory. I do see that the central pressure has deepened, but I do not see 140 on my screen, according to the 8 p.m. advisory, unless, once again, they just have not updated the info. Yeah, I'm still seeing 130 miles an hour on the National Hurricane Center homepage. The public advisory that goes out in their discussion still has us at 130 miles an hour. Joe, yes, we've been at Category 4 intensity for the last hour and a half now. Savannah will be fine. I actually have mentioned Savannah already. Tussy Jr., you've asked a couple questions about Savannah, and we've gone over it already. Oh, yeah, PM, I agree. If we continue to see the central pressure deepen every so often, a couple millibars, those winds are going to catch up. They are going to catch up. I just hope they don't catch up until this system is onshore to the point where they can't catch up anymore. All right, I'm going to go ahead and switch this because right now I just have water vapor imagery that's paused. I'm going to clear the surface analysis. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to change the water vapor back to the Tallahassee radar so we can have that up as we get ready to potentially take an intermission here very shortly. This way we have the radar looping in the background, unless whenever Jonathan comes back to us, he pulls up another overlay for the rest of us to watch as him and I go and rejuvenate just for a little bit. Justin, thank you very much for that. That means an incredible amount to the both of us. I know I can testify for Jonathan despite his absence. We really appreciate you guys' generous support and your very kind words, especially amidst a situation like this. Yes, unknown snipers gang. It is down to 942 millibars. We are seeing very steady incremental decreases in central pressure, which again, we still have quite a bit of ways before landfall. We have another maybe 2 hours over open water, and we have the terrain of Florida kind of working in the storm's favor now. It's got that opposite effect to the Bay of Campeche, helping to create a bit of a physical influence on its rotation. So we could see this system try to squeak in another couple miles an hour to its overall sustained winds. Hopefully not. That low-key kind of almost gave me a jump scare. I don't know what that was, but it's like somebody fell or banged into a wall or something like that. Honey Canterbury, landfall should be anywhere between, I want to say, 9 to 11 p.m. Given we are still about 100 miles offshore, I'm going to estimate it is going to be closer to 10, if not 11 o'clock. 10 to 11 o'clock. Natalia, good to see you in the chat. Nice shirt. Winds are picking up in Apopka, Central Florida. No rain so far. Not yet. Not yet. We do have a weak feeder band rolling through there. It was stronger as it came onto the west coast of Florida, but it has since dissipated since the loss of the sun out there has dissipated all the instability and the hotter temps over the land. It looks like we are wobbling. It looks like the storm is wobbling. I'm noticing at the very tail end of the loop, we're having a bit of a right wobble there, guys. Little bit of a right nudge. That's normal. That doesn't mean that it's shifting. Remember, these things do not move in straight lines, but it did wobble. And once again, thankfully, even if it does wobble, East Lake, Bayonet Point, Tampa, St. Pete, and further to the south, we are already on the backside of this system. It's not going to turn around and bring the worst conditions back towards you. So even if it does shake, shimmy, rattle, roll, bring it around town for my SpongeBob fans, it's not going to bring any worse conditions. We're already on the opposite end of this storm, so it'll only continue to improve. But this is totally normal. They're going to wiggle and they're going to wobble. Again, for those of you who are unfamiliar with my random analogies and metaphors, this thing's like a Geiger counter or like those seismometers in the earthquake films that you guys may have seen bouncing up and down like seismic tremors. They don't move just perfectly from point A to point B.
What up, man?
What up, man? Welcome back, Jonathan. Thanks for joining us again. Let me go ahead and bring this down to see the stream. There we go.
What'd I miss?
Not much. Answering some pretty solid questions from the audience here. We're watching and kind of clenching in our chairs right now, hoping that this system doesn't continue to intensify. We're steadily dropping pressure, but the winds are still steady as of the 8 p.m. advisory at 130 miles an hour.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good example of every storm is different. The pressure with this is just 4 millibars higher than what Ian made landfall as, even though Ian was obviously a little closer to 5. It was just underneath that 5 where we have winds here. Was it still at 130 at last check? Where that came ashore with 155, I believe. So
it did.
Bigger storm. Wind field is bigger. It takes so you can have a lower pressure with lower wind with a relatively speaking anyway lower wind field. So I just thought that was interesting. Some people are mentioning on here, I'm worried that this will be worse than Ian was. From a surge perspective, probably. I mean, the storm is larger. There's not as, the way that the bay is shaped. And again, we're talking about the storm surge. Maybe we get lucky with the whole, it's going over the marshland, and maybe there's not a lot of infrastructure right where it comes ashore. But man, it looks rough. We have some questions about how's it looking in Jacksonville. If you don't mind, David, I'm gonna go to the Future Radar site, to the Future Radar model.
Absolutely.
And we're gonna get back at it. That was on our News 4 Jax YouTube page. We have some guests from Jacksonville from our sister station hopping into the stream tonight, and we're going to do that. If you were unaware, we had that tornado watch recently just extended as well, just hot off the press, till 6 o'clock in the morning. Okay. So that's going to be, I don't know how much you've looked at with the severe weather parameters. They looked like they were pretty high this afternoon. Now, thankfully, they were just quote unquote warnings, and we don't have any ground truth of anything for the warnings that we had along the 95 corridor today. But what do you think? Just kind of talking out loud with David here, because I haven't had a chance to talk to him for 3 hours since you popped on. We've been in two different.
Time is flying, honestly. Wow.
It's crazy. I know. Our boss came over and she asked, he was like, "Hey, did you tell David what the plan was?" And I was like, "Actually, no." So I was like, let me text him now. It just kind of happened so fast, and that's how these things go. So kind of wild, kind of crazy there. But I'm going to bring up the Future Radar. It was interesting because at least from what I have seen, the tornado parameters, at least for the greater Central Florida area, were pretty low overnight. And I mean, there's 11 o'clock. I mean, I guess you can still pop here, but we're changing the wind direction around a little bit. Maybe these little guys look a little concerning. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very possible. I really do think as we get on the backside of the system and the dynamics change, we are going to lose those tornado capabilities. I think we've probably peaked at this point, and perhaps the upper northeast coast, closer to Daytona Beach, Palm Coast, Jacksonville, St. Augustine, with those wraparound showers, they could get a little bit of onshore enhancement. But I think as we get into especially dawn tomorrow, daybreak time, that's when that threat's really going to transition to eastern Georgia, eastern South Carolina, as highlighted by SPC.
Yeah, and that threat looks really nasty tomorrow up there.
It does.
Let's I'll take this out. This is that in-house model I like to show you guys, and that's, I mean, it pretty much following exactly what David said. He mentioned about northeast of Daytona Beach there we go. And then it kind of transitions up, and then you see these big guns up here, these big rotational tracks lifting to the north and east through Georgia, through South Carolina, into North Carolina. I don't know. I'm thinking, I mean, Storm Prediction Center, they obviously got some smart people there. But I'm just interested. I don't know. I was surprised that they extended it for that long, and maybe because I have to look at the aerial coverage. It might be because it's connected to southern Georgia, and that might be why. But I was expecting some kind of extension, maybe till like 10 or midnight.
Right. Let me see here. So I'm looking at just the SIG torn parameters over on weathermodels.com, and it does look like as we go through the early overnight hours, we're talking between 10 p.m. just shortly after landfall, and we get to the southeast quadrant of the storm. That is when we will continue to see those SIG TOR parameters right through the heart of central and northern Florida, approaching Jacksonville, and then we'll really calm down just in time for sunrise tomorrow. Everything should start to really relax for a lot of our viewing area almost entirely.
So it looks like we'll have another shot in the morning, you say?
For any isolated tornadoes, it's probably going to be at landfall to maybe 2 a.m. would be my rough estimate. Very rough estimate.
Excellent. And there's the severe risk for tomorrow to kind of where you are.
Yeah, honestly, actually, wow, look at that. The slight risk does get up to about Norfolk. There's Virginia Beach. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. Maybe I should look at a couple things for up here.
All right, so let's see here. Yeah, Joe. Hey, Joe, you're back. I thought you left. Welcome to see you again. Or good to see you again. Yeah, so that way, if you got some bells and whistles again, that's what they were. That's why you did that. That watch has been extended until 6 o'clock in the morning. Trying to see where my highlight went for the actual storm. So the 8 o'clock advisory, if we took a look at that.
Didn't pull up the actual statistics. No, I know I had the token version pulled up earlier, but then I closed it out.
Gotcha. Okay, so there we go. Looks like 8 p.m. advisory, stand by. Gonna pull that bad boy back over. I mean, that's the other thing too. With it strengthening so much, I mean, it's a much tighter system. Like it's
now it is definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I mean now it's like your classic giant hurricane. it's not. I mean, I don't know. That's the part that still has me baffled that they have the tornado watch out that far. I mean, because there's not much left. It's all right here.
Yeah.
It looks like, is that some drier air getting back into it on the west side?
It's very possible. It does look like a dry air channel, which is weird, though, because the satellite and especially the water vapor wouldn't highlight that at all.
Maybe there's just something
But Lord
dynamically
willing,
going.
that's exactly what it is.
Trying to find the water vapor loop. I know that dry air is close, but yeah, it shouldn't be. Man, look at that thing.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any dry air in there at all. In fact,
It doesn't. So that must just be something weird going on in there. Okay, so the
somebody did
pressure
mention potential
dropping.
attenuation with the radar.
Yeah, that could be it. It looks like now we are at 942 millibars, still holding steady at 130. So we're close to Ian's pressure at landfall. So I mean, a lot of those models that we were looking at during the week did have it getting down into the 930. I mean, there was those crazy runs, a couple of days ago at like AT&T that put like 9 teens on the coast. But yeah, I mean, it's still, that's another 5 millibars in an hour. So Sean, to your point, it's still showing signs of rapid intensification. Yeah, I think we've actually blown past the definite. I think we're into the ultra rapid intensification now. That next stage up, we've getting to 130 miles an hour, and those pressure is coming down quick. We'll see. I mean, it's probably about, 2 hours away, 3 hours away from landfall.
Yeah, I would say closer to 2 hours. This thing is moving up there like a rocket ship. It's really booging and looing.
So yeah, that would put it at shortly after 10. I'm going to try to find, now that I have you here to kind of guide us through, I can look to see if we can get some extra cameras up there. The problem is now that it's nightfall, there's not a lot of light. Most of those cameras are pointed out at the bay. So just to this point, it did reach Cat 5, but it made a landfall as a Cat 4. Not that matters because it was 2 miles an hour beneath Category 5 status. The difference is, though, this is a much bigger storm than what Ian was. So the wind field is spread out, and the pressure is about the same. So it's just as intense as what Ian was, but it takes a lot longer for the wind speeds to come up because it's a bigger storm. So the rain bands, we're not completely done yet with the rain. I mean, you can kind of see there's one over here, but they're falling apart as they move through inland central Florida. They're not holding together, which obviously is great. We had the one come through, we had the lull, and that second one we were expecting around about this time, 6 to 7 o'clock. It was there along I-75. It popped a few tornado warnings in Polk County, on the western side of Polk County, but it never really, thankfully, materialized or held together, I should say, as it pushed through the I-4 corridor. We can take a look at some of those power outages. Let's see. Those are the percentages. We'll look at the total. So this is where, there you go with all of the power outages. Hanging towards Pinellas County, 120,000 people without power. And keep in mind that the center was 115 miles offshore. So maybe a tornado did touch down, we have had 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, consistently. So that is a look at that.
It looks like for folks in Savannah, in Brunswick, not so much Jacksonville, thankfully, Kingsland, Georgia, up towards Beaufort, Hilton Head Island, Waltersboro, South Carolina, right along the immediate coast of southeast South Carolina and the entire eastern coast of Georgia. We've got some special marine warnings for discrete cells that are rotating up towards the coast now. So we will likely see potential waterspouts trying to make landfall and transition to tornadoes up there for our Georgia viewers.
So obviously not the best, and that's what. Trying to see, I'm going to pull over. It's kind of what we have going on. Lakeland just gusted to 60 miles an hour now.
Wow.
So I mean, that's pretty impressive. I'm going to try to add some towns in real time here.
Keep getting jump scared by my neighbors over here. They're slamming doors and throwing each other against the wall for some reason. I don't know what's going on in this building, but
jeez,
sounds like Helene's up here with all the background noise I've got.
Don't worry, those things you're not. The numbers you see popping up are not wind speeds. They start out as temperature. So if you are seeing the things pop up, that's temperature. So I don't want to freak anybody out. That's not what's actually happening. I gotta change it to. I have to change it to wind speed, but whenever I click on it first, I'm just doing this in real time. That's why it is like that. And then we'll peg Tampa there. I'm just going to change this real quick. If it's going to work. I think. Okay, so it's not going to work. We are doing it live. Yeah, we can go look at those in just 1 second. I want to try to see what actually winds we're pegging here real quick. Just because it'll kind of give us an idea of the verification process. Okay, I don't think technology is going to play with me tonight.
Yeah, no, my laptop on my end has been acting up ever so slightly.
I mean, we can kind of actually, we at this point can use the radar to kind of estimate what's going on.
We could, yeah. Use the velocity. Well. Joe, you are absolutely right in the chat. Yes, it is not a mid-range 4 yet. It is still a low-end Cat 4 at 130 miles an hour. Just doing a little bit of background research for you guys for down the road. It looks like for the day today, we have closed out a 24-hour window to where at least 80% of our models are calling for additional development to our south as we get into October. And again, for those of you watching, I swear on everything that I'm not trying to take away from Helene. I just feel as if this is something that deserves at least touching upon, because this could present a threat for those of us on the southeast and east Gulf coastline if it does manifest.
No question. Yeah, people were asking, have you seen the bridge in Florida? That was crazy. All those bridges going over to St. Pete from Tampa are closed. People were still driving over them when the water was crashing over the bridges there, which was nuts.
Sounds like Florida. There's always those select individuals.
Oh yeah. It was crazy. Lucky they didn't get swept in.
Nancy, of course, you're very welcome. See you in the chat there. What is going on over here? I swear. Weird noises.
All right, so we're going to take a trip up to the panhandle of Florida. We are getting close to the landfall point where we're really going to be focused on the impacts. And, we still have lightning all on the northern side of the eye wall. We talked about this earlier when we first started seeing it. It's that when you see that ring like that, when you see the lightning like that, it's still going. It's the pressure continues. 5 millibars in an hour is pretty good. Pretty bad, but a pretty good drop is what I'm trying to say. And we'll see if that continues. In the News for Jack's chat, we're not trying to root for Colin is saying there it has full capability. It doesn't matter, and that's the same thing. There was somebody arguing with me about Ian in the chat. It doesn't matter if it was Cat 4 or Cat 5. They're called major hurricanes for a reason, and it's the size that has to be taken into effect or taken into account. In terms of the landfall here, let me get back to my future radar. Give you the update here. So we're closing in on landfall. This model has been doing a very, very good job. I think, Tallahassee may find itself in the western eye wall, although it might be just outside of the worst, it looks like. But there we go. At about 10 o'clock or shortly thereafter, in that ballpark, it is going to come ashore. So we're a little less than 2 hours, maybe about 2 hours away from landfall there. And we're talking at least 130 mile per hour winds. We could gust higher to that. So it's going to be interesting to see what we actually gust to there. But unfortunately, it looks like this is going to be for Perry, maybe Cross City as well. That's as far to the south and east as I see this kind of pushing in.
If we have Georgia viewers in the chat, some of our supercells are making their way onshore. Just some smaller scale locations, St. Simons, Brunswick, Dock Junction, Darien, Georgia. You are now under a tornado warning. And we have what actually looks to be a small freight train of potential supercells getting ready to rope their way onshore. So that tornado risk is going to persist for at least a little over an hour based on current radar off the southeast Georgia coast, just to the immediate northeast of the greater Jacksonville area.
And before you got on, as we were looking at the model projections here, and it's pretty much right on the money that all these things coming on shore. Look at that. Somerville, Charleston, we got to be watching for these, especially the supercells that are pumping out some lightning strikes. Brunswick, we're under a tornado warning. Big time nocturnal tornado threat with these tropical guys. Look at that. They warned well out ahead of that.
Yeah,
that is a nasty couplet right there.
That's going to make landfall, yeah.
Geez. So, there's no question that's probably a water spout right now, and that's going to transition. St. Simons, Brunswick. You gotta be watching out for that safe place for sure, because that is a nasty one. That might be the worst couplet of the day that we've seen, and that's right in the area that we were expecting the highest tornado potential.
Oh, easily, yeah, easily.
All right, hey, the 8 o'clock hour, and we have our next troll of the hour, Jim Abbey. Welcome to the party. Overhyped sensationalism. Welcome to the list. The 8 o'clock hour. Welcome. If you're calling a Category 4 hurricane overhype or sensationalism, you, sir, have made the troll of the hour. let's see here.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like literally. I mean, don't have time for that, Matt. I mean, typically don't like to give those guys the time of the day, but we're on a long live stream. You got to have some fun with it, and that's how I like to do it. It's the penalty box. We had to put some people in timeout earlier today because it just got out of control. Everybody on the chat has been great in finding out those trolls. So thank you guys for joining the team today and being a part of this live stream since noon. That's right, troll of the hour, the 8 p.m. hour. We had it was somebody it was the 4 p.m. hour troll of the hour. So I'll run those models for you. The 4 p.m. troll of the hour said that storm surge isn't a thing. So she could have made like the troll of the hour for like 4 hours. Here are the those supercells. There's overnight tonight that lifts up into South Carolina. So please make your make sure that you have ways to get your warnings so you can be woken up. Those weather radios are loud. Cell phones, your local news station alerts, those are typically free. So make sure you have those downloaded. So that's the heavy rain. And then this is what super concerned. And again, this isn't, what am I trying to say? This isn't hype or this isn't sensationalism, but what we're looking at in the Appalachians, like east of Tennessee and into the Blue Ridge Mountains through North Carolina, straight up potential catastrophic flooding there, the way the setup is coming. We already had the stage set. We've already seen flooding there, and we're going to get potentially 1 foot to 2 feet of rain because of the way that it's going. So that's going to be the other kind of inland impact that we're going to see. And then just look at this. I mean, those supercells continue through Raleigh, through the Outer Banks, through up in Virginia Beach. That's tomorrow, 3 o'clock. So you might have some tornado warnings your way. And then look how stretched out it is. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I feel like you were about to touch on that. It looks like this is when we've made that extra tropical transition. This looks like it's gone to far more of a mature system now, with the warm front extending up into the northeast and the cold frontal appendage causing some possible action for us here in Virginia. I was going to ask also, is there a way we could put on like a moisture relative humidity or like a precipitable water forecast model? Because it looks like there's probably a lot of dry, like that dense dry air is what's going to help to modify those cells and keep the supercell threat fairly elevated consistently as that system rolls on up.
So here we go.
Let's see. There's probably going to be a ton of dry air swooping in. Oh, yeah, there we go. Big time dry slot.
Yep. Hey, Nazario, I have to jump on
exactly where. Go ahead.
No, I didn't want to cut you off. I have to jump back on the news. I don't know how much longer you're planning on hanging with us, or how much technology is going to be playing with a friend. We can, if you want, we can put this on a loop. If the radar loop, I have to hop over there, or I can just send it to our coverage for a while on News 6. We're going to be talking about the broader scope. We're on our News 6 Plus platform now, so we're off of the actual TV airwaves over cable. So your call there, whatever you want to do. If you need to get some things in order, because I know you're obviously busy doing other things too, so you let me know what you kind of want to do.
If you don't mind, I wouldn't mind taking like a 20-minute or so intermission. When are you expecting to come back? I can rejoin around then.
That is a good question. Probably, I think we're going to be staying with it until the 11 o'clock news. So what I will do is I will put the stream, and everybody listening, you're kind of, this is what happens behind the scenes. We're doing some like planning right here, and I have like a minute before my hit. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it over onto the News 6 feed. So you're going to see what we're watching on News 6 Plus, and then Nazario just text me when you're ready to come back, and then I will switch everything back over to this interface, and then you can take over and then do everything else. Don't worry, we'll be watching the comments and all that stuff. So We'll see you guys in a little bit. Anderson, North Carolina, it looks like there is a tornado on the ground. So if you're around Anderson, North Carolina, just keep that up. Nazara will be back in like 20 to 30 minutes. And I'm going to send things over to our coverage. So I'll see you over there on the airwaves. Thanks, guys.
Alrighty, folks. We'll see you soon.
There's something underneath there? Is there a car under there?
Yes. So right under this paneling is a white car. Oh my God. And I did ask him, is the car damaged? But it's so hard to tell because the paneling is literally covering the car. If they wanted to get in the car, they would not be able to do that. So I guess they won't find out until officials maybe come out in the morning and try to pick it up. But that's unfortunate. That's devastating. Another unexpected expense for this family. They may not have thought they would be out of a car if the windshield is cracked or anything else is damaged. I do want to add, I don't know if I mentioned to you all, you might be thinking if that paneling came off, is there a gaping hole at the top of the house? They did say that there was another roof underneath, so there's no hole. This was just paneling on top of a secondary roof. So fortunately, there won't be any rain coming in there tonight. Hopefully, we're hoping, and they can't see out of the top of their home. So we'll continue to check in with this family and make sure that they're staying safe.
All right.
Back to you guys.
You stay safe too. Treasure Roberts reporting live for us. Thank you, Treasure. And our coverage of Hurricane Helene continues after this break. Welcome back, everyone. Our team of meteorologists are here to keep you up to date on all the latest from Hurricane Helene. The International Space Station providing some remarkable video showing just how big Helene has grown before making landfall. We knew it was a big storm before, but this confirms it. Look at that thing. So glad you stayed with us. I'm Ginger Gadsden.
Yeah, that is a very big storm compared to some of the ones we've had in the past that were tighter little demons, as we've heard them called. I'm Matt Austin. Glad you're with us here digitally on News 6 Plus or whatever app you're using. Let's start with meteorologist Samara Kokinos. We've got the whole team in here tonight. Samara, this thing's got to be closing in on that Big Bend area. Huh?
And it is. It's going to continue to get closer and closer. We're anticipating landfall during the 11 o'clock hour. So over the next couple of hours, we'll definitely watch it continuously batter the coast. We'll feel impacts here. We're already watching some power outages, even though it doesn't look like a whole lot as going on right now, but it's still under 1,000 in Sumter and Putnam counties where we did see the majority of them, as well as Osceola County. But looking at this, there are a few, and that's just because of the wind so far. So, I mean, we've had a few tornado warnings today, but that hasn't been a big key player in this forecast today, just because a lot of that rain activity has been hugging the coastline tonight. So we're talking about the Gulf Coast. The tornado watch has been extended through 6 o'clock in the morning for all of Central Florida. I do believe it has everything to do with those last little feeder bands associated with Hurricane Helene, which I'll show you in a moment. But hurricane warning still in place from I-75 back to the west in Marion County. Everyone else under a tropical storm warning. Here's a look at Helene, and you can see it's just getting closer and closer. I mean, just a really massive storm at this point. Continuously massive since we've been pinpointing it for the last couple of days. Already bearing down, getting closer and closer to the coastline. We're anticipating landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. Still about 115 miles south of Tallahassee tonight as of the 8 p.m. advisory with 130 mile per hour winds. Winds are gusting in excess of 155 miles per hour. But look, it's going to make landfall anywhere between Perry and Tallahassee and then continue its trip into Georgia, even as a Category 2 storm over South Georgia. And that's really strong for this area that we're talking talking about the potential to see some downed trees as it continues that path toward Atlanta, maybe even some flash flooding, and then it kind of wraps back around across it's Tennessee and going up a little bit further north. But looking at the actual wrapping around of this storm, you'll notice that, again, the majority of that activity is in the Big Bend region. However, you notice that it's also going back down into Tampa Bay, and then we start to see those little tornado warnings popping up just well to our south. They have since expired, but the thing is that gives us we're paying close attention to this particular idea that there's still those rotating storms coming in with this system. So as we look at the radar tonight, we'll notice that most of the rain from I-4 back to the west is light to moderate with pockets of heavy rain at times, especially, of course, again along the coastline, but areas to the east really not seeing a whole lot of activity. Now zoom out a little bit more, and you can see down by Lakeland some heavier thunderstorms there, not a whole lot of lightning, which we're not anticipating with tropical activity. But I can tell you, as these bands continue to move to the north, we won't be taking our eye off of them, just because there is that potential to see that rotation. So now let's go over to meteorologist Jonathan Kegas, who has the latest on the wind gusts.
Yeah, we're seeing these come in again. They've been on the tropical storm force. That's why we're all under tropical storm warnings tonight, getting over that 39-mile-per-hour threshold on the gust side of things. Claremont, we just hit a gust of 51 miles an hour, same for us in Leesburg. So again, while we're not seeing the crazy stuff and weren't expecting crazy stuff like they're going to see in parts of the Big Bend, at least on a widespread scale, we're still going to be dealing with these gusts of 40 to 55 miles an hour through the course of the next couple of hours before things wind down once it makes landfall and then gets up into Georgia. Then we're going to be seeing some improvements for our weather as well. Again, that tornado watch does go until 6 o'clock in the morning, but I really think that severe weather threat is going to wind down. So here we go going forward. That is midnight. So we're still going to be watching these guys here coming on shore. Still, though, I think overall that threat is going to be on the lower side, even though that tornado watch is in play. Can we get an isolated tornado in the mix or a quick tropical one? Yeah, but I think that threat is really winding down for the tropical tornadoes as well. Once we get into Saturday, we're fast forwarding all the way through the weekend. Still some extra moisture courtesy of Helene being kind of pulled up into the west as well. So that's some of the things that we are watching going forward over the next couple of days, is how that gets pulled up and then continues to drape moisture across parts of central Florida as well. Again, we're probably about 2 hours, give or take, away from the official landfall in the Big Bend. So that is going to be something that we are watching obviously very, very closely, and to see how that works in as well. But again, the wind gusts on the order of 50 to 60 miles an hour. I want to show you the future now, at least the future wind gusts. And this is what we were talking about. Horseshoe Beach closing in on 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts, even getting closer to 100 there as it kind of puts its way back with the landfall closer to Perry. Then as we wind things back down into Friday, still going to be gusty for your Friday. There you go, 20 to 30-mile-per-hour winds, still in and out of those tropical downpours for sure, but certainly nothing like the gusts we're seeing out there right now, and that tornado threat is going to be pretty much zero by that point. And that's something that was really our main threat today, guys, just watching out for those potentials and in those outer bands coming through with Helene.
All right, Jonathan, I know you're going to keep tabs on this thing as it makes landfall in the next few hours and where it is expected to make landfall. The last I heard was it was directed at Taylor County. Florida's Big Bend is certainly going to feel the brunt of Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, the storm is expected to make landfall in Perry later tonight. So we sent News 6's Eric Sandoval to Perry. That's about 15 miles inland from the Gulf. He already told us his safety plan in case things, get a little dicey, and they probably will. It seems like I can hear some raindrops falling in your live shot right now, Eric. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. The rain has really increased here within the last few minutes. And actually, since I saw you, 30 minutes ago, we have changed our locations. We showed you our safety plan. Well, that's all changed. Threw that out the window. Now we've started a new one. First, let me show you what's happening behind me here. The wind comes and goes, but I think you can see in the street light and on the streets the bands of rain that are starting to sweep through Perry right now. This is the first significant rainfall that we have seen from Hurricane Helene so far. You know what? Jonathan just said it. We're going to see a ton more water come out of the sky. Let me show you our new safety plan now. Through the kindness of some shop owners, we're able to bring you these live pictures in a safe way. First of all, I want to show you what's to my right. This tall building is going to be protecting us from any winds coming from the south. So, you know, we're hunkered up right against this building right here, and it's going to protect us on this side. On this side, this is the coffee shop. Coffee shop is called After Hours Coffee here in the Perry area. So if you're ever here, come visit them. This is a little alcove here, and this building and the building that is right behind Megan Neely, our photographer, we're basically in a little shell here, and it's going to protect us from the hurricane force winds that are going to be coming here a little bit later, probably here within the next 60 to 90 minutes. The people are still inside their coffee shop. They've invited us in just to get out of the elements when we want to. Very, very sweet people, but they have been through the last 2 hurricanes. Remember, this is the 3rd hurricane to hit Taylor County and the city of Perry within the last 13 months. We had Idalia last year. We had Debbie earlier this year. Idalia really did a number. I was talking to a city official with the city of Perry earlier today, and he just put his hand in his head, and he just said, you know, we're still working our way through the list of repairs that we needed to make after Idalia hit. Then Debbie hit. And now this, we really don't know what we're going to do. It's sort of a sense of exhaustion that we've gotten from a lot of the residents here. They just put their hands up, but they do take it seriously. We were going out to the coast earlier today. We were taking a look at some of the homes along the way. The coast is really going to get hit by that storm surge. And we wanted to make sure that people were evacuating, because the sheriff has really sent home the message hard that people needed to evacuate. We didn't see many cars in driveways, so that was good news to us. It made us at least feel a little bit better that people were taking this seriously. And then Keaton Beach, which is just about 30 minutes away from here, where we were right on the Gulf of Mexico, nobody there. Total ghost town. Everybody had picked up and left Dodge. So we're hoping we're not going to hear of many injuries and many deaths as a result of this storm. But, you know, the sheriff and the emergency management agency here did send a rather stark warning earlier today. They said if you do plan to hunker down, if you are not going to evacuate, write your name and your birthday and a phone number of next of kin in permanent marker on your arm or your leg so we know who to call. Again, we're just waiting out the storm here, waiting for the eye to roar ashore, waiting for the winds to increase. They will, and we'll be bringing it to you in a very safe way here on News 6, News 6 Plus, and clickorlando.com, guys.
Well, people won't be able to say that they weren't ready. They've been warned by sheriffs. This forecast has zeroed in on that specific area since the very beginning.
Yeah, since day one.
So,
and they're just asking.
You know, the better question than need our... Yeah, really? So the bigger question is, why Taylor County? Why Perry? What is it about this place that is all of a sudden acting as a magnet for all of these storms to hit this part of the state? It's a nice day. Again, I told you 30 minutes ago, the people here are so wonderful. Come stay at our place if you don't have a place to stay. This family who owns this coffee shop, wonderful people here. We just don't know why it's all of a sudden a magnet for these storms, guys.
Yeah, that's the thing about nature. There is no answer. It's just a mystery.
But I can tell you, After Hours Coffee is really living up to its name tonight. Eric Sandoval, the only place that would have you tonight. We appreciate you. You stay safe, and we will check in as
Truth
things
and brand,
continue.
guys.
Yeah. All right. Thanks,
buddy.
Eric. All right, let's check in now with investigator Mike DeForest.
Yeah, Mike is live in Ocala, up in the northern part of the area we actually cover. And hey, Mike, man, things have really deteriorated where you are.
We are really starting to feel it. Probably within the last half hour, we have really had some strong wind gusts here, and the rain has really started here in Ocala. The roads are fairly empty. We've been driving around a little bit. Not a lot of people on the roads, but it's not keeping people out either. There's a bunch of shops or restaurants anyway here in downtown Ocala that still have some people in them. We've seen a lot of carry out on this rainy night. Of course, Ocala is the horse capital of the world. We know during the day, people who own horses were trying to get those horses into shelters. Here in downtown Ocala, the artwork of horses. As you can see, they have wrapped up in plastic and foam just to protect it from any possible flying debris that we may see tonight. And that is a possibility, in fact, a reality. Just a couple hours ago, we were over on the south side of town here where a tree came crashing through the roof of a house. I think we may have some video of it here. The people who lived there said that it really wasn't all that windy then. They didn't notice anything, but boy, they said out of the blue, they just hear a crack, and this tree limb just comes crashing down on their house. It was a triplex. One of the 3 units was not impacted by that tree. That unit was vacant. The other 2, unfortunately, we're told were single mothers living in them, and that tree didn't just land on the roof, it went all the way through the roof. There was sunlight inside the house, and of course the concern was the rain coming, additional winds. You just couldn't live there. The house was basically unlivable, and so those families had to scramble to get their belongings. Some of them moved into that one vacant unit to at least provide some shelter for those. Oh, we got some people racing cars in the wet weather down here. But they got most of their belongings in that vacant unit, but of course they had to evacuate for the night. I'm not exactly sure where they went. There is one evacuation shelter open here in Marion County tonight at Westport High School. It's been open since yesterday. We'll continue on. Speaking of schools, schools will be closed tomorrow, along with most, if not all, government buildings. I think they knew that this storm was going to be a late arrival, and being dark, not knowing exactly what the impact was going to be here, they just wanted to play it safe. And we are starting to feel the impacts again. Just every now and then we'll get that strong wind gust. We'll get the rain. Certainly not significant like you'd be seeing out on the coast there, but it just goes to show that you can be miles and miles and miles away from the eye of that storm and still be feeling the impacts. Certainly those folks who lived in that house where that tree came crashing down tonight know that.
Yeah, that is for sure. Helene's tentacles are really long and just stretching out there for hundreds of miles.
Yeah, it is. It emphasizes the size, the thickness, the width of this one.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
All right, let's get to News 6's Troy Campbell. He's joining us now from Wildwood. He has a look at the conditions. That's up in Sumter County.
All right, Troy, are conditions deteriorating or stabilizing for you?
Yeah, they definitely are. It's starting to get pretty wet out here. The rain steadily coming down. Also, the wind gusts have been picking up. Right now, we're standing on Pine Court. The reason for that is this is where Wildwood Public Works have set up this water pump. So you see that they have this line out right here, and they have more of the hose staged so they can attach it if they need to. And the reason for that is we're told there was some recent storms that caused some flooding on Wood Lane Avenue, which is the houses just over here. That retention pond is just right this way. The homeowners at this home told me without having this pump here, they've started to have that water get closer. So the heavy wind gusts have also been an issue in this area. Earlier, we stopped by County Road 462 in Sumter, where there was a large oak tree. That tree had fallen into the roadway. We got to see utility crews working very quickly while they could before those wind gusts picked up more to go and repair those power lines, as well as, and there is some sitting water in here already as we're seeing it. I should also note with the rain, Sumter County, 2 to 4 inches of rain expected. So that could cause some flash flooding in certain areas. But back to County Road 462, they were able to make that repair. They chopped up that tree very quickly, opened up the road. They do have 2 emergency shelters set up here in Sumter County as well. One of those is going to be at the fairgrounds, and then they do have a special needs shelter set up at the Wildwood Community Center. Both of those shelters, you can bring your animals or bring your dogs, so they wanted to make sure people didn't leave their pets at home. School in Sumter is also closed tomorrow, and government offices. But of course, the wind and the rain are the big concern here, and we're going to continue to experience these bands as they rip through Sumter County. Live in Wildwood, Troy Campbell, getting results, News 6.
All right, Wildwood not living up to its name too much tonight. Not too wild.
That's pretty
Troy
good.
Campbell,
All right, thanks, Troy. And while the hurricane is passing along Florida's west coast, our east coast is also feeling some pretty strong impacts.
That's right. News 6's James Sparvero is going to join us live from Brevard County now. He has the latest. He's got a fogged up lens out there. How are things tracking for you, James?
Hey, Matt and Ginger. Well, it's pitch black at the beach now, so unfortunately we've got nothing to show you except my hair blowing in the wind. Been out here since noon today. It's been windy all day, so there's really no reason for you to come out and see the beach now. You're just going to get blasted in your face with sand as you try to make it this close to the water, and then really you won't be able to see the scope of the waves like earlier during the day when our best pictures came in at a closed Port Canaveral, which if you have a cruise tomorrow, be sure to check with your cruise lines that it's on time. And then at the Cocoa Beach Pier, where it was so rough, I didn't even see a single surfer, which surprised me because I always see a surfer at the pier no matter what the conditions. So for tomorrow, when the sun rises, Brevard Public Schools will reopen. Very important to know that. The courts, though, they will remain closed tomorrow. So there was no court today and no court tomorrow in Brevard County. While it has been windy all day, I just heard Eric Sandoval tell us that up in Perry, the wind comes and it goes. It's only been here the entire duration of today in Brevard County. But the good news is I haven't heard any significant reports of damage. We've had no breaking news in Brevard all day to tell you about. There was just one tornado warning at about 10 or 11 in the morning in the far northwest of the county. Nothing touched down as far as we know. We are under a tornado watch, though, until 6 in the morning, Matt and Ginger. So we're not completely out of the woods yet, but we've been fortunate so far, guys.
It's like the only thing you're in danger of is getting a sandblast to the face with all that wind going on out there. Just be careful.
And that's going to hurt on the sunburn that he got that we found out earlier. All right, James Barbero.
Thank you. Nice job.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. All right, we're going to have more Hurricane Helene coverage right after this quick break.